This page is the vibrant front cover of the weekly SEGA Saturn magazine, dated May 8th and 15th, 1998. The main focus is a massive 54-page feature celebrating the release of Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter. The feature promises an in-depth look at the game's systems, detailed strategies for episodes 42 through 50, and an advanced preview of episodes 51 to 54. It also includes special interviews with legendary figures like Ichiro Mizuki and Hajime Katoki, plus an introduction to the original 22 anime series featured in the game, ranging from Mazinger Z to Neon Genesis Evangelion. Prominently displayed are characters and a mech from the featured game, along with the iconic SEGA Saturn logo. The cover also highlights complete guides for Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Ambition, Darkstalkers 3, and Dragon Force 2. The next page is a recruitment advertisement from Warp, titled, Until 2000, prominently displayed at the top. The main content features a message from the company, expressing their desire to create works rather than just products, emphasizing belief in the possibilities of games as a new medium for creating excitement. They state that achieving this requires companions, and invite those with a similar passion to join them in pushing forward at full speed. Warp awaits those who can create works that convey something to others. Below the message is a section detailing the recruitment process. They are seeking applicants for 7 positions, including 3 DCG designers, animators, web designers, graphic designers, programmers, public relations/sales, and advertising designers. The workplace is Aoyama, with working hours from 10 o'clock to 1900, 5-day work week plus holidays, Saturdays, Sundays, and national holidays, though this may vary depending on work status. Application requires a resume with photo, an essay on the theme, what you want to do at Warp, and a portfolio of work, mentioning various media like MO, video, FD, CD, as acceptable if they convey skill and sensibility. Applications are accepted until the end of May. The bottom of the page provides the company information. Warp Company Limited, at 107-006-1212-284F. Aoyama Building 4F 21228, Kita Aoyama, Minatoku, Tokyo 1070061. The phone number is 0334037560. Their homepage is http://www.warpjp.com and email is mail@warpjp.com. The advertisement is signed by Warp representative Kenji Ino. This page continues the recruitment drive from Warp, prominently titled, Last Call for Recruitment, as a follow-up to the previous message. The page features a dynamic visual design, with the company name WARP spelled out across several small screens, each displaying what appear to be character portraits or scenes, likely from their distinctive cinematic games. Below the striking visuals, the page provides a concise company profile. It details Warp's establishment on March 1, 1994, its capital of 20 million yen, and annual sales of 1.4 billion yen as of February 1997. The team consists of 24 employees with an average age of 25.8, dedicated to the planning, development, and sales of consumer game console software. The profile highlights their notable past works, including the groundbreaking horror title D, the suspenseful survival game Enemy Zero, and the unique audio adventure Real Sound, Kaze, No Regret. Looking ahead, Warp lists works currently in production, such as the sequel D2, the next audio adventure Real Sound 2, Kasumi no Music Box, and an ambitious project tentatively named 3 Million Copies RPG. This section gives potential recruits a clear picture of Warp's history and future direction in game development. This page showcases Dungeon Master Nexus, a real-time RPG that has been reborn. It's described as a complete 3D real-time RPG that has thrilled the world. The page highlights its immersive elements, powerful monsters depicted in full polygon graphics, eerie dungeons, and elaborate traps that bring a strong sense of presence. The story setup involves rescuing Lord Greylord, who has been kidnapped and imprisoned in Mount Ananias. Players take on the role of the protagonist, Celeron, assembling a party of 4 heroes to venture into the dungeon. The dungeon is filled with numerous traps and fierce monsters that impede the party's progress. Beyond these challenges, a powerful enemy named Borks awaits. Screenshots on the page display the first-person perspective gameplay, showing the party's character portraits and status, the dungeon environment, and various enemies like a mummy, a skeleton, and a large reptile creature. The page also mentions it's a SEGA Saturn software title, and is currently on sale for 6,800 yen, excluding tax, developed and published by Victor Interactive Software. This page is a dramatic cover or splash page for Dungeon Master Nexus, the real-time 3D RPG discussed on the previous page. The striking image features a menacing character, likely a significant enemy or boss figure like Borks, adorned in elaborate red and gold vestments with intricate knotwork patterns. The character's pale, eerie face, glowing red eyes, and protruding tongue evoke a sense of dread and challenge. The prominent Japanese text at the top translates to the labyrinth of despair, perfectly setting the mood and theme for the perilous journey players embark upon in the game's dungeons. The artwork effectively conveys the dark fantasy atmosphere and the formidable obstacles awaiting players in Dungeon Master Nexus. The Victor logo in the corner confirms its connection to their release. This page serves as the table of contents for this volume of SEGA Saturn Magazine, dated May 8th and 15th, 1998. The main highlight is an extensive feature dedicated to the release of Super Robot Wars FEF, offering a massive 54-page super strategy guide covering multiple stages from the game's completion arc. This feature is split into two parts, delving deep into gameplay tactics and providing detailed explanations for specific crucial stages. Beyond strategy, the feature also includes interviews with developers and creators like Ichiro Mizuki and Hajime Katoki, offering insights into the world of Super Robot, along with introductions to related anime and merchandise. Further inside, the magazine promises the latest information and scoops on hot topic games. This includes coverage of highly anticipated titles such as Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, and Shining Force 2, Scenario 2, Child of God Targeted. New games like High School Terrace Story and a provisional Saturn version of Digital Monster are also introduced. Other games featured in this issue cover a diverse range, including Revolutionary Girl Utena, Shadows of the Tusk, Linda Cube Complete, Melty-Lancer Reinforce, Grandia, Digital Museum, Gungrafon 2, Langrisser V, The End of Legend, and utilities like Game Basic for Sega Saturn. An illustration of a cheerful anime character, holding a teddy bear and wearing a distinctive uniform, likely represents one of the featured games or anime series. This double issue provides a comprehensive look at Sega Saturn gaming. It features new releases, upcoming software, and a detailed guide to Sega Saturn games, including a focus on sports, particularly J-League Professional Soccer Club 2. The issue's game index lists various titles alphabetically, such as Vampire Savior, Grandia, Digital Museum, and Sakura Wars 2. These games, along with others like Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, and Riven, the sequel to Myst, highlight the Saturn's diverse library. Beyond game-specific coverage, the magazine includes news, schedules, reader content, and a comic section. The cover illustration suggests coverage of Super Robot Wars F, following up on details from the previous issue. The content covers RPGs, strategy titles, and arcade ports, reflecting the Saturn's varied game selection. This page features significant news regarding Sega's impact on the cultural landscape. The headline announces that the Virtua Fighter series has been inducted into the Smithsonian Institution's collection. Recognized at the 1998 Computer World Smithsonian Awards, the series was celebrated for its pioneering use of advanced CG and inverse kinematics technology, marking it as the first game industry collection to be included. The article shows images from the award ceremony held in Washington, D.C., along with screenshots showcasing Virtua Fighter 2, and Virtua Fighter 3. AM2 director Yu Suzuki provides commentary, expressing his delight and emphasizing how video games, with their high interactivity and multimedia elements, are powerful tools for disseminating advanced technology to a wide audience. Further down, there is an update on the Sakura Wars musical. The successful Tokyo run has concluded, leaving only the Osaka performances remaining. The article praises the production's achievement and fan reception. Lastly, a brief note mentions that original merchandise, including items related to the musical, is available for purchase via mail order using the Lappy multimedia terminals at Lawson stores, highlighted in the Rakudasu magazine. The Japanese gaming scene is buzzing with activity. ACES, a new organization formed by 4 companies, aims to stabilize GameShop management and distribution, addressing issues like used game sales. Anime adaptations are also thriving, with Sentimental Journey releasing a theme song by Kaoru Watanabe and Initial D debuting as an anime series, praised for its 3D CG car battles. Enix announced winners of their game software contest, with the Grand Prix going to the Russian puzzle game, Mobile. A Japan National Team Manager RPG, a unique soccer role-playing game, is also in development. Furthermore, a new CD-ROM magazine, Game Makers, launches, offering game industry analysis with the first issue focusing on Nintendo. Finally, Konami Computer Entertainment School is expanding, opening new campuses in Tokyo and Kobe to train future game developers. This page covers a variety of entertainment news relevant to the gaming and media scene. A stage play based on the manga Shonen no Rinkaku by Ichijoji Machiko was performed in April, featuring a dynamic finale. Voice actress Danzakura held an event for her 5th single release, performing several songs and interacting with fans. For gamers, the classic action RPG YS Eternal is making a comeback with a Windows 95 release, promising a revival of its timeless appeal. Details are available on the next page. There's also a media mix project underway for Ojo-sama Tokyo, which will include radio dramas starting in July. An event called Password is scheduled for May 31st, featuring live music and talk sessions. Tickets are being offered as a giveaway. Beyond games and events, a 1/5 scale figure of Kekos squared by the renowned sculptor Bohm has been released, appealing to fans of art and otaku culture. The page also highlights recent music releases from popular artists, including Kinky Kids, Sophia, Bonnie Pink, and the group Speed, reflecting the interconnectedness of music with anime and game culture. This text reviews various SEGA Saturn game guides. Specific guides are highlighted, including the official guides for Shiroki Majo Mao Hitotsu no Eiyu Densetsu, fan-friendly, Yukyu Gensukyoku, second album, essential for mastery, Langrisser Dramatic Edition, scenario and character data, Machi, dual novels guide format, Dungeon Master Nexus, beginner-friendly, Grandia Perfect Adventure Guide, detailed maps, and Eve the Lost One, flowchart-based. The Game no Arukikata series is mentioned as an affordable option. A Kinokuniya bookstore bestseller list, April 11 to 17, showcases popular guides for Sakura Taisen 2, Soul Hackers, Let's Make a Professional Baseball Team, Eve the Lost One, and Sakura Taisen. A pickup item recommends Cho Kunogame, a book that positively reinterprets kusoge, crappy games. This week's SEGA Saturn Magazine data station previews several upcoming titles. Gungrafon 2, the mech combat sequel, features enhanced gameplay, new modes, and diverse weaponry. Game de Seishun offers a social board game experience focused on friendship and shared activities. Tour Party Sotsugyu Ryoku ni Iku is an adventure game where players craft a graduation trip experience, with branching narratives and multiplayer support. Super Robot Wars, F Kanketsuhen, the second part of the tactical RPG, introduces new units and improved production values, even allowing new players to jump in. Lastly, Himitsu Sentai Metamor V is an adventure game themed around a superhero team, tasking players with making choices to influence the story and defeat the villain. This page presents the SEGA Saturn release schedule, offering a comprehensive look at upcoming software titles. It's primarily composed of a large table detailing games with their planned release dates, titles, prices, manufacturers, genres, and compatibility notes. On the left, a handy legend explains the abbreviations used for genres, such as ACT for action, RPG for role-playing, and SHT for shooting, among many others. It also clarifies symbols for compatible peripherals, like the steering wheel, mouse, and multiplayer adapters, as well as indicating age restrictions and the number of discs included for certain games. The schedule covers releases from April through the summer, winter, and into 1998, with a substantial list of titles still awaiting a confirmed release date. It features a diverse range of genres, from adventure and RPGs to sports, puzzles, and simulations, showcasing the breadth of games expected for the system from numerous publishers. While too numerous to list individually, the table provides essential details for players anticipating new Saturn software across the calendar. Notes at the bottom mention specific RAM requirements for some titles. This page presents the weekly SEGA Saturn software sales ranking, the Shop Data Top 15. It gives us a snapshot of what was hot on the system at the time, based on data from various shops. Leading the pack at number 1 is the brand new release, Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Ambition, which sold an impressive 122,263 units in its first week. Right behind it at number 2, holding strong from last week's top spot, is Sakura Wars 2: Thou Shalt Not Die, moving another 79,650 units and reaching a cumulative total over 450,000. Dragon Force 2: The Gods Have Departed comes in at number 3, followed by the perennial fighter favorite, the King of Fighters 97 at 4, and Pro Yaku Greatest 998 at 5. The commentary box notes that Sakura Wars 2's Standard Edition is selling well, and suggests that Girin's Ambition and Super Robot Wars, referring to a game not explicitly in this list but popular at the time, are titles many players might not have finished yet, recommending playing them during the upcoming Golden Week holiday. Rounding out the top 15 are popular titles like The House of the Dead, Waku Waku Puyo Puyo Dungeon, Neon Genesis, Evangelion, Girlfriend of Steel, Graduation 2-1, Wedding Bell, and Sega Worldwide Soccer 98, showing a good mix of genres from light gun shooters and puzzle RPGs to visual novels and sports simulations. This list gives a clear picture of the diverse tastes of Sega Saturn owners. This data station analyzes Sega Saturn port desires and arcade game popularity. The User Data Top 20 reveals player interest in ports. Final Fantasy, Marvel vs. Capcom, and Dragon Quest are highly desired. Gran Turismo and Parasite even also rank high, showing a demand for PlayStation titles. Sega Rally 2 and Dynamite Cop are specifically mentioned as desired ports, though their release status is uncertain. The Shop Data Top 15 focuses on arcade hits, dominated by Sega titles like Cyber Troopers Virtualon and Virtua Fighter 3 TB. Other popular games include Tekken 3 and Real Bout Fatal Fury 2. Titles like Marvel vs. Capcom appear on both lists, highlighting their broad appeal. The One-Point Check Game section spotlights upcoming arcade releases like Virtua Striker 2 version 98 and Beat Mania 2 ND Mix, indicating the evolution of arcade gaming. The Sega Saturn User Data Top 30 reveals the most anticipated upcoming games based on reader votes. Virtua Fighter 3 TB takes the top spot, reflecting high anticipation for the arcade fighter's home release. Friends, Seishun no Kagayaki secures second place, demonstrating growing interest in the adventure game. Grandia Digital Museum, a data collection and dungeon exploration title based on the Grandia universe, rounds out the top 3, with 100% development progress. Langrisser Phi, The End of Legend also features, promising to conclude the series' mysteries. The chart lists other highly anticipated games, like Resident Evil 2, Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, Pocket Fighter, and Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. A diverse list highlights various genres, reflecting player excitement. Coming soon. Sections preview titles like High School Terra Story and Multilancer Reinforce, offering a glimpse of future releases. This page presents the weekly All-Soft Readers Check, a massive ranking of every released Sega Saturn game based on reader votes. For Volume 97, the big news is the debut of the highly anticipated Sakura Wars 2: Thou Shalt Not Die, which leaps straight to the number 1 spot with a record-breaking average score of 9.9458. Readers voted on all 980 released Saturn titles as of April 24th, giving each game a score from 1 to 10. The top of the chart features other heavy hitters like Grandia at number 3, Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers at number 4, and Thunder Force V at number 5, showing a strong lineup of fan favorites holding high ranks. The page highlights the excitement around Sakura Wars 2's dominant entry, featuring screenshots from the game and noting its immediate success both critically and commercially. The commentary also looks ahead to future rankings and the upcoming 100th issue, celebrating the longevity of this reader-driven feature. It's clear that Sakura Wars 2 has immediately captured the hearts of Saturn players. This page continues the massive weekly All-Soft Readers Check ranking, confirming Sakura Wars 2: Thou Shalt Not Die's dominant debut at the absolute top, with an incredible 9.9458 average score. The feature highlights the game with prominent screenshots showcasing its charming characters like Sakura Shinguji and the protagonist, Ichiro Ogami. Reader comments praise the sequel for significantly improving upon the original, citing enhancements to the Lips conversation system, increased gameplay volume, strategic depth in combat, and overall polish that makes it feel like a true evolution of the series. Many reviewers express deep satisfaction and excitement, noting the impressive production values, character interactions, and engaging story. The page also includes the ongoing list of ranked games below the main feature, detailing titles from various genres and their corresponding reader scores, though the clear focus remains on the number one phenomenon, Sakura Wars 2. This page continues the massive weekly readers ranking and highlights some of the noteworthy new releases that didn't quite reach the top spot but still made an impact. The new contender section features Dragon Force 2, praised for improving upon the original with deeper story and strategic play, although some found later stages challenging. Next is Waku Waku Puyo Puyo Dungeon, where readers enjoyed seeing the Puyo Puyo characters shine in a new dungeon crawler format, noting its fresh feel despite wanting more dialogue. Sega Ages Phantasy Star Collection also appears, seen as a solid collection offering classic RPG fun, though some wished for fixes to original game bugs. The new Dark Horse section introduces surprising hits like Courier Crisis, described as an unexpected and satisfying game, with fun tricks and possibly alien encounters, and Koro Q Park, which offers addictive competitive racing once you get past the initial simplicity, despite some control finickiness. Below these highlights, the page continues the extensive list of ranked SEGA Saturn games, with their genres and average reader scores. The next page continues the massive weekly reader rankings, presenting a long list of SEGA Saturn games ranked from the upper 400s down to the lower 700s, based on average reader scores. Genres are also listed alongside each title. Below the extensive list, there's a commentary box highlighting the upcoming Golden Week holiday, and suggesting that this break might bring significant changes to the rankings. The commentator playfully recommends checking out the Lowest Emperor and the Lowest Death for Golden Week, referring to games like the infamously difficult and low-scoring Death Crimson, referred to as Death Sama, and potentially Planet Joker. Screenshots of mechs from these games are shown, with captions poking fun at Death Crimson's poor quality while acknowledging its memorable nature, and mentioning Planet Joker as a 3-week consecutive emperor at the bottom of the list, also recommended for enthusiasts. It seems the publication is humorously suggesting that even the lowest-rated games have a certain charm or notoriety worth exploring. This page previews several upcoming SEGA Saturn releases and engages readers with various features. It leads with Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Ambition, a deep simulation game set in the iconic universe, scoring an impressive 8.66. The reviewer notes its strategic complexity beneath a familiar skin. Also previewed is Riven, the sequel to Myst, an adventure game lauded for its stunning graphics and engaging puzzles, receiving a 7.66. Another upcoming title, Kumitate Battle Kutsuketo, a simulation game focused on character customization, also scores 7.66, with the reviewer highlighting the creative potential of its build mechanics. Reader feedback features comments on the release dates of games like The House of the Dead, Grandia, and the highly anticipated Virtua Fighter 3. The software review section discusses the recent strong debut of Sakura Wars 2 and anticipates how the upcoming Giran's Ambition will fare in the rankings. The page also includes the ongoing SEGA Saturn peripherals ranking table, showing readers' average scores for various hardware accessories. Readers are encouraged to participate in prediction games, guessing the debut ranking for Darkstalkers 3 and the debut average reader score for Gungrafon 2. There's also a special gift giveaway, offering bundles of peripherals and a game. This page kicks off a massive feature, celebrating the release of Super Robot Wars Final Chapter, promising 54 pages of content this week, marking the second week of this special guide. Titled Super Strategy Chapter 2 and the World of Super Robots as Seen from Super Robo, it delves deep into the game. The game itself is listed as a simulation RPG, published by Banpresto, released on April 23 for 6,800 yen. It's recommended for all ages and supports one player. The striking artwork features one of the game's original mechs, a protagonist unit like the Huckabine. The accompanying text notes that some time has passed since Super Robot Wars Final Chapter was released, acknowledging that readers might be starting to face challenges. To help players overcome these hurdles, the editorial department has once again prepared an extensive 54-page feature this week. It encourages readers to dive into this guide and use it to conquer the final chapter of the game. The next page continues the massive Super Robot Wars Final Chapter coverage, detailing the strategy guide's focus. This week's strategy section covers episodes 42 through 49, diving into the intensifying conflict between the Earth Federation, the manipulative Titans, and the Drake Army. It also notes the involvement of classic villains like Dr. Hell, and the arrival of powerful allies like Great Mazinger. The guide then shifts to an introduction for episodes 50 through 53, teasing events like the Titans conspiracies and the powerful activation of Doman Kashu's super mode. A flowchart visually maps out the progression for both the real robot and super robot routes, listing episode titles from episode 34 right up to episode 53, including key moments like Fall of the Zabi Family, Axis Offense/Defense, and climactic battles. Beyond the strategy, the page features the world of super robots, including a direct interview with developer Winkysoft about the game's completion. There's also a special interview with legendary singer Ichiro Mizuki and renowned mechanic designer Hajime Katoki, discussing their passion for the series. Finally, the page highlights the original 22 anime works that form the foundation of the game, encouraging players to explore the source material, and showcases a range of cool super robot merchandise. Mastering spirit commands is essential for success in Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter. The article highlights crucial commands like trust and friendship for HP recovery, especially for late-acting units. Love provides full HP recovery for the entire team. Fighting spirit and encourage are vital for units utilizing energy-intensive weapons. Concentrate significantly boosts both hit rate and evasion. Revive can resurrect units, even strategically after running out of ammo, returning them with full ammo and high spirit points. Self-destruct becomes effective when used by a unit surrounded by enemies, especially when paired with trust. Finally, disrupt halves enemy hit rates, useful for defending the battleship. The guide offers practical tips for strategic command usage to gain an advantage in battle. This guide for Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter details effective spirit command strategies. Debilitate weakens bosses by lowering their morale, making them easier to defeat. Provoke draws enemies to a unit, useful for early boss engagement and reducing their hit/evasion rates. The guide then focuses on command combinations. Pairing Accelerate with Awaken or Enable allows for extended movement and multiple actions. Combining Sure Hit with Flash Evade guarantees hits and defense against counterattacks. The ultimate strategy involves stacking damage boosts like Hot-Blooded or Soul with Sure Hit, defensive commands like Flash, and resource boosters, Luck and Effort, to maximize damage, survivability, and experience/funds gained, especially against bosses. While these combinations consume more spirit points, the resulting benefits, particularly in resource accumulation and unit power leveling, are highly advantageous. This guide explores advanced spirit command strategies in Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter. One tactic involves using Debilitate on an ally with Guts, then hitting them with a map weapon to trigger Guts for increased critical hit chance. This is often combined with Sure Hit and Flash for added safety. The guide also explains how to farm resources. By debilitating enemies and finishing them with a map weapon that has luck or effort, players can maximize money and experience gains. Masaki's Psyflash is highlighted as a good map weapon for this strategy. Finally, the guide introduces two ultimate spirit commands. Miracle combines several potent effects into one command for boss fights. Dream enables adjacent allies to use any spirit command at their standard SP cost, making it a powerful support ability. This page provides a comprehensive list of the spirit commands available in Super Robot Wars Final Chapter. It details the SP cost for each command, its specific effect in battle, and lists the main characters who possess that ability. This serves as an essential reference for planning strategies, especially in the later stages of the game. The list covers a wide range of commands, from basic recovery and accuracy buffs like Guts and Sure Hit, to powerful offensive tools like Hot Blood and Soul. It also includes utility commands like Luck and Effort for resource farming, and the advanced commands discussed on the previous page, such as Miracle and Dream, showing who can unleash these game-changing effects. Having this list readily available is crucial for mastering the game's tactical depth and effectively utilizing each pilot's unique abilities, directly supporting the advanced strategic concepts previously explored. This page delves into the crucial tactical elements of Super Robot Wars Final Chapter, focusing on pilot special skills and unit enhancement parts. Section 3 details key special skills pilots can acquire. It first explains shield defense, noting its ability to halve incoming damage when equipped with a shield, and its activation rate based on skill level. Next, it covers the Nuba type and Cyber Nuba type skills, highlighting their significant buffs to accuracy and evasion, as well as extending the range of funnel weapons. The page includes tables showing which pilots gain these essential abilities and at what character levels, featuring iconic characters like Amuro Ray, Camille Bidan, and others renowned for these skills. Section 4 moves on to the effective use of enhancement parts. It emphasizes that these items are vital for boosting unit performance, whether strengthening weak points or enhancing existing strengths. A list outlines various available parts and their effects, covering improvements like increased mobility, HP, armor, weapon range, and recovery capabilities. The page then provides a recommended strategy example, specifically highlighting how the transforming Getter Robo can leverage enhancement parts effectively. By equipping parts tailored for different forms, like mobility for Getter Dragon and recovery for Getter Poseidon, a single unit can adapt to various combat situations simply by transforming, a powerful tactic unique to such units. These sections provide players with the knowledge needed to optimize their pilots and mechs for the challenging battles ahead. This guide to Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter explores advanced pilot skills and unit abilities. Deflection, a sword-exclusive skill, nullifies physical and missile attacks. Holy Warrior is unique to Dunbind pilots, granting aura/abilities and boosting evasion. Latent Power, activated when HP drops below 1/8, significantly increases evasion, hit rate, and critical hit rate, offering a last-ditch power boost. Unit special abilities are also detailed, including defensive barriers like Beam Coat and at Field. The After Image skill for high evasion, HP recovery, transformation, and combination/separation are also mentioned. Finally, the unpredictable Berserk state for Evangelion Unit 01 adds another layer of strategic depth to unit deployment. In Super Robot Wars F Final Chapters Farewell Part 1, your goal is to locate hidden will whips in one of 7 docks within 10 turns. The will whips are always in the 7th dock. This mission features a battle against Titans and an unexpected alliance with Drake forces. Victory isn't achieved by defeating all enemies. Instead, mobility is key. Prioritize reaching the dock over eliminating foes, and utilize units with strong mobility and beam coat defense. Mobile suit pilots are recommended, while super robot units are less crucial in this scenario. The enemy consists of Hambrabi, Ashamar, and Gab Mothli units. Afterward, be aware that pilots' morale will be reduced. Funds are limited, so conserve them while considering unit training for future battles. Episode 43 of Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter tasks players with guiding their battleship, Neru Argama recommended, to the south end of the map without it being destroyed. The episode emphasizes survival over total annihilation. Reinforcements, including Rosamia in the Psycho Gundam MK2, appear on turn 2. Critically, players should avoid wiping out all enemies before reaching the objective. Leaving one weak unit alive prevents a game over. The Psycho Gundam MK2 is a significant threat, necessitating the use of spirit commands like Hot Blood and defensive tactics. Defeating it rewards the anti-beam coating item. The scenario setup and reinforcements are detailed. The following episodes branch into Bonds, Super Route, Mazinger, main character focus, and Titan's Pursuit. Real Route, Psybuster's Psyflash is key. In Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter, Episode 44, Titan's Pursuit tasks players with protecting the Adumla carrier. The mission involves repelling a Titan's ambush while en route to a rendezvous. Success demands the Adumla's survival and enemy defeat. Players should prioritize the Adumla's safe relocation, utilizing its mobile armor form and Himega cannon, potentially boosted by pilot spirit commands. Clearing reinforcements provides bonus funds. Negotiating with Traus, a neutral unit appearing on turn 6, is possible. The scenario features initial enemy units, reinforcements including Dunkel and Yamakan, and the Gundam Heavy Arms custom controlled by Traus. Looking ahead, the new Gundam, transported by the Adumla, is a key asset, particularly its fin funnels. Upgrading its attack power and mobility is recommended. Episode 44 of Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter, The Super Robot Route, sees the Mazinger team ambushed at the Photoelectric Power Laboratory by DC forces. The victory condition is enemy destruction. Defeat occurs if any ally unit is destroyed. Key strategies include using the protagonist's Luck command on specific enemies, like the Flying Fortress School, appearing on turn 2, for maximum funds, and delaying its defeat until the end to prevent enemy retreats. Prioritize Luck on Spartan K5, Oberius, and Gratnios. Great Mazinger's high armor, 2,400, makes it highly durable, allowing it to draw enemy fire. The scenario involves various enemy units and reinforcements. Upgrade Great Mazinger's armor and weapons, Drill Pressure Punch and Thunderbreak, for future scenarios. Episode 45 of Super Robot Wars, F Final Chapter, sees the Titans allied with Byston Well forces. The objective is to destroy all enemies, with ally unit destruction resulting in defeat. The scenario begins with Titans' mobile suits, best countered by units with beam barriers. Defeating Ghastly's Alexandria, or reducing enemy numbers to 5, triggers a retreat. Reinforcements arrive. Gornagul forces and Diatarn 3, which appears on turn 2 after reinforcements. Prioritize eliminating the Gornagul units threatening the Lond Bell ship. Defeating a Duca 3 commander causes the others to retreat unless a map weapon is used strategically. The guide recommends upgrading Diatarn 3, focusing on N, armor, mobility, HP, and movement. Strengthening the Diatarn Zanjober and Sun attack is advised, especially the Zanjober for its high hit rate. The episode concludes with screenshots of gameplay and Banjo Haran's unit data. Episode 46 of Super Robot Wars, F Final Chapter, The Sun Belongs to Me, focuses on stopping Jamatov's coup. The primary goal is to defeat all enemies, with allied unit survival crucial for victory. Key strategies include saving Jamikon's Daboot for last to maximize rewards. 2. Tukaro from Gundam Heavy Arms can be recruited under specific conditions. Aran and Blackwing Ven appear as reinforcements, but the unit is deemed too weak for combat. A major challenge is the heavily armored Willwhips. Strong units like Combatler V, Getter Robo, and Dankuga are recommended to defeat them for a Minovsky craft item and substantial funds. Detailed enemy unit placements and stats are provided. The upcoming desert scenario requires careful unit preparation, emphasizing the value of items like Minovsky craft and Mega Boosters for flightless units. Recruiting Marvel and equipping her unit with enhancement parts is also recommended. Episode 47 of Super Robot Wars, F Final Chapter, The Malice of Aura, sees the heroes preparing for the final battle. Victory hinges on defeating all enemies, with loss occurring upon the defeat of all allied units. The desert terrain favors a strategic approach, suggesting luring enemies. Defeating Bishop's Gear Galling triggers Titan reinforcements and the appearance of a neutral hero Yui in his Wing Gundam. Recruitment opportunities are available. Todd can be persuaded by Marvel and Shao, while Hero requires Quatre, Duo, and Trao as allies. Duo and Trao must persuade Hero in order. However, defeating the Titan reinforcements before Hero appears will prevent his recruitment. The enemy forces include Aura Battlers piloted by Todd and Bishop, while Titan reinforcements include Campfers and Gabfleys. Wing Gundam joins fully upgraded in the next scenario, so equip it with enhancement parts like high-performance radar for increased Buster rifle range. Episode 48 of Super Robot Wars, F Final Chapter, Turmoil Johannesburg, tasks players with guiding a battle group to the map's south side while protecting the assembly hall. Players must carefully choose units, with a split starting deployment. Strong units are essential near the hall, with map weapons, Psybuster, Wing Gundam, or powerful melee attackers, Dankuga, Getter Robo, recommended, alongside a repair-resupply unit. The guide advises dealing significant damage to Sirocco quickly to force his retreat. Map weapons are effective against enemy formations. Initial enemies are mostly Titans grunts, with reinforcements arriving on turns 2 and 3, including Jared, Layla, and Sirocco. Zamzid reinforces on turn 5. The following scenario suggests upgrading Zamzid's HP, armor, and its Resonance Quake map weapon. The next page continues the strategy guide for Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter, focusing on episode 49, titled Hyper Jared. This scenario has a critical condition. Do not attack the yellow-colored Federal Army units, as doing so results in an immediate game over. The primary objective is to defeat Jared, or all the red enemy units. The guide suggests a clever tactic, using the Provoke Spirit command on Jared's initial unit, the Replicon. This draws her and her accompanying units forward, making it easier to engage them directly rather than chasing them. The Federal Army units are initially stationary, only moving later in the battle. Once Jared's Replicon is defeated, an event triggers, transforming her into the much stronger Hyper Jared, with significantly increased HP and armor. The recommended strategy for defeating Hyper Jared is to hit her hard with powerful attacks in a single turn. Specifically, boosting Getter Robo's will to 130 and using its Shine Spark or Super Electromagnetic Spin, enhanced by Hot Blood or Soul, is highlighted as a highly effective method. The page also lists the enemy units you'll face, including various units like Drumlos, Bioles, Bastoles, Ashamars, and GA plants, along with their pilots and stats. Looking ahead, the guide advises players to save the money earned from this scenario rather than spending it on upgrades, as new, potentially more powerful units will be acquired soon. This concludes the guide for this week, with plans to cover episodes 50 through 55 in a future issue. This page is a digest guide for Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter, covering episodes 34 through 41, summarizing strategies from previous issues. Episode 34 is titled Surging Malice, Part 1, for the Real Series, and Crisis of Frontier 4, Part 1, for the Super Series. The goal is to destroy all bases within 10 turns, and defeat comes if Seabook or Cecily fall, or all friendly units are destroyed. The strategy emphasizes enduring until London Bell reinforcements arrive on the third turn. Keeping your initial units like F-91 and Vignagina near colonies is advised to benefit from terrain defense bonuses and defeat approaching enemies. Using a Mega Booster item to improve movement is also recommended. The primary enemy unit highlighted is Cinema's Garbaret Petra. Episode 41, titled Surging Malice, Part 2, Real, and Crisis of Frontier 4, Part 2, Super, is a continuous scenario focusing on defeating all enemies. Since it follows episode 34, pilot morale may be low, suggesting selecting replacement crew members. Many enemies in this scenario use physical weapons, making beam coats and aura barriers less effective. The guide recommends using Evangelion units with Atfields at the front lines, and supporting them with long-range units. For the boss fight against the Black Tri-Stars, prioritizing Gaia is suggested, as he is the easiest to raise morale, and using spirits like Hot Blood or Sure Hit to defeat them quickly is key. The enemy units include various mobile suits and ground units. Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter Episodes 36 and 37 present distinct challenges. Episode 36, Rabian Rose, focuses on defeating all enemies, with the key threat being Anavel Gato and his powerful atomic bazooka. Players should use the Dread Spirit command to lower Gato's morale and/or high movement units to lure him. Walls Gione R appears as a friendly unit on turn 12. Episode 37, Axis Defense/Offense, features a large enemy force, demanding effective use of map weapons and spirit commands like Focus and Flash. The Dendrobium and ZZ Gundam are highly recommended. This stage also features two convincing events. Hamarn Karn can be convinced by Quattro Bagina using Accelerate and Awaken, and Catalia Lalaba Wiener can be convinced by Amuro Ray or Camille Vidal if positioned correctly. Episode 38 of Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter demands a swift victory in 4 turns. The key is an aggressive offensive, deploying high-mobility units or equipping movement-boosting parts to quickly engage stationary enemies, including Mashmure Cello and Gottenhin. Use high-performance radar for ranged attacks and map weapons for maximum damage. Prioritize Guts, Neketsu, for map weapon pilots. Episode 39, The Kingdom of Glass, involves defeating forces led by Jamaicon and Yazan Gable. Initially, eliminate Barzams attacking friendly ball units, handle aggressive Ashamars, and aim to end the scenario by defeating Jamaicon or reducing enemy numbers below 5. Protect the balls by using Provoke and high-mobility units. Utilize Luck when finishing off Jamaicon and Yazan's units for crucial funds in the game's late stages. Episodes 40 and 41 of Super Robot Wars Final Chapter require strategic planning. Episode 40, Amandara equals Commandara, tasks players with protecting the neutral whale unit to secure valuable items like the new Gundam HWS. Employ high-mobility units and characters with multiple actions to quickly neutralize threats. Screening the whale. Annabelle Gatto, in his GPO-2A, poses a significant threat, necessitating focused attacks. Episode 41, Titan's Malice, centers on rescuing PLE and PLE-2 and their Quably Mk2 units. Prioritize protecting and evacuating them, utilizing evasive mental commands. Employing the Luck command when defeating enemies is recommended for financial gain. Successfully rescuing both girls grants a Quably Mk2. A persuasion event for Duo Maxwell by Quatre Raberba winner is also available under specific circumstances. This page delves into Episode 50, Rescue of Trey's, in Super Robot Wars, Final Chapter. The story sees London Bell seeking Trey's help to expose the Titans' conspiracy. The prologue section describes the events leading up to the mission, where London Bell learns of the Titans' plan to eliminate Trey's and rushes to his aid, only to find the attack already underway and the Psycho Gundam deployed. A major highlight is how the scenario changes depending on whether Hiro Yuki is a party member. If Hiro is present, the Gundam Wing characters participate, and there are extensive conversations, including emotional exchanges with Trey's. If Hiro is not present, other characters like Camille Bidan and the main protagonist deploy, with fewer conversations. The page also details the units involved, including the possibility of Duo Maxwell, Quatre Reberba winner, and Troa Barton joining the rescue effort after Hiro. It mentions Lady Un defending Trey's, even confronting her former superior. The epilogue section confirms the successful rescue of Trey's. Finally, a section covers a Fao Murasame event. If Fao was abducted by Basque during an earlier event, which is left ambiguous, her status is unknown. If she wasn't abducted, the page poses whether she will join the team. The Psycho Gundam, a powerful mobile armor piloted by Fao, is prominently featured, emphasizing its formidable presence. This page focuses on Episode 51 of Super Robot Wars, F Final Chapter, titled Trey's Stands. Following his rescue, Trey's is set to give a crucial speech at a council in Johannesburg. However, the Titans intervene by occupying a laser communication relay station to block the broadcast. Judao Ashtada attempts to contact the main London Bell force, but realizes he can't wait. Meanwhile, L discovers a Zaku in a nearby junkyard, and the Junk Guild, including Judao, rushes to the scene to acquire it. Judao briefly pilots the Zaku, facing off against the Titans, highlighting the vast performance difference between the units. Just as things look dire, the London Bell main force arrives, and Lena Ashta sorties specifically to deliver the ZZ Gundam to Judao. This marks Lena's spot participation in this scenario, where she swaps places with Judao upon the ZZ Gundam's arrival. The page also features a section on the ongoing attempt to persuade Todd Guinness, noting this is the third time the team is trying to convince him to join. Despite previous efforts, Todd remains stubborn. Finally, the epilogue covers Trey's speech, which reveals the true nature of the Titans, leading Trey to stand once more on the historical stage with a new resolve. In Super Robot Wars, Final Chapter Episode 52, Doman Kashu grapples with self-doubt and returns to the Guyana highlands to train. He confronts Master Asia, triggering the Shining Gundam Super Mode. Before Doman can fully capitalize, the Devil Gundam 4 Heavenly Kings appear, leading to a mysterious retreat. Schwarzbruder then intervenes, revealing the supermode's weakness and convincing Doman to seal it away. The episode also introduces key allies like Allenby, Rain, and Schwarzbruder, along with the Gundam Spiegel, Nobel Gundam, and Rising Gundam. The narrative foreshadows conflict with the Devil Gundam and Master Asia. The episode concludes with unrest at the colony and hints at a true supermode, suggesting Doman's training journey continues. This page covers Episode 53 of Super Robot Wars, F Final Chapter, continuing Doman Kashu's intensive training in the Guyana highlands following his previous struggles. Doman faces a critical challenge as he confronts his brother, Kyoji Kashu, who pilots the formidable Devil Gundam. This intense showdown is highlighted as the Shining Gundam's final battle. During this arduous training and conflict, Doman focuses on mastering the ultimate technique of Meikyo Shisui, brightly polished water. The page details how achieving this state significantly boosts Doman's pilot abilities and combat stats, crucial for the battles ahead. Mastering Meikyo Shisui also unlocks the full potential of his next mobile suit. Following the resolution of this conflict and the mastery of his ultimate technique, the page shows the epilogue, where Doman, drawing strength from his allies and resolving his internal struggles, makes the pivotal decision to pilot the powerful God Gundam, marking a significant turning point in his journey. Screenshots throughout the page showcase key dialogue and battle moments from this important episode. This page continues the guide for Super Robot Wars Final Chapter, focusing on data for the later stages of the game, specifically covering episodes 42 through 49 and characters appearing in the completion arc. It provides detailed information on both allied and enemy pilots and their corresponding units. For pilots, the guide lists their name, the series of the unit they pilot, their personality type, the spirit commands they learn, and at what level, and their terrain adaptation across sky, land, sea, and space. For units, it details the series, size, movement range, whether they have a shield, their movement type, terrain adaptation, and any unique special abilities. A notable point discussed is the importance of the pilot's reaction stat and its effect on the unit's ability to act twice in a turn, emphasizing that both the unit's limit and the pilot's reaction need to be high. It suggests upgrading units or using enhancement parts to achieve this. A brief note mentions that super robot-type pilots gain a significant boost to their parry/counter ability once it reaches level 8. The page is divided into sections for allied and enemy pilots. The enemy pilot section specifically highlights that the completion arc features many pilots from the Titans faction. This page dives deep into the data arc for Super Robot Wars. Final chapter, shifting focus to neutral pilots and a roster of formidable allied units you'll command. In the neutral pilot section, you get a look at characters like the Yu-Gi-Oh soldier. Though the guide notes that their status is hard to confirm, the layout follows the standard format, showing their basic stats and terrain compatibility, similar to the enemy pilot data seen previously. The main event here is the allied unit data. You'll find detailed breakdowns for a variety of classic mechs joining your cause. Featured units include fan favorites such as the Wing Gundam and its bird mode from Gundam Wing, the heavy firepower of Gundam Heavy Arms, the mighty Great Mazinger, the unique Zamzid from Masu Kishin, noted as a limited-time participant, the powerful Daytarn 3 and its components, Daytank and Die Fighter, and the iconic New Gundam. Each unit's entry provides essential combat data like movement speed, terrain adaptation across different environments, whether they possess a shield, their size, and any special features like transformation. It's crucial info for planning your squad and adapting to the challenging later stages. This page shifts the focus to the formidable foes you'll face in Super Robot Wars' final chapter, presenting a comprehensive data list of enemy units. It covers a wide array of mechs and beasts from various series, providing essential tactical information. You'll find classic antagonists like the Psycho Gundam MK2, the O, and the powerful Bound Dock from the Gundam universe, alongside numerous aura battlers such as the Bystel, Beals, Lanek, and Leprechaun from Dunbine, and various mechanoids from different robot series. For each enemy unit, the page lists vital statistics critical for planning your strategy. This includes their movement speed, primary movement type, and detailed terrain adaptation across ground, air, sea, and space environments, rated from A to D. It also notes whether the unit possesses a shield, its size, from S to LL, and any special features like transformation or bunshin, replication. Understanding these details, especially terrain adaptation and special abilities, is key to overcoming the challenges presented by these diverse enemies in the game's later stages. A note at the bottom also clarifies that the Ademra is a neutral unit. This page kicks off the second major feature, diving deep into the world of Super Robot Wars as seen from SRW. It highlights how the Super Robot Wars series, particularly the recent Super Robot Wars final chapter, has fueled the current robot craze. This special feature promises a multifaceted exploration of the series. The main sections outlined are a direct interview with Winkysoft, the game's developers, an interview with the legendary theme song artist Ichiro Mizuki, a guide to the original anime series featured in the game, and a major interview with mechanical designer Hajime Kotoki. There's also a segment on super robots that have jumped out of the game world, likely focusing on related merchandise. Visually, the page features photos of the interviews taking place with various people, presumably staff from Winkysoft and the other guests. Numerous screenshots from Super Robot Wars' final chapter are interspersed, showcasing character portraits like Asuka, Leon, and others alongside dynamic combat scenes featuring iconic mechs, such as the EVA Unit 02, various Gundam types, and original mechs like the Granzon or Disastranagant, demonstrating the game's strategic battles and signature attack animations. This feature looks to provide an insider's perspective on the development and cultural impact of the series. This page continues the deep dive into the world of Super Robot Wars, featuring a direct interview with Narumitsu Takamiya, the head of Winkysoft. He discusses the development of the Super Robot Wars final chapter, revealing that the sudden switch in scenario writers was due to the original writer's health issues, necessitating bringing in a new person to finish the massive volume of work. Takamiya admits there was initial anxiety, but found the collaboration between the two writers, building on existing mysteries and adding new twists, resulted in a surprisingly interesting outcome. He emphasizes that the final chapter represents the entire company coming together to complete the project. Finishing the game is seen as the culmination of the Super Robot Wars series up to that point, which is a significant statement. The page also includes a brief look back at the series' history, highlighting the evolution over 7 years, and acknowledging the 10 titles produced so far, including side stories. It touches upon the foundational games, the original Game Boy title, the sequel on the Famicom which introduced the pilot system and laid the groundwork for the ongoing story, and the third entry on the Super Famicom which refined mechanics like unit customization and scenario branching, establishing the core SRW system we know. This section concisely shows the series' growth leading up to the ambitious scale of Final Chapter. The interviews cover Super Robot Wars Final Chapter, highlighting the development challenges. Producer Takanobu Terada discusses the gamble of splitting the game, which ultimately resulted in a more refined product. Programmer Masahiro Shao recounts balancing enemy counts and overcoming obstacles, including health issues. Scenario writer Masahiko Sakata, unable to finish his work due to health, acknowledges the team's support and the effectiveness of his replacement. The team looks back at earlier series entries, mentioning Super Robot Wars X, 4th Super Robot Wars, introducing customization, the Game Boy Remake 2nd Super Robot Wars DAG, and the PlayStation port, 4th Super Robot Wars S. This article delves into the development of Super Robot Wars Final Chapter, focusing on Winkysoft's team. Key figures share insights. Scenario writer Kazuyoshi Horikawa integrated his ideas into the existing narrative. Program lead Kazuya Kusabiraki detailed the game's increased complexity and balancing challenges. 2D graphics lead Fumi Itosu discussed the large unit count and terrain effects. Atsushi Kamata, responsible for 3D graphics, highlights original movie creation, including Mazinkaiser and Great Mazinger, and a remake of the Grungast movie. The article also provides context by mentioning prior Super Robot Wars titles, including Masukishin, Shin Super Robot Taisen, and the first part of F. These games paved the way for F Final Chapter, which was released April 23, 1998, and was considered the ultimate form of the series, supported by a dedicated fanbase. This page features a special interview with Ichiro Mizuki, often called the Emperor of Anime Songs, who is also a passionate Super Robot Wars player. He dives deep into the soul and sadness of super robots and his unique singing style. Mizuki explains that his approach goes beyond just hot-blooded shouts, incorporating a sense of sorrow even in powerful songs, and he also enjoys singing comical tunes. He discusses the continued popularity of older anime songs, suggesting their straightforward nature resonates with listeners. He expresses pride that the generation who grew up with his music is now active in society, perhaps contributing to the current boom in robot-related projects. As for gaming, he confirms his love for games, revealing he spent considerable time playing Super Robot Wars Fly, taking many turns to fully explore it. The page also highlights several related music releases, including singles and albums connected to the Super Robot Spirits concert series and the Super Robot Wars franchise itself, showcasing the continued impact of Super Robot music. A picture of Mizuki and vocalist Yuka Hirayama from his school is also included. This page continues the interview with Ichiro Mizuki, the Emperor of Anison. He talks about his dedication to playing Super Robot Wars, stating he declares, "Today is the day," and plays intently. He reveals he used to ask staff at Banpresto for strategy tips. Mizuki favors units whose theme songs he sang, mentioning Mazinger Z, Gundam, and Evangelion, as particularly strong. He humorously notes that playing only Mazinger makes things difficult in space, so he raised Gundam types as well. He admits he stops just before the final ending in Super Robot Wars Final, to save the surprise for the concluding part, Super Robot Wars Final. He emphasizes that taking time with the game is rewarding. Mizuki also shares a message, expressing his desire to be a strong person who conveys something meaningful and encourages everyone to work together to build a better era. The page also features a section about Yuka Hirayama from Mizuki's vocal school, who praises his passionate teaching style. Details are provided on the Super Robot Spirits radio show, hosted by Mizuki, Hironobu Kageyama, and Masaki Endo, as well as the Super Robot Spirits Tour 98. Lastly, there's a special present, offering readers a chance to win Ichiro Mizuki's actual save data from Super Robot Wars Fry, allowing them to experience his dedicated playthrough. A screenshot of Mazinger Z's stats is shown in the corner. This guide details the original Mobile Suit Gundam anime, broadcast from April 1979 to January 1980. Created by Yoshiyuki Tomino, the series depicts the war between the Earth Federation and the Principality of Zeon, focusing on Amuro Ray and his piloting of the Gundam. The series, featuring conflicts with Char Aznable, is credited as an epoch-making robot anime. The guide also covers the re-edited theatrical films, which significantly increased the franchise's popularity and spurred the Gunpla plastic model craze. These detailed models influenced many creators in anime and games. The series, known for its realistic depiction of robots as weapons, features iconic images like the Gundam battling Azaku. The show's lasting impact on modern game culture is also noted. The guide concludes by mentioning Laserdisc releases and displaying the series' tagline, Universal Century 0079. Can you survive? This overview explores the Universal Century timeline of the Super Robot Wars franchise, focusing on sequels to the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, 1985-1986, directed by Yoshiyuki Tomino, presents a darker narrative centered on Camille Baidan's experiences during the conflict between the Titans and AEUG. The series features iconic characters like Char Aznable and Heyman Karn, and is known for its transformative Zeta Gundam mobile suit. Mobile Suit Gundam, ZZ, 1986-1987, follows, picking up after Zeta Gundam with a youthful crew led by Judao Ashita. Initially comedic, the tone shifts as the conflict with Heyman Karn's Neo Zeon intensifies. The series showcases the powerful ZZ Gundam and its unique transformations. Both series are significant evolutions within the Mobile Suit Gundam saga, highlighting advancements in storytelling and mobile suit design. Two key Mobile Suit Gundam OVAs enrich the Universal Century timeline, frequently featured in Super Robot Wars. Mobile Suit Gundam 0080, War in the Pocket, 1989, explores the one-year war through the eyes of a child, Al, as he witnesses the conflict between Zeon's Bernie and the Federation's Chris, the pilot of the Alex Gundam. Mobile Suit Gundam 0083, Stardust Memory, 1991, bridges the gap between the original Gundam and Zeta Gundam. It follows Federation pilot Ku Uraki as he pursues Zeon ace Anavel Gato, who steals the nuclear-equipped Gundam, GPO-2A. This OVA introduces powerful Gundam prototypes and reveals information about the formation of the Titans. Both OVAs are praised for expanding the Gundam universe and providing compelling side stories to the main narrative. This feature delves into the world of super robots through the lens of Super Robot Wars, focusing on two significant Gundam films. First, Mobile Suit Gundam. Char's Counterattack, 1988. Portrays the final confrontation between Amuro Ray and Char Aznable. Set in Universal Century 0093, Char leads Neo Zeon to drop an asteroid on Earth, opposed by Amuro piloting the new Gundam. The film features intense battles, character development, and early CG use. Next, Mobile Suit Gundam F91 1991, set in Universal Century 0123, introduces a new narrative with Seabook Arno piloting the experimental Gundam F91 against the Crossbone Vanguard. This film marks a shift in the Gundam universe, showcasing new characters and mobile suits. This page continues our look into the world of super robots through the lens of Super Robot Wars, focusing on two pivotal TV series. First, we have Mobile Fighter Gundam, which aired from 1994 to 1995. Set in the future century, this series departs from traditional Gundam themes to focus on the action-packed Gundam fight tournament between nations, starring protagonist Doman Kashu as he searches for the Devil Gundam. You can see the powerful Shining Gundam featured here. Next is Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, which ran from 1995 to 1996. Set in the after-colony era, it centers on 5 young pilots who bring their advanced Gundams to Earth as part of a rebellion against the Oz organization. The commentary on Wing highlights its unique appeal, particularly to female fans, due to its focus on character drama, unpredictable story, and sharp dialogue. Like Hiroyuki's memorable line, it's praised for challenging conventional ideas of justice and friendship, showcasing the growth of the pilots. The page includes art of the main characters Hiro and Relena, and the Wing Gundam itself. This page reviews Super Robot Wars' perspective on 2 Gundam series. Mobile Fighter Spig Gundam, a 15th anniversary project, is lauded for its martial arts-focused mecha combat, fresh take on Gundam lore, and battles, particularly Domenkashu vs. Master Asia. TV series availability on video and Laserdisc is mentioned. Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, Endless Waltz, a 1997 OVA sequel, is also explored. Set after the war, it features renewed conflict, the disappearance of Relena Darlian, and a colony rebellion. The review highlights the expansion of Hero's backstory, significant moments for all 5 pilots, refined mobile suit designs, and beautiful combat animation, especially Hero and Wu-Fei's fights. Product information is also provided. Finally, the page promotes Gundam the Movie merchandise, specifically a campaign offering large tapestries featuring the 5 Gundam Wing pilots, available through advance tickets. This page delves into the iconic super robot anime Mazinger Z. Running from December 1972 to September 1974, the series tells the story of Koji Kabuto, who pilots the powerful robot Mazinger Z, built from super alloy Z and powered by photon power, to fight the machine beasts of Dr. Hell and his ancient Mycenaean Empire legacy. The premise highlights the battle between science and the occult, asking what awaits Koji in his struggle. The commentary section praises Mazinger Z for its groundbreaking concept of the hero directly piloting the giant robot, a departure from previous anime. It notes the influence of creators Go Nagai and Dynamic Pro, the compelling machine beast designs, and the captivating superweapons used by Mazinger Z. The innovation of Super Alloy Z became so popular it became a trademark for die-cast toys, and the series continues to be celebrated decades later. Images show Mazinger Z with Koji and Sayaka, the robot's cockpit, the Pilder, and a dynamic shot of Mazinger Z unleashing an attack. Finally, there's information on home video releases for the Mazinger and Getter series, noting their shared origins and frequent pairings in theatrical films. This includes details and cover art for Mazinger Z TV series, LD box sets and video volumes, as well as an LD release for the film Mazinger Z vs. the Great General of Darkness. This page introduces Great Mazinger, the sequel to the popular Mazinger Z, which aired from 1974 to 1975. Following the defeat of Mazinger Z by the revived Mycenaean Empire, Great Mazinger is revealed, built by Koji Kabuto's father, Drive Kenzo Kabuto, and piloted by Koji's adopted brother, Tetsuya Tsurugi. The series features a sharper robot design and portrays Tetsuya as a trained warrior from the start, leading to more intense battles against the clearly organized enemy forces. The page notes the expanded Mazinger universe, including series like Grendizer, and highlights Mazinkaiser from the Super Robot Wars final game as a successor to the TV anime Mazinger. Images depict Great Mazinger facing off against the Mycenaean general, and in dynamic combat. Details are also provided on home video releases for the Great Mazinger TV series and related films. This page dives into the legendary Getter Robo series, starting with the original Getter Robo, which aired from 1974 to 1975. This groundbreaking series is celebrated as the first combining robot anime, where 3 young pilots, Ryoma Nagare, Hayato Jin, and Musashi Tomoe, combine their Getter machines to form the versatile Getter Robo, capable of transforming into Getter 1, Getter 2, and Getter 3, to combat the dinosaur empire. The page points out the show's significant influence on later robot anime, particularly in developing character-driven drama alongside the action. Following immediately in 1975, the sequel Getter Robo G introduced the formidable Hayaki Empire as the new threat. After Musashi's tragic sacrifice, Benkei Kuruma joins Ryoma and Hayato, piloting the more powerful Getter Robo G, which transforms into Getter Dragon, Getter Liger, and Getter Poseidon. Getter Robo G is highlighted as a stronger follow-up, featuring even higher quality animation, especially in its dynamic fight sequences, and deepening the portrayal of the young pilots. The page showcases iconic images of the robots and their teams, alongside details on video releases, making these classic super robot adventures available for fans. This page announces the highly anticipated OVA series, Change! Shin Getter Robo The Last Day of the World, scheduled for release starting August 25, 1998, from Bandai Visual. Directed by Yasuhiro Imagawa, known for his work on titles like Giant Robo and Mobile Fighter Gundam, this project promises a new Getter world, drawing inspiration from Ken Ishikawa's manga version of Shin Getter Robo, which first appeared in the Super Robot Wars series. The OVA adaptation brings the ultimate Getter to life, described as a Getter that surpassed Getter. While its design is reminiscent of its manga and game appearances, there's a hint that its transformation method might be different. The first volume includes the initial episode and is noted for its accessible price of 1,500 yen, excluding tax, for a 30-minute OVA. Adding to the excitement, the page teases the appearance of the original Getter and Getter DAG robots alongside Shin Getter, leaving fans curious about their roles in this new story. The page features dynamic artwork of Shin Getter Robo and a lineup showcasing the classic Getter forms, Getter 1, Getter 2, Getter 3, and the Getter G forms, Getter Dragon, Getter Liger, Getter Poseidon, presenting them as the forces of the new Getter and Getter G. A sidebar also briefly touches upon related Super Robot Wars, Fly Final content, and merchandise. This page delves into two influential classic mecha anime series, Invincible Steelman Daytarn 3 and Space Runaway Ideon. First up is Daytarn 3, which aired after Invincible Superman Zambot 3. It's highlighted for its shift to a more exhilarating, action-packed tone. Following the adventures of the wild young protagonist Banjo Haran, living in a mansion with two beautiful women and a butler, Banjo battles the meganoids created by his father. The summary notes the show's humor and action, suggesting it could almost be seen as a robot anime take on Batman. The iconic finishing move, the Sun Attack, is also mentioned. The page includes details on its Laserdisc release. Below, Space Runaway Ideon is featured. This series, directed by the same Yoshiyuki Tomino who directed Mobile Suit Gundam, is described as having a much bleaker and more dramatic story. It focuses on the conflict between humanity and the Buff Clan, triggered by the discovery of the powerful giant robot Ideon on the planet Solo. The page emphasizes the tragic and violent nature of the narrative, which sparked debate among fans but also garnered passionate support. Information regarding its Laserdisc releases, including both the TV series and the movie versions, Contact and Activation, is also present. Both entries showcase key art and screenshots, reminding fans why these foundational robot anime series continue to appear in crossover games. This page continues the feature on classic Super Robot anime, presenting three more iconic series that have appeared in various crossover games, including many on the SEGA Saturn. First up is Combattler V, a groundbreaking series known for its 5 separate machines combining into the giant robot. It details the battle against the alien Cambellians who invade Earth from underground. The article highlights the series' blend of intense robot action and character drama centered around the 5 young pilots, noting its immense popularity led to successful toy lines. Below that is Gashogun. This series is described as a standout robot anime focusing on character development and a mystery surrounding a powerful energy source called Beamler. It follows a team of 3 young heroes fighting against a secret organization. The summary points out the show leaned more into character drama than pure robot action, making the distinct personalities of the pilots a key element. Finally, the page features Dan Cougar. This series is noted for its unique concept of 4 transforming beast machines that combine into the giant robot, powered by the pilot's intense emotions, specifically, rage. It chronicles the team's fight against the Muxobados Empire, emphasizing a more realistic depiction of mecha combat and warfare for its time, and mentions the popularity leading to over-releases. These titles are all mainstays of the Super Robot Wars franchise, where their unique designs and special moves are brought to life on systems like the Saturn. This article explores 2 classic Super Robot animes frequently featured in the Super Robot Wars games, Aura Battler Dunbine and Heavy Metal LGAIM. Dunbine, a 1983-84 series, follows Sho Zama, transported to the fantasy realm of Byston Well, where he pilots the Aura Battler. Directed by Yoshiyuki Tomino, it blends fantasy with robot action, influencing mecha anime with its Western fantasy elements. LGAIM, airing from 1984-85, features Daba Myrode's fight against the Poseidal Empire using the LGAIM heavy metal robot. The series emphasizes character development and a mysterious energy source, with stylish mecha designs. Both series are praised for their unique designs and character-driven narratives, and are core entries in the Super Robot Wars franchise. This page continues the look at iconic anime series featured in the Super Robot Wars franchise, focusing on 2 absolute classics, Neon Genesis, Evangelion, and Gunbuster. The main section details the groundbreaking TV series Neon Genesis Evangelion, which originally aired from late 1995 to early 1996. It introduces the premise of mysterious angels attacking Tokyo 3 and humanity's defense, using the Evangelion units, piloted by characters like Shinji Ikari, Rei Ayanami, Unit 00, and Asuka Langley Soryu, Unit 02. The text highlights the series' deep psychological exploration of its characters, and its significant cultural and economic impact, extending beyond just anime fans. It shows screenshots of key moments and mecha designs, emphasizing the dramatic battles and unique look of the Evas and Angels. The lower section covers the classic 1988 OVA series, Aim for the Top. Gunbuster. Directed by Hideaki Anno. Like Evangelion, this series follows Noriko Takaya as she trains to become a space pilot to fight alien monsters alongside her idol Kazumi Amano. The article mentions its enduring popularity and status as a seminal Gainax work, noted for its blend of intense action, sci-fi concepts, and dramatic character arcs, culminating in the powerful Gunbuster robot. It provides character art and a dynamic shot of the combined Gunbuster. Both series are highlighted as key reasons for the Super Robot Wars franchise's success and appeal, bringing diverse and popular robot action into the game universe. This page presents a special interview with acclaimed mechanical designer Hajime Katoki, where he discusses his foundational influences and his perspective on super robots, especially concerning the Super Robot Wars franchise. Katoki talks about how the evolution seen in series like Mazinger Z and Great Mazinger, and the progression in designs like those from XA Bungle and LGAIM, informed his view on mecha design generations. He contrasts this with the concept of design inflation, which he felt was present in some series, like Getter Robo. He highlights his appreciation for the Pilder from Mazinger Z and the Core Fighter from Gundam, noting how the idea of a smaller vehicle docking to become the cockpit adds a layer of realism compared to instantly being inside a giant robot. The interview also confirms his significant contribution to the Super Robot Wars series, specifically designing the Huckabine, the original main protagonist unit for Super Robot Wars Flight, and its complete edition. The page features illustrations of the Huckabine and a reference image showing the Pilder/Core Fighter concept, along with a photo of Hajime Katoki. Legendary mecha designer Hajime Katoki discusses his design philosophy, focusing on his passion for spirited, combining robots, heavily influencing his work on the Super Robot Wars series. He draws from his experience designing for various Gundam series, including 0083, Victory, Gundam, and Wing. Katoki believes realism in mecha design depends on the work's tone. He appreciates the super deformed style within Super Robot Wars, finding it suitable for the series. The interview highlights his creation, the SRX, from Super Robot Wars F/Complete Box, emphasizing its three-part combination as a core design element reflecting his love for dynamic combining robots. The page also features a profile of Katoki's career across anime, games, and arcade titles. This page showcases the exciting world of Super Robot Wars characters, branching out into the hobby scene, specifically focusing on prize items found in crane games and vending machines from Banpresto. It's highlighted that these items weren't typically sold in stores, making them rare grabs for dedicated fans. Several lines of merchandise are featured. The Hot-Blooded collection consists of popular keychain figures released in multiple waves from late 1996 through 1998, featuring iconic mecha like Mazinger Z, Getter Robo, various Gundam units, Evangelion units, and even the impressive SRX, a key machine discussed by designer Hajime Katoki on the previous page. Special collections offered variations like metallic finishes, making them highly sought after. Also shown are the Lucky Sound piggy banks, which brought the game's famous voice-acted attack cries to life. These piggy banks, released in 3 volumes, would play character lines, like Mazinger Z's rocket punch sound, when money was inserted, adding a fun, interactive element. Finally, the page previews the Hot-Blooded Alloy series. These were highly anticipated die-cast metal figures, aiming for a premium feel that lived up to the Super Alloy legacy, planned for release in August 1998. The article encourages players to keep an eye on prize machines to snag these coveted, weighty figures. This page delves deeper into the popular Super Robot Wars franchise, shifting focus from the games themselves to the highly sought-after merchandise available through arcade prize machines, primarily from Banpresto. It highlights the nature of these items as exclusive to crane games and vending machines, making older releases particularly hard to come by. Featured prominently are the Gacha King figures, small collectible figures available in bronze and colored versions, with keychains arriving later. Obtaining these required luck at a roulette-style machine. The Poster Dream section showcases a range of eye-catching posters featuring iconic mecha from the series, including Neon Genesis Evangelion, Mobile Suit Z Gundam, Mazinger Z, and the impressive SRX, which was a hot topic on the previous page, emphasizing the breadth of the Super Robot Wars universe. The Character Collection Action Robo figures are presented as articulated, realistic prize items from Crane Games, offering a more dynamic collectible. Finally, the page previews metal accessories, stylish metal rings featuring designs based on Mazinger and Getter Robo, noting their popularity and the competitive nature of trying to win them. This page really underscores how Super Robot Wars extended beyond the console to become a major cultural force, with diverse merchandise appealing to fans. This page continues the exploration of merchandise related to the Super Robot Wars universe and classic mecha. It showcases several distinct lines of collectible items available to fans. First up is the Bandai Gashapon HG series, featuring small, affordable figures obtained from capsule machines. The page displays figures from the Super Robot Wars Complete Collection releases, including various Getter Robo forms, Getter 1, 2, 3, Dragon, Liger, Poseidon, Mazinger Z, Great Mazinger, and Combattler V, highlighting the range of robots available. Moving to higher-end collectibles, the Bandai Soul of Chogokin series is presented. This line of die-cast metal figures is aimed at adults, with the initial release of Mazinger Z being highly popular and quickly selling out. The upcoming Great Mazinger is also noted. The page then shifts focus slightly to model kits, with Bandai's 1/100th Master Grade line, famous for its detailed Mobile Suit Gundam kits. The iconic RX-782 Gundam and Char's custom Zaku 2 are shown, emphasizing the intricate design and internal mechanics of these popular plastic models. Finally, the Kyoto 20cm soft vinyl series is introduced. These are larger soft vinyl figures that come as assembly kits, offering a different kind of building and collecting experience. Featured robots include Getter Dragon, Legend Giant Ideon, and Gunbuster. Overall, this page illustrates the diverse range of merchandise available, from small capsule toys to premium die-cast figures and detailed model kits, catering to various tastes and budgets of mecha fans. The next page continues our deep dive into the world of super robots, as seen through the lens of Super Robot Wars. Picking up on the merchandise theme from the previous page, this section introduces the larger Kyoto Mega Soft Vinyl series. These are significant assembly kits, standing around 50 centimeters tall, offering a substantial presence compared to the 20 centimeters kits we just looked at. Featured here are figures of Great Mazinger, Getter 1, and the iconic Evangelion Unit 01. Below, clear images showcase these impressive figures alongside Mazinger Z and Combattler versus from other series, giving a good look at their sculpts. Finally, the page details a fantastic giveaway for readers. You have a chance to win a variety of Super Robot Wars related goods and other mecha items, including game data packs, various Crane game prizes featuring popular robots, posters, and even highly detailed 1/100th Master Grade model kits from the Mobile Suit Gundam series, like the RX-782 Gundam and Char's Zaku 2. It's a great opportunity for fans to grab some cool collectibles. The next page dives into the highly popular tactical adventure game, Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die. It kicks off with a detailed strategy guide, focusing on the challenging Tsuchigumo boss battle, highlighting the game's continued success and the need for skilled play to conquer its intricate scenarios. Below, a character profile introduces Fujieda Kaede, the younger sister of the legendary Ayame Fujieda. Kaede takes up the important role of Imperial Combat Review Vice Commander, stepping into a position previously left vacant. Her profile details are provided, including age, birthday, and physical attributes, confirming her significant appearance in the third chapter. Finally, a scoop section reveals the existence of difficult-to-find chain events, hidden within the game's free movement segments. These events are available for all characters and require specific conditions to trigger. The page illustrates Oriheim's chain event, showing how visiting the same location repeatedly can unlock these special scenes, adding a layer of depth for dedicated players seeking to uncover all the game's secrets. Scene 1 of Sakura Wars 2 sees the Hanagumi rushing to Sumaira's aid at the Kanzaki estate, where she faces an unwanted political marriage. A brawl with the Kanzaki family's guards ensues. Ogami is faced with a difficult decision by Sumaira's grandfather, Gion, who threatens to withdraw financial support for the Imperial Combat Review if Ogami doesn't leave quietly. Character profiles of the Kanzaki family are introduced. As the crisis unfolds, the Black Oni Society attacks. Kaede arrives with the upgraded Kubukai units. Ogami must choose between a swift attack on the enemy and prioritizing the safety of civilians, setting the stage for the impending battle. Scene 2 of Sakura Wars 2 features a battle at the Kanzaki estate against the Black Oni Society. The mission's objective and strategy hinge on the player's choice in the previous scene. Choosing to defeat the enemy first leads to a fast-paced offensive, focused on quickly eliminating all enemies by utilizing combined attacks with Kana and Sumire. High trust levels with these characters are crucial for success. Alternatively, prioritize civilian safety results in a defensive battle, requiring players to protect civilians or hold out for a specified duration. This strategy necessitates a different approach, such as a mountain formation. This battle also marks Kana and Sumire's debut on the combat roster. Kana's actions at the start can even alter the map layout. The page acts as a strategic guide, detailing how player decisions impact gameplay. This page provides an in-depth look at utilizing combined attacks with Sumire and Kana during the Kanzaki estate battle in Sakura Wars 2. As previously mentioned, these attacks are key in this mission. Sumire's combined attack, based on her Kanzaka-style flowing dance, unleashes a wide-area explosive floral vortex, while Kana's, based on her Tushin Ryu Karate, Wolf-Tiger Annihilation, merges her tiger-like strength with Ogami's wolf-like power to create a powerful wave attack. Using these potent combined abilities requires specific conditions. The two units must be adjacent, both characters need full spirit, and importantly, they must have good compatibility, stemming from high trust levels. The page notes that the main characters for this episode are Ogami, Sumire, and Kana. Beyond combat strategy, the page highlights various events that can occur during the battle. These include Sumire's Great Revival event relating to her return and financial situation, a secret talk with Kana potentially influenced by Sumire's previous conversation about arranged marriage, and even a Sumire versus Kana competition, where the character who defeats more enemies in 2 turns wins. There are also events that trigger just before victory and when the battle concludes, which can vary depending on how objectives were met. These character interactions add depth and flavor to the gameplay. This page details Scene 3 in Sakura Wars 2, focusing on the intense boss battle against Tsuchigumo, the enchantress wielding 6 arms, and her formidable mech, the Masuki-hei Hayu. Your primary objective is to destroy this spider-like mech. The strategy involves first eliminating the numerous surrounding enemy units, the Wakijin Kai. While plentiful, clearing them can make the main boss battle more manageable than previous encounters. Once the support units are gone, the focus shifts entirely to Tsuchigumo and the Heiyu mech. Beware Tsuchigumo's devastating special attack, Kyuin Reitara, which unleashes evil waves in all 8 directions. This move is particularly dangerous, described as being able to cut flesh and bone, making unit placement crucial to avoid its wide area of effect, especially for characters with lower defense. Just like the previous missions, combined and special attacks remain highly effective against the boss here. The game ensures your spirit is fully recovered when Heiyu appears, making it easy to unleash these powerful techniques without needing to build up spirit beforehand. Utilizing combined attacks early after clearing the surrounding enemies is recommended to quickly surround Tsuchigumo and secure victory. The page also includes snippets of Tsuchigumo's dialogue, revealing her cruel and distorted perspective on battle. This page continues the guide for Sakura Wars 2, picking up after the previous battle. Scene 4 details the aftermath, where the easy victory might hide something deeper, but the Flower Division is celebrating. Sumire has returned, and the team is invigorated, receiving a steady stream of good news, suggesting their financial troubles might be easing. Character interactions like Kana and Sumire sparring verbally are highlighted, along with a triumphant group victory pose. Adding to the positive developments, Kaede Fujieda, sister of the late Ayame Fujieda, is introduced as the new vice commander, stepping into a vital role previously vacant. However, just as things look up, the page hints at a new incident occurring, disrupting the period of calm and celebration. Further good news arrives, with the announcement of Commander Yoneda's recovery, a report that brings joy to the team, especially Iris. While not yet out of bed, his condition is improving, and the Flower Division plans to visit him soon. Finally, the guide covers the success of the Imperial Theater's stage performance, King Lear. Despite a small mishap with Sumire and Kana fighting on stage, the audience loved it, and the play was a great success, helping the theater financially. Witnessing this, and the team's ability to overcome challenges together, Ogami gains renewed confidence in their bond and strength. This page features a special report on the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, which is reported to be 65% complete and finally appearing. This port of the highly popular Mega CD RPG is being presented as a complete version, adding new episodes not present in the original, and featuring anime scenes enhanced to theatrical movie quality. The report states the game is set for release on July 23rd at a price of 6,800 yen, spread across 2 credrons. The page highlights Lucia, the beautiful girl who holds the key to the story, pondering why she landed on Lunar. She is described as a mysterious figure from a blue star, whose only stated goal is to meet Althena. Being socially awkward and prone to strange behavior, she remains the central focus of the narrative, even if the player doesn't directly control her until later. Attention is also drawn to the detailed facial expressions in the Saturn version, with over 200 prepared to match the scenes. Lucia's expressions are noted to become richer as the story unfolds. The page includes striking artwork of Lucia, the game's title, and several portraits showcasing her various expressions. This page continues the in-depth look at Lunar 2, Eternal Blue for the Sega Saturn, highlighting the protagonist hero. He's introduced as a bright, active young man from the borderlands, raised in isolation but possessing a straightforward nature, whose journey begins after meeting Lucia. The report then declares that the game's graphics, direction, and newly introduced systems offer plenty to see, significantly powering up the experience. While the core scenarios remain unchanged from the Mega CD original, the Saturn version deepens the episodes for each party member. The anime scenes are particularly lauded, entirely redrawn from storyboards by the renowned Toshiyuki Kubuka. The effort is evident, with over double the animation frames of a standard OVA, resulting in quality comparable to theatrical anime, even incorporating CG elements. Battles also receive a significant boost in both graphics and content. Backgrounds are crafted from detailed illustrations, with nearly 50 different patterns. Magic effects are much flashier, and some attacks even utilize graphic scaling for added impact. A major new feature is the crest system. This allows characters to equip crests obtained during their journey, granting them access to corresponding magic. For instance, Hero can use fire magic by equipping a fire crest, even though he normally can't. Characters can equip 2 crests, enabling the use of individual elemental magic or even powerful combined spells, adding a new layer of strategic depth to combat. The report notes that some non-magic crests can also grant special abilities. The provided text summarizes the Saturn version of Lunar 2, Eternal Blue. It details the game's opening, showcasing Hiro and Ruby's initial adventure, including exploration, treasure, and a dragon battle. The core of the text is an interview with Tomonori Sugiyama, discussing the game's development. Production is nearing completion, with improved graphics based on hand-drawn anime art. Compared to the Mega CD original, the Saturn version boasts cleaner graphics, full anime cutscenes, an expanded crest system for magic, and a combat system similar to Lunar, Silver Star Story, allowing for battle avoidance. Faster game speed and voiced battle commands are also key improvements. The aim was to create a superior experience by combining the best aspects of the Saturn Silver Star Story and the Mega CD Eternal Blue, while staying true to the original Lunar world. An illustration of the main characters is included. This page continues the story walkthrough for Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, picking up after Hiro and Ruby's initial adventure. It details key plot points, characters, and locations. The section titled Anomaly describes Hiro returning home and encountering Leo, who is seeking help from the archaeologist Gwyn to enter the Blue Spire. Gwyn proves uncooperative, but with gems from Gwyn and Hiro, the spire's entrance is opened just as a mysterious anomaly occurs, and a massive pillar of light is absorbed by the tower. Under encounter, Hiro and Ruby explore the Blue Spire, where they investigate a device that teleports them to a strange area containing a glowing crystal. From this crystal emerges Lucia. As they take her home, she collapses under a curse, and seemingly inanimate stone statues at the spire's entrance come to life, attacking them. The departure section highlights the next step in the journey. To break Lucia's curse, Hiro must seek out Ronfar, a former priest turned gambler and old friend of Leo. Initially dismissive, Ronfar is moved by Hiro's plea and agrees to help. Screenshots depict Ronfar's home and the shrine, where Lucia's curse is to be broken. The page also notes the arrival of the dragon vehicle, piloted by the White Dragon Lord, which aids Hiro and Ruby by dealing with the attacking guardians. This section establishes Ronfar as a key ally in the unfolding adventure. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn tactical simulation RPG, Wakenroder, scheduled for release in summer 1998 for 5,800 yen, suitable for one player and recommended for all ages. It presents a special report offering more details on the game's intricate world setting and main characters, which have generated significant buzz since the initial announcement. The stage is set on the isolated Edward Island, sealed off by fog. Once part of a continent, the island was separated due to a rampaging ancient nuclear fusion reactor during a period of advanced civilization. The remnants of this civilization sealed the island to protect its secrets. Centuries later, a distinct culture has emerged, dominated by machinery and industry, representing the peak and subsequent decline of an industrial revolution. Some ancient survivors remain as feared observers. The page details the 6 cities on Edward Island. 3 years prior, a great catastrophe caused geological changes and abnormal weather, leading to desertification. Most citizens now reside in the cities, though some communities of recluses and those in forbidden zones exist. Illustrations show different city landscapes. 2 characters are highlighted. Lucian Taylor, a 20-year-old from the slums seeking revenge for his twin sister, who is described as immune to society's darker aspects due to his upbringing and somewhat solitary. The other is Carol Mew, the 17-year-old queen, raised protected and naive yet brave, and trained in martial arts. Character artwork accompanies their descriptions. This page continues the special report on Walkenroder, diving deeper into the tragic motivation behind the protagonist, Lucian Taylor. Titled, "Industrial Pollution Drove a Girl to Death," it reveals that Lucian had a twin sister who suffered from an incurable illness preventing her from being exposed to sunlight, caused by toxic wastewater from a heavy water treatment plant. She passed away at the age of 16. The page shares a poignant moment between the siblings, where Lucian, born healthy, read her stories of knights and princesses. To his sister, who longed for a knight, he promised he would become one for her. Tragically, she died before he could fulfill this promise. Now 20, Lucian is driven by a profound, helpless rage against the injustice of the world, setting out on his journey for revenge against Duren, the person responsible for the plant's pollution. The page also provides brief profiles of 4 of Edward Island's 6 cities. Saito, the vibrant city of entertainment and arts. Endo, the city of mechanical engineering and thermodynamics, the industrial heartland. Boto, the steel industry city known for its weapon production. And Kato, the mystical city of water, noted for its ancient ruins and eccentric inhabitants. The unique artistic style is credited to Range Murata for character design and illustration, and Yoshitoshi Abe for image illustration. This page features a special report on High School Terra Story, a bishoujo romance simulation game developed by Kid. Described as focusing on the theme of pure love, the game aims to deliver a sweet yet poignant experience. Unlike many romance simulations where the player typically dates multiple girls, High School Terra Story centers around pursuing a single love interest, highlighting this as a key difference. The report introduces the game's concept and features illustrations of some of the main female characters. It also touches upon an interesting narrative element involving a character who acts as a love advisor after appearing unexpectedly, adding a unique twist to the romantic pursuits. The game is set to be released this summer for 5,800 yen and is recommended for players aged 18 and over. This page continues the deep dive into High School Terra Story, introducing 2 of the key heroines the player can pursue. First up is Misa, the beautiful girl the protagonist is smitten with upon first sight. She attends the prestigious Holy Moon Academy, known for being an all-girls school, and is described as a sheltered young lady who has never even dated a boy. Her defenses are high, making it difficult to even talk to her. But the protagonist is determined to make her his girlfriend. Character data shows she is 162 centimeters tall and weighs 48 kilograms, with measures of B86, W58, H86, and is voiced by Okamoto Maya. The images show her waiting in the rain and enjoying a night date. Next is Arina, the protagonist's childhood friend and classmate at Mayuzuki Academy. She harbors secret feelings for the protagonist, but her tomboyish nature prevents her from confessing. She ends up acting as the protagonist's love advisor, a role that allows their close relationship to gradually evolve into love. The description notes that their relationship deepens through this consultation form of dating. Rina's character data lists her height at 158 centimeters, weight at 46 kilograms, and measures of B82, W58, H86. Her voice actress is Kanai Mika. Illustrations show Rina looking at couples in a park, having fun at the arcade, playing a claw machine, and relaxing. The feature highlights her bright and energetic personality, suggesting her presence can make worries disappear. This page continues exploring the potential romantic interests in high school terror story, introducing 4 more heroines for the protagonist to pursue. First is a pure girl, who hides her shyness by acting like a delinquent, attending a commercial high school. Despite appearances, she has a genuinely innocent heart. Below her is a Kaneki, featured with a cute smile, and the text suggests a significant moment where she visits the protagonist's room, leading to them confirming their feelings. On the right is Juri, a nurse who is depicted in stark contrast between her professional uniform and revealing black lingerie, implying a steamy encounter in the hospital setting where you first meet her. Her profile description notes how well the word bewitching suits her. Finally, we meet Saki, Aki's older sister. She's portrayed as a college student with the charm of an adult woman, possessing a beautiful figure like a model. While she seems to have no shortage of romantic partners, she's described as being unsatisfied with her current relationships and is actively seeking true love. This page introduces potential romantic interests from high school terror story. Chiho, a shy second-year student at Kisaragi Academy, is surprisingly bold in love and needs protection. Mimi, a lively and energetic first-year student, has a childish side and insecurities about her body. Asu, a dedicated swimmer, prioritizes club activities over romance, leaving the possibility of her abandoning all if love blossomed. Finally, an unnamed girl is shown in a bath and a profile shot, hinting at a more provocative interaction with the protagonist, described as completely lacking manliness. This page features the SEGA Saturn game Revolutionary Girl Utena, Someday Revolutionized Story. Prominently displayed are vibrant illustrations of characters from the series, including Utena Tenju, Anthy Himemiya, and others, alongside screenshots from the game itself. The article focuses on the core gameplay mechanic, a parameter called nobility of heart. This stat is crucial for Utena and other main characters, influencing how events unfold in the game's choice-based adventure structure. The game utilizes a gauge to show changes in this parameter, which can increase or decrease depending on the player's actions. The nobility of heart is presented as more than just a measure of affection towards characters. It dictates the occurrence of private events. The article emphasizes that maintaining a high nobility of heart is ultimately important, especially for achieving the game's final romantic endings. It suggests focusing intently on your chosen target if you aim for a romantic conclusion, as strong bonds are necessary, and the nobility of heart is essential for those specific routes. Details provided indicate the game was developed by SEGA, released on May 28, and is a one-player adventure game suitable for all ages, priced at 6,800 yen across 2 discs. The narrative seems to reveal more of its core story after the second day of gameplay, breaking down initial mysteries. This page delves into the human relationships and story setup of the Revolutionary Girl Utena, Someday Revolutionized Story game, framed for players new to the Utena universe. The game presents an entirely original story, diverging from the TV series and manga, placing the player in the role of a relatable transfer student from a typical background. The narrative begins on the protagonist's first day at Otori Academy, where she quickly becomes involved in the mysterious dueling game and the secrets of the Rose Bride. Key characters introduced include Utena Tenju, the lively duelist and Rose Bride fiancé, and Anthy Himemiya, her gentle counterpart, both of whom become the protagonist's classmates and roommates. Other important figures detailed are Akio Otori, the Academy's acting chairman who initiated the protagonist's transfer, and Sanjoin Chigusa, a new character exclusive to the game whose connection to a 15-year mystery is highlighted. The page also introduces members of the student council and duelist system, such as the charismatic Tuga Kiryu, the aggressive yet gentle Kyoichi Sayonji, the skilled but heartbroken Juri Arisugawa, and the musically talented Miki Kaoru, all of whom play significant roles in the story and the protagonist's journey. Screenshots showcase character interactions and environments within the game, giving a glimpse into the visual novel-style gameplay and the intricate web of relationships the player will navigate. The next page continues exploring the start of the Revolutionary Girl Utena, Someday Revolutionized Story game, focusing on the protagonist's second day at Otori Academy and the deepening mystery surrounding the new character, Sanjoin Chigusa. On the second morning, the protagonist encounters Chigusa again, this time presented as a student returning after a long absence due to illness. However, she seems identical to the mysterious woman met the previous day, yet she denies knowing the protagonist, adding to the intrigue. The page highlights choices the player makes during the day, such as deciding who to eat lunch with. Options include eating outside with Utina and Anthe or in the cafeteria, emphasizing the importance of these interactions for building relationships and uncovering secrets. Gameplay moments like encountering Anthe's unusually structured bento lunch or a humorous attempt to get a banana from Choo Choo are also detailed. The protagonist's morning conversation options are shown, allowing players to reflect on characters met the previous day and gather information from Wakaba, known for being well-informed. Further interactions with Chigusa reveal her strange reactions when topics like her father or a fencing saber are mentioned, hinting at her connection to the game's core mystery and potentially the protagonist's own past or family. Screenshots illustrate classroom scenes, lunch choices, and character portraits, providing a visual look at the game's story progression and character interactions. The protagonist explores clubs at Otori Academy, with choices affecting the day's events. Visiting the fencing club offers practice with Juri or Mikaki, each with unique outcomes like a shower room invitation, or an infirmary visit, and a Kozue encounter. The newspaper club reveals a cryptic article about the old fencing ground, now in ruins, linking to events 15 years prior and hinting at Sanjo and Chigusa's involvement. The literature club features Chigusa researching old student rosters, deepening the mystery surrounding her. A tense showdown at the kendo club between Saionji and Chigusa, armed with a fencing foil, ends with Saionji's defeat, showcasing Chigusa's skill and enigmatic nature. The day concludes, promising further mysteries. This page gives us a special report on Shadows of the Tusk, a character battle simulation game from Hudson. It pits warriors and creatures against each other on a 5x5 grid battlefield. The core gameplay revolves around building a deck of characters, each with unique abilities, which fundamentally changes your strategy in every battle. Your starting characters form a deck, initially only 3 units strong, but you gain more allies as you win battles. Deck building is crucial, as the game states victory is 70% determined by your deck configuration. You use an edit screen to assign characters to either initial placement or summon stock. You start with 30 mana, which is used to summon characters and activate skills. More powerful characters cost more mana. The total mana cost of your initial placement characters cannot exceed 30. Any characters not placed initially go into your summon stock, available for summoning later during the battle using mana. A key strategic element is turn order, which is determined by how much mana you have left after the initial placement phase. The player with more remaining mana goes first. This creates a fascinating dynamic. Do you spend heavily on powerful starting units and risk going second? Or field fewer, cheaper units initially, to ensure you take the first turn with leftover mana for quick reinforcements? The page emphasizes that going first is advantageous. This system adds a deep layer of strategy to deck building beyond just unit composition. This page details the crucial resource of mana and combat mechanics in Shadows of the Tusk. Mana is primarily gained by occupying special mana areas on the 5x5 battle grid at the start of your turn. These areas provide +1 or +5 mana, with the square your leader occupies being a vital +5 point. Controlling the opponent's base also yields a significant +1/5 mana per turn. Beyond the grid, certain characters can generate mana through their abilities, such as Shenna, who gains +1 mana every turn, or others who gain mana based on damage dealt. Mana is essential for activating character skills, while standard attacks only consume action points, AP. Without sufficient mana, you cannot use powerful skills. Combat involves moving and attacking, and you have the freedom to choose the order of these actions: move, then attack, attack, then move, etc. A key rule is that opponents do not counterattack during your turn, allowing for strategic positioning after attacking. Characters have relatively low HP and no defensive items, making careful planning and tactical movement crucial. The game ends when one player's leader is defeated. If neither leader falls within 30 turns, the first player is declared the loser. This highlights the importance of protecting your leader and managing resources effectively to secure victory. Shadows of the Tusk offers several game modes. Upon registering, players receive 3 starting characters and begin with Richard's army characters in deck construction. Story mode is recommended for beginners, offering a fixed character acquisition progression. Practice mode uses random decks against Richard's army, while anti-mode involves high-stakes battles with all characters and losing a character upon defeat. Versus mode allows friend battles using cartridge data, and X-Band mode provides online battles. Level 1, Ancient Ruins, sees Richard, Shenna, and Zadok strategizing before a battle against Tusker. Winning this battle unlocks the Guardian character. Later characters include Rebecca, with the Excalibur ability, Kendra, with the Fiery Fool skill, and Zigger, a Tusker-modified insectoid with the Burning Fire ability. This page delves into the next two stages of the game featured previously. Level 2, titled Castletown, sees Richard and his allies following Tuskar through time. Guided by Zadok and the Book of Prophecy, they seek a time gate mentioned within its pages. Their journey takes them to a church in the Castletown, where they gain Rebecca as a new companion. Following this, Level 3, Temple Rooftop, involves obtaining the Book of Time with Rebecca's assistance. Their next objective is to locate another sage needed for time travel, as 3 are required, but they currently only have Zadok and Guardian. This leads them to a temple where Celeste is being held. On the rooftop, they face a powerful battle against Maximilian, a complicated character with a tragic past who ultimately spares them. After the battle, Celeste, a priestess with potent healing abilities, joins their ranks, proving to be a valuable ally. The page also details the stats and special moves for Maximilian, Celeste, and the enemy Creeper, hinting at their roles and abilities in combat. They continue to gather allies as they push towards Tuskar's time stronghold. This page presents a detailed look at Shining Force 2I, Scenario 2, Child of Destiny. It introduces the key players and factions involved in this installment of the epic simulation RPG series. Featured prominently are characters from the Empire. We see the menacing Imperial Direct Unit Rhineblood and a portrait of the Emperor Dominart himself. The forces of the First Prince Majesty are introduced, including Majesty, his owl strategist Bresby, and Generals Spirited and Franz. The focus then shifts to the Third Prince Medion's army, showing Prince Medion, Knight Campbell, and strategist Grantak. Other allies like the Sorcerer Synthesis and Monk Yuriudo are also depicted. The text explains that this scenario centers on the Third Prince Medion's journey. While the Republic is struggling with famine and internal strife, the seemingly dominant empire is actually facing a volatile power struggle over the imperial succession. This internal conflict is hinted at as the enemy within. The page also includes basic game information, noting it's a simulation RPG for the SEGA Saturn released on April 29th, priced at 4,800 yen for a single player. A special report badge indicates a 100% completion level, suggesting an in-depth preview or review of the game content. Shining Force 3 Scenario 2 introduces Prince Arrogant's forces, who defy Prince Medion. Key figures include Generals Cruel, Cunning, Gazelle, Proud, and Strategist Fidelity, formerly a trusted Imperial Guard general. Hidden Yashia, a mysterious ninja, also appears. The page recaps Scenario 1's events: the Destonian Empire and Aspinian Republic's conflict, the Emperor's kidnapping, and Synbios's efforts to protect the king. After fighting the cult and facing rebels, Synbios learns crucial information, seeking help. The Imperial army advances, and a mysterious threat arises before time is stopped by Sage Ishahakat, passing the mission to the next generation. The page features portraits from Scenario 1 of Synbios, Dantares, Masculine, Grace, King, Benetram, and Julian, along with a map detailing troop movements. This page details the fundamental systems of Shining Force 3, covering both town activities and the tactical battle system. In towns, players can manage their team, buy and sell items, organize inventory, save progress, and explore. A helpful navigation feature in Scenario 2 points you towards key facilities. You can also find hidden items by searching barrels, boxes, and chests, and learn more about characters encountered by checking the Character Encyclopedia. The battle system includes several key mechanics. Terrain provides a defensive bonus to units standing on it, affecting damage received. Movement is also restricted by terrain type and unit class, adding a strategic layer to positioning. A weapon affinity system operates like rock, paper, scissors, where using the correct weapon type against an enemy grants an attack bonus and increases the chance of special moves. Units also gain weapon mastery by using their weapons, unlocking stronger special attacks as their skill level increases. A significant feature is the friendship support system. By performing actions like healing allies or attacking the same enemy together, units build friendship points. These points translate into friendship power, granting support effects like stat boosts or MP recovery when adjacent to allies. Relationship levels, trust, intimacy, and lovey-dovey increase the range and effectiveness of this support, adding a vital dynamic to party composition and strategy. This page delves deeper into the unique systems of Shining Force 2.1. The synchronization story highlights the interconnectedness of the scenarios, actions and decisions made by the player in Scenario 1 carryover, influencing the narrative and determining which characters may join your army in Scenario 2. Inheriting save data allows for a personalized story experience shaped by your previous adventure. The page also showcases the diverse battle system, featuring the innovative dual battle. This allows your force to split into two teams fighting simultaneously on separate maps, such as a field map and the interior of ruins. Strategic depth is increased with varied terrain and battle objectives. Other battle types shown include intense cannon fire that can alter the environment, stealthy infiltration missions avoiding guards, large-scale sea battles, and challenging prison breakouts requiring careful planning. The game even incorporates moments where being detected can trigger specific events, changing the flow of the mission. The content of pre-battle conversations and specific actions taken can also dynamically alter battle conditions and mission goals, adding further layers of tactical decision-making. Scenario 2 of Shining Force 2 opens in the southern plains. Following Medion's journey after the Emperor's kidnapping, he encounters the Symbios army and seeks refuge in Dusty Village after a battle. The page introduces potential recruits, Waltz and Rock, found in Balsamo Town. A minimap outlines the region, showing key locations like Railroad Town, Balsamo Town, Dusty Village, and Saraban City. A detailed map of Dusty Village, a thief's lair, highlights points of interest and event triggers, including the church, shops, and Siraf's house. Bernard the Archer's recruitment depends on a choice made in Scenario 1. Item lists for the village shops are provided, along with the contents of treasure chests containing items such as the battle brace and tears of the goddess. This page details two key battles in Shining Force 3 Scenario 2. First is Battle 4, the Dusty Mountain Pass, where the objective is to annihilate the enemy forces. Medion's army encounters remnants of the Republic army here. The battle features Aspinia knights, snipers, dwarves, and bats, with a focus on careful movement through the tiered map and dealing with ranged units. Bernard the Archer is highlighted, noting his attack range and vulnerability to enemy snipers. Following that is Battle 5, the Southern Hills of the Turning Point. The main goal is to defeat General Variant. This battle involves a larger variety of foes including Aspinia knights and mages, snipers, dwarves, birdmen, and priests, alongside the boss, General Variant. Upon defeating Variant, the party acquires the Wine of Power, an item that boosts attack. The narrative sees Medion's group caught between the Republic, Imperial, and Symbios forces. The strategy involves systematically defeating initial enemy groups, prioritizing magic users, and then strategically luring General Variant using Medion and Cyril, while focusing fire on his support units. A section provides detailed stats and item drops for the enemy units encountered across these two battles. The next page presents Refrain Love, I Want to See You, also known as 4-Party or Refian Party, a dating simulation game available on both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn. This title puts you in the shoes of a student on a graduation trip, focusing on forging relationships and experiencing romance. The game distinguishes itself by blending traditional dating simulation mechanics with board game elements, adding a unique layer to the gameplay. It emphasizes not only the pursuit of love, but also the importance of building friendships among the diverse cast of characters depicted in the anime-style artwork. Screenshots showcase typical dialogue scenes from the game, providing glimpses into the interactions players will experience during the trip. This page features the Reader Submission Corner, where fans share their thoughts and experiences, aiming to be the Submission King. Readers write in from all over Japan, discussing various topics related to gaming and life. Contributions touch upon travel experiences, including a trip focused on gaming and manga magazines like Young Magazine and this very SEGA Saturn magazine. Personal achievements, like attending school without absence, and humorous anecdotes. Several submissions mention specific games and events. One reader talks about playing sentimental graffiti and having a sister who also plays. Another shares finding life-sized figures at Wonder Festival, an event known for its hobby and figure displays. The page includes illustrations accompanying some letters, like fighting game characters, reminiscent of the King of Fighters, alongside a comment about a character named Maria, and another featuring a bunny EA Red character potentially from a game like Kunoichi. There's also a dedicated section for This Week's Troublesome Kid, which highlights a reader's submission related to the popular street racing series Initial D, represented by a drawing of a train instead of a car. Other topics include game preferences, comparing SEGA Saturn and PlayStation, and reflections on the magazine's content. It's a lively page showcasing the direct interaction between the magazine and its dedicated fanbase, covering everything from personal life to deep cuts in gaming and related hobbies. This page is another vibrant section of the Reader Submission Corner, focusing on various topics under the banner, Love, Are You in Love? It features reader letters and accompanying illustrations, showcasing their passion for gaming and personal anecdotes. The page includes a 4-panel manga titled Colors from a reader in Toyama, depicting humorous situations. Various submissions cover different experiences. One reader from Ehime and Wakayama reflects on playing Xanadu 10 years prior on the MSX, discussing its progression and difficulty. The cyber shopping boys and girls section from Ehime shares tales of purchasing games and hardware, like buying a portable CD/MD player for travel that turned out to be faulty. Another submission mentions purchasing Virtua Fighter and Z Gundam related items. In the heart-pounding confession room, readers confess their gaming habits and related mishaps. A reader from Kanagawa discusses playing Spriggan Lunar and focusing entirely on certain stats. An Osaka reader talks about sentimental graffiti, while a My reader shares a story about grades and playing Super Robot Wars, including specific units like metas and gun tank. Illustrations on the page include characters resembling those from the Street Fighter Alpha series and units from Super Robot Wars, adding visual flair to the reader's stories. These submissions offer a candid look into the lives and gaming experiences of the magazine's dedicated fanbase. This page presents another lively segment of the Reader's Corner, this time under the banner, I Hate Things Like This, where contributors share their pet peeves, often with a gaming twist. We see a list of humorous or absurd after-school club variations, like the Transforming Club or the Pervert Club, showcasing the reader's playful creativity. There are specific mentions of invented items, like Virtua Shuriken or Virtua Blow Darts, highlighting the impact of games like Virtua Fighter. One reader expresses their dislike for a particular aspect of Grandia, though the detail is brief. A more detailed section discusses the SEGA Saturn version of Densha de Go, focusing on the challenges of navigating specific routes like the USUI Pass with its steep 66.71,000 grade, accurately reflecting the difficulty of the real train line the game simulates. Visuals include a beautiful illustration of a character reminiscent of Lunar, Eternal Blue, and mentions of pachinko and pachislo games like Crossing Kaitei Tengoku and Crossing Otohime, with a reader hoping for Saturn ports. The page concludes by listing various reader submission categories open for contributions, covering everything from daily events and illustrations to game knowledge, love stories, and specific corners for boys or girls only, demonstrating the wide range of topics covered by the magazine's community. This page is the Park Gallery, a showcase for reader-submitted illustrations. The upcoming theme for submissions is Waku Waku Puyo Puyo Dungeon. Featured as the pick of the week is a vibrant illustration combining characters from the popular fighting game, Fighting Vipers 2, and the epic RPG Grandia. The gallery itself features a variety of impressive artwork from readers across Japan. We see dynamic illustrations inspired by games like the Devil Summoner series, potentially featuring Lucifer from DX3rd, and characters from Black Matrix. There are submissions based on strategic RPGs, such as Dragon Force 2, with a comment noting the character design changes from the first game but praising the continued fun. Fighting Vipers 2 is represented again with artwork of Honey, described as having an American pop vibe. Fans of Grandia also contribute one piece featuring characters in a style reminiscent of Fina. The rhythm platformer Nights into Dreams is depicted with a charming illustration of knights, and there's artwork based on the unique action RPG Chaos Seed. Other contributions include original characters or illustrations inspired by other SEGA Saturn titles like Shining Force 2i or potentially other RPGs, and even a detailed drawing of a transforming mecha. The accompanying text provides information on how readers can submit their own art and outlines a points system where published contributors can earn points towards prizes, including book vouchers or SEGA Saturn game software. This page features an advertisement for the first official MOOC from SEGA Saturn Magazine, focusing entirely on the fighting game Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness. Presented by the very magazine that brought the game to the Sega Saturn, it's touted as the ultimate strategy guide, claiming to be unprecedented in its depth. Penned by a writer specializing in 2D fighting games who spent over 3 months on it, the MOOC promises complete coverage for both head-to-head player battles and fights against the CPU. It highlights the inclusion of amazing combo strategies, covering every aspect of the game from beginner to advanced levels. A major draw mentioned is the wealth of content from Capcom staff, including brand new illustrations and secret, previously unreleased materials. The publication details are also provided. It's 160 pages long, printed in a 5 size, and priced at 1,500 yen. The advertisement prominently displays several illustrations of the game's mechs, including the iconic Blodia unit, piloted by Jin Saotome, showcasing the diverse designs featured in the game. It concludes by stating the MOOC is currently on sale, a must-have for any serious Cyberbots fan. This page details the exciting start of the 20th Year Division Preliminary Tournament for the Satamaga Cup, a long-running reader participation project tied to the J.League Pro Soccer Club simulation game on Sega Saturn. Now, in its 6th installment, this event sees user-created clubs compete for supremacy. After some initial entries didn't make it through, 256 clubs are battling it out in the preliminary rounds. The format involves dividing these clubs into 32 blocks of 8, with random matchups. Matches are played home and away, with the winner decided by the aggregate score, and away goals carrying extra weight. The top 32 clubs from these preliminaries will advance to the main tournament. Winning isn't just about bragging rights. There are some great prizes courtesy of Sega, including Saturn software for the top 2 finishers, memorial t-shirts, and even a lottery for all participants to win a replica uniform of their club. The text notes that many participating clubs seem to favor either zone press or counter-attacking tactics, and the writers are keen to see if any other interesting strategies emerge. The bottom half of the page lays out the tournament brackets for the first 6 groups of the 20th Year Division Preliminary Tournament, showing the names of the competing clubs and their dedicated representatives who entered them. This page continues the coverage of the Satamaga Cup 20th Year Division Preliminary Tournament. It displays the tournament brackets for groups 7 through 18. Each group shows the names of the 8 competing clubs and the representatives who entered them into the competition. These groups represent the next phase of the preliminary rounds, where 256 user-created clubs vie for a spot in the main tournament, highlighting the ongoing reader participation event centered around the J.League simulation game. This page continues the coverage of the Satamaga Cup 20th Year Division Preliminary Tournament, presenting the brackets for groups 19 through 30. Following on from the previous page, each section displays the name of the group and the 8 user-created clubs competing within it, along with the names of the readers who entered them as representatives. This highlights the ongoing scale of the reader participation event, centered around the J.League simulation game, showing another 12 groups working their way through the preliminary rounds towards the main tournament. The variety of club names entered by the readers is evident across these brackets. This page continues the coverage of the Satamaga Cup 20th Year Division Tournament, showing the conclusion of the preliminary rounds. We see the final preliminary brackets for Group 31, featuring clubs like Rafale Fuji and Tsukuba Mistral, and Group 32, including Palantir Koriyama and Mistral Osaka. Following the intense preliminary stage, where 448 matches were played, the page provides a review of the qualifiers. The analysis highlights that, like the 10th Year Division, clubs stacked with skilled players were dominant. The key factor for victory in club versus club matches was tactical proficiency, particularly the effective use of counterattacks. The review also stresses the importance of player condition, noting that even one player being in poor form could lead to defeat. Getting all players into peak condition was essential to advance through the preliminaries. The main focus shifts to the announcement of the 32 qualified clubs for the main tournament, split into Group A and Group B. The full knockout bracket is displayed, listing each team along with their preferred formation and primary strategy, such as counterattack or zone press. This sets the stage for the final phase of the competition, leaving readers to speculate which club will claim victory. The results of this main tournament are teased to be revealed in the upcoming Volume 18 issue, launching on May 29th. This guide covers J.League Pro Soccer Club O Tsukuru, starting with player training abroad, highlighting Africa for its parameter-boosting focus. A Q&A with developers clarifies that lounges don't solve player dissatisfaction, which stems from other causes, and that special moves aren't level dependent. The developers offer tips to improve viewership. A club diary follows Kakegawa Espada's challenging season, highlighting a second-place finish despite a new defensive acquisition and overall lower team strength. Reader contributions include a player recommendation and fan art. The article concludes with a call for reader participation and provides a website link for the game's sequel. This page features 2 columns from different authors. The top column, Hypercolumn Free Talk Gallery Volume 17 by Fumio Kurokawa, discusses the cultural impact of video games, specifically highlighting the inclusion of the Virtua Fighter series, including Virtua Fighter 2, and Virtua Fighter 3, in the Smithsonian Museum collection. The author reflects on the significance of this recognition, questioning what constitutes authority in the context of games, and how the medium is evolving from mere entertainment to a recognized technology and culture. There's a brief note about the SESA Awards. The bottom column, Volume 51 by Yoshiharu Honmyou, focuses on the arcade experience of Virtua Fighter 2. The author observes the differences in arcade machine settings, specifically the price per play, between various locations like Ikebukuro and Akihabara, and how this affects player behavior and strategy. There's also a short personal anecdote titled, featuring a photo of a child, seemingly about buying computer peripherals. An information box provides website URLs for the author's homepage and photo gallery. This page features a comic strip by artist Hanakuma Yusaku, titled Hanakuma Yusaku Ningen, marking its 20th installment. The overarching theme introduced on the left margin is the anticipation of Golden Week, and the firm resolve to play games during the holiday. The left panel, subtitled Saga, illustrates a domestic scene where a child persistently pleads with his mother to buy a game console, lamenting that their home is the only one without games these days. The mother initially refuses, calling him noisy. The father then enters the scene, scolding the child to stop his badgering. The mother comments that men remain like children no matter their age, while the child continues to demand when the game will be bought, depicted with flailing movements. This comic captures the universal struggle of a child yearning for the latest gaming hardware. The right panel is titled, Won't Be Defeated by Hay Fever. This humorous strip depicts the artist or a character suffering severely from pollen allergies, rubbing itchy eyes and battling a non-stop runny nose and frequent sneezing, counting up to 100 sneezes a day. Despite these debilitating symptoms, the final panel reiterates the earlier theme, but I'll play games. This highlights a gamer's dedication, even when afflicted. At the bottom, a small profile provides biographical information about Hanakuma Yusaku, listing his birthplace and several of his published works, establishing him as an author and artist beyond this column. This page serves as a lively fan corner dedicated to the groundbreaking sound novel, Machi, The Crossroads of Fate. Titled the Machi Notice Board, it's buzzing with feedback and discussions about the game's impact. Readers share their thoughts and experiences, managed by the section's handlers, Ume and Tetsu, affectionately nicknamed Machi Baka, or Machi Idiots. An interactive segment, this week's Machi Pretend Game, encourages fans to engage creatively with the game world. There's also a feature asking readers to identify and share information about specific real-world locations featured in Machi, highlighting Jingubashi Bridge near Harajuku Station as an example this week, complete with photos and a map. Reader-submitted illustrations related to the game add a visual flair. The page also includes a detailed This Week's Tip, offering insights into a particular scene involving the character Jintaro Mabube and the specific handgun model used. A Colt Compact Commander 1911 variant, illustrating the depth of detail in the game. Finally, Chunsoft announces an emergency event titled Let's Meet in Shibuya, scheduled for May 3rd, inviting fans to gather at a location related to the game's setting. This page clearly demonstrates the significant fan engagement and community surrounding Machi, The Crossroads of Fate. This page presents a strategy guide for Sega's classic light gun shooter, The House of the Dead. As part of the magazine's Data Focus series, it focuses on conquering the challenging final stage and its ultimate boss. The guide details Stage 4, described as a short, linear path with limited opportunities for health recovery. Players must face the bosses from Stage 1 and Stage 2 consecutively before reaching the final encounter. The guide also notes specific enemy waves within the stage, including the return of Harris, advising players to target his vulnerable arm or head. A checkpoint highlights a secret. Rescuing all researchers encountered throughout the game unlocks a hidden room containing valuable items at a specific location on the Stage 4 map, which is also included. The main focus is on the final boss, the Magician. His primary attack involves launching fireballs. The strategy recommends hitting his weak point and shooting down the fireballs he unleashes. The guide also advises avoiding his close-range attacks by immediately striking his weak spot when he gets near. Supporting data for Stage 4 is provided, listing things like the number of items, coins, golden frogs, and first aid boxes available. This page offers concise, expert advice to help players overcome the final hurdles of the House of the Dead. This guide explores the SEGA Saturn port of the House of the Dead, highlighting exclusive content and hidden techniques. It details Urawaza techniques, including a score display, L+R, XX3, and auto-reload functionality, L+R, YX3. These techniques alter gameplay, with auto-reload significantly simplifying the experience. New playable characters are also revealed. Sophie Richards, Logan's fiancée, with more health but weaker attacks, and a female researcher with powerful bullets but low health. Both are unlocked via a specific button sequence on the character selection screen. L+R, up, down, X, Y, Z. The guide also provides the full zombie list Part 2, showcasing various zombie types, their stats, and stage appearances, including details on the Stage 4 boss, Magician. Finally, it offers tips for high scores. Avoid damage, rescue researchers, collect golden frogs, and aim for headshots, with a score of 600,000, unlocking a special ending. This page provides detailed player statistics for the SEGA Saturn baseball simulation game, Pro Yaku Team Otsukuru. Released in February 1998, this title is a sports management sim featuring password battles. The page is dedicated to listing players from various Japanese professional baseball teams, including the Giants, Dragons, Carp, Swallows, Baystars, Tigers, Lions, Blue Wave, Buffaloes, and Marines. For each player, the page shows their batting/throwing hand and grades for numerous attributes like stamina, spirit, popularity, hitting skill, pitching speed, power, control, changeup, pitching technique, and clutch ability. These stats are presented using a letter grading system, from S down to E, offering players comprehensive data to help manage their virtual teams effectively. This page continues the detailed player data for the SEGA Saturn baseball simulation game, Pro Yaku Team Otsukuru. It provides comprehensive statistics for numerous professional baseball players, covering attributes like hitting, pitching, and fielding abilities across various positions such as catcher, first base, second base, third base, shortstop, left field, center field, and right field. The page also includes a key explaining how to read the data tables, confirming that player abilities are graded on a scale from S, highest, down to E, and notes that initial abilities in the game start are set relatively low. It clarifies that the small skills attribute primarily refers to bunting ability. This information, following the previous page's listings, is clearly intended to help players strategically build and manage their virtual baseball teams within the game. This page continues the detailed player data listings for the baseball simulation game, Pro Yaku Team Otsukuru. It provides comprehensive statistics for players from several professional teams, including the Oryx Blue Wave, Nippon Ham Fighters, Seibu Lions, Kintetsu Buffaloes, Chiba Lotte Marines, and Fukuoka Daiei Hawks. The tables break down numerous attributes for both pitchers and fielders, covering aspects like hitting and pitching prowess, speed, fielding ability, and other vital skills. This extensive data is clearly intended to serve as a valuable resource for players looking to understand the strengths and weaknesses of different athletes and strategize effectively when building and managing their team within the game. This page continues the extensive player data listings for the baseball simulation game, Pro Yaku Team Otsukuru. At the top, you can see several character portraits, likely representing different player archetypes within the game. The bulk of the page is dedicated to detailed tables breaking down the statistics for players from various professional baseball teams, including the Oryx Blue Wave, Nippon Ham Fighters, Seibu Lions, Kintetsu Buffaloes, Chiba Lotte Marines, and Fukuoka Daiei Hawks. These tables provide comprehensive ratings for numerous player attributes. For hitters, this includes different types of hitting ability, chance, speed, base running, fielding, and arm strength. Pitcher stats cover various pitching skills. This level of detail is clearly provided to help players analyze individual strengths and weaknesses, offering crucial data for effective team management and strategy building within the game. Tenant Wars on the SEGA Saturn, developed by Kid, is a board game where players manage shops and build a tenant empire. Players roll dice, buy and sell goods, and navigate the board to acquire assets. Key mechanics include earning and spending points for strategic advantages, utilizing elevators for efficient movement, and managing stock to avoid shop vulnerabilities. Tenant expansion allows for better goods and increased asset value, with players able to buy out rival tenants. The game features 44 tenants organized into 11 groups, each tied to specific board areas. The goal is to strategically manage shops, expand holdings, and outmaneuver opponents to become the most successful business manager. This page dives deeper into the economic backbone of Tenant Wars, detailing the various tenants players can acquire and the goods they offer. Presented as a comprehensive list, it shows each tenant's opening cost and then breaks down the specific items they sell. For every product, the list provides the quantity or board squares it occupies, its selling price, and its cost price. This is vital information for players looking to maximize profits and strategize their stock management, directly linking to the game's core loop of buying low and selling high as mentioned previously. The tenants represent a diverse range of businesses, from restaurants and retailers to entertainment venues, many of which offer more lucrative goods only after a tenant expansion. Understanding these values is key to success in building your business empire on the board. This page continues the detailed breakdown for Tenant Wars players, listing even more tenants available for your business empire. Just like the previous page, it provides the crucial economic data for each tenant, their opening cost, and a comprehensive list of the goods they offer. For each product, you'll find the board space it occupies, its selling price, and its cost price. This information is essential for players looking to maximize their income by understanding the profitability of different goods and tenants. The list features a diverse range of businesses, from food vendors and retail shops to service providers and entertainment options, highlighting the strategic depth required to choose the right tenants and manage your inventory effectively on the board. Mastering these numbers is key to dominating the marketplace in the game. This page features several anthology comic adaptations of popular games. The top section introduces the 4,DX series, highlighting a new entry for Pokemon. It's a 4, comic adaptation of the hit Game Boy software, featuring contributions from a lineup of artists, and is already selling well. There's an image showing Red, Blue, and a Charizard. Below that, the second volume in the 4,DX series is highlighted, focusing on Nito Shinden, likely a Japanese title, possibly related to a fighting game series, given the context of the original publication. It's a 4, adaptation of the popular PlayStation game, featuring deformed, comical interpretations drawn by a variety of artists. The bottom half of the page showcases the Super Game Anthology comic series. This series includes adaptations of several fighting and mahjong games. Featured titles are Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise, All-Star 4-9 Uchi, a mahjong game, Toshinden, a fighting game featuring the first and second games, Go of the Guketsuji Clan 2, Choto Deke Saikyo Densetsu, known internationally as Power Instinct 2, and Vampire Hunter, Darkstalker's Revenge. Each entry is described as an anthology comic, featuring illustrations and comics drawn by various artists based on the respective games. Images of the comic covers are shown for each title, featuring characters from the games like the cast of Toshinden, the Power Instinct 2 characters, and the fighters from Darkstalkers. These comics offer fans a chance to see their favorite game worlds and characters interpreted by different creators. This page is a survey postcard designed for readers to provide feedback to the magazine. It includes instructions on how to fill out the postcard and examples for the survey fields. The survey asks readers about their demographics, what game magazines they read, how many SEGA Saturn games they own, and their opinions on the current issue's articles. Crucially, it asks about owned and desired gaming hardware and software, providing extensive lists for readers to choose from. Table 1 lists the articles featured in this issue, ranging from game reviews and previews to columns and special features. Table 2 provides a list of gaming hardware, including various consoles like the SEGA Saturn, PlayStation, and Nintendo 64, as well as peripherals. Table 3 is a comprehensive list of over 100 software titles, predominantly for the SEGA Saturn, covering a wide range of genres. This list includes many popular titles from the era such as Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, Street Fighter Alpha, Guardian Heroes, Virtua Fighter 3, Panzer Dragoon Saga, Sakura Wars, Shining Force 2i, Grandia, and the Langrisser series, allowing readers to indicate which games they are interested in purchasing. The survey serves as a vital tool for the magazine to understand its readership's preferences and gaming habits. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn release of Super Real Mahjong P7. The artwork prominently features several anime-style girls enjoying a summer setting, highlighting the game's focus on character interaction alongside mahjong gameplay. This version boasts original elements exclusive to the SEGA Saturn, including special animations not found elsewhere. The game features characters like Yurina Asahina, Natsuki Asahina, and Etsuko Toyohara, depicted in various summery outfits. Players can look forward to a story set at a summer villa, promising a dramatic and engaging experience. The page also highlights additional content such as a quiz mode and a setting material collection, allowing fans to delve deeper into the game's world and characters. A unique bonus mentioned is included changeable cell art. Developed by SEGA, this entry in the popular Mahjong series aims to provide a real and beautiful experience using abundant animation and a multi-branching story structure. It was scheduled for release on May 21st, priced at 7,800 yen. The visuals and features suggest a fan service-oriented mahjong game with a strong emphasis on its anime presentation and exclusive content for Saturn owners. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn fighting game, Savaki A, described as a fighting technique simulator. The page showcases various fighting styles featured in the game through screenshots, including Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Karate, boxing, and traditional karate. The core gameplay mechanics are explained, highlighting the use of directional inputs combined with dedicated kick, punch, defense, and the unique Sabaki button. The Sabaki system is a key feature, acting as a parry or counter move that can interrupt attacks and create opportunities. The page includes a 4-step visual guide demonstrating how Sabaki works, showing it as a way to redirect an opponent's attack and gain the advantage. Another important mechanic detailed is the feint system. This involves faking a move, such as a low attack, to draw the opponent's guard or attention downwards, allowing you to then follow up with a different attack, like a high kick, to catch them off guard. A visual sequence illustrates the feint process. The game boasts several technical features, including smooth 60 frames per second animation, real-time garage shading for realistic character models, curved polygons, and motion compensation processing for fluid movement transitions. A notable design choice is the absence of fixed command lists, promoting free-form combinations of moves based on simple directional inputs and button presses, aiming for a highly dynamic combat system. The game was available for 5,400 yen, tax included. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn game Karyatos, quote, a 3D competitive action title set on floating stages. Described as easy to control and learn, the game is designed for fun multiplayer battles supporting 1 to 4 players, while also including a story mode. The goal seems to involve knocking opponents off the game's varied stages. Karyatose features a large cast of characters brought to life by well-known voice actors, adding to the game's appeal. The stages themselves are highlighted as having many unique gimmicks and features. Screenshots display the game's Chiba-style characters, engaging in lively combat across different environments, including a rocky platform, a snowy area, and a volcanic landscape. The game was scheduled for release on May 28th, priced at 4,800 yen, excluding tax. It was developed by Masudaya Corp. and Unlimited Company, Limited. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn and PlayStation game, Game de Seishun, also known as Weiwei Kid, developed by Kidbird. Presented as the second entry in Kid's board game series, the game offers a flexible experience for players. Highlights include a board game mode, where movement is determined by selecting numbers, exciting multiplayer minigames for group play, and a solo mode that even features a personality diagnosis element. The page showcases the game's cheerful cartoon art style, pixel art characters, and glimpses of the board layout and minigame screens. Game de Seishun was released simultaneously on both consoles and is currently available for purchase. This page features a vibrant anime visual promoting the series Supreme King of the Hot Sand, Gandala, which is currently broadcasting on WoWow. The main purpose of the page, however, is an advertisement for the Yoyogi Animation Institute, YAG, highlighting their production cooperation with the anime. YAG presents its various departments and courses covering animation, CG, performance arts, and publishing, with program durations typically lasting 1 to 3 years. The institute offers special benefits like scholarships, dormitory options, and even a free audition for aspiring voice actors and talent, held in major cities like Tokyo, Osaka, and Fukuoka. Prospective students are encouraged to attend free one-day trial sessions and information meetings, available at their many locations across Japan. This page features an advertisement for the official guidebook for the arcade hit, SEGA Rally 2. The guide is presented as the essential resource for mastering the game, which is currently very popular in arcades. It promises in-depth coverage of the championship mode, detailed driving techniques tailored to each car, including optimal lines, braking, and gear-shifting timing. The guide also includes fundamental rally terminology and knowledge to enhance gameplay, plus insights from the development staff revealing secrets about the game. As a bonus, there's a chance to win special SEGA Rally 2 merchandise. This valuable resource is scheduled for release in late April 1998. This page focuses on the highly anticipated sequel, Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, a true highlight for Saturn owners. It features information on 2 upcoming official guidebooks for the game. The first is a strategy guide, tentatively titled Sakura Wars 2, Days of Love and Battle, Thorough Strategy Guide, provisional title. It promises a complete walkthrough and detailed game analysis covering the 8 Flower Division members, offering unique insights and play methods. Set for release in late September in B5 format at 1,300 yen. The second book is a Setting and Materials Collection, Sakura Wars 2, Setting Materials Collection, provisional title. This one dives deep into character profiles, detailed settings, interviews with staff, and even includes a large poster and papercraft figures. Also releasing in late September, this is an A4 format book priced at 2,000 yen. Additionally, the page promotes the official Sakura Wars fan club, the Taishu Roman Club. It highlights the fantastic member benefits, including a newsletter packed with information, exclusive mail-order goods, and a special original telephone card given upon joining. Membership costs 5,000 yen annually, offering a deeper connection to the world of the Imperial Combat Review. Details are provided on how to apply via mail or the official SEGA website. This really shows the dedication SEGA and Red Entertainment had to building the community around this massive franchise. The page is published by SoftBank. This page is dedicated to Linda Cube Complete, the expanded version of the quirky psycho-thriller and hunting RPG. The feature dives into the secrets behind the complete version straight from the development staff. An interview with the developers highlights the significant improvements, including refined movie sequences, and new events, like the intriguing doctor's visit scene mentioned by director Naga. The page also introduces the developer, Alpha System, known for titles like the YS series and Far East of Eden 2. Noting their involvement across various LindaCube versions. Details on the complete version highlights reveal welcome additions, such as an O-Make mode, allowing players to view concept art and listen to the game's complete soundtrack, rewarding dedicated fans who finish the game. Basic information is provided, stating the game is 95% complete, published by ASC2, set for a June 18th release at 6,800 yen, and includes both the game on 1 CD-ROM and a complete soundtrack CD. The artwork features the protagonist, Linda, and glimpses of the game's unique world and art style. This page continues the deep dive into LindaCube Complete, featuring an interview with Alpha Systems representative director Mr. Sasagi and assistant director Mr. Naga. They discuss the nuances of the complete version, highlighting that unlike the PlayStation release, which was perceived as mild, this version restores elements from the original PC Engine version, including dialogue options and events that give it a more adult taste. The developers touch upon the game's core mechanics, such as the hunting system, which isn't just about combat but can be emotionally impactful, especially when hunting creatures like cats. They also emphasize the game's freedom, allowing players to travel extensively if they have money and items. The feature highlights 3 key aspects: the restored adult content and humor in the complete version, the reason behind the stunning movie sequences, painstaking frame-by-frame work, and how animal hunting feels less like grinding and more like a puzzle, requiring strategic thinking to find the game's 120 unique species. The page includes screenshots showing character dialogue, a menu screen, and various animal encounters in battle, underscoring the game's unique blend of RPG elements and its quirky, sometimes unsettling, world. This page delves deeper into LindaCube Complete, focusing on the game's unsettling atmosphere, described as a psycho-thriller that evokes felt terror rather than merely seen horror. The game features 3 distinct scenarios, and this section highlights Scenario A, outlining the plot where the protagonist, Ken, searches for Linda after her village is attacked, and she suffers memory loss, leading him on a quest for a memory-restoring medicine. The page also introduces key characters you'll encounter. Ken, the main player character, is presented as a challenger involved in an interstellar emigration project. We see character art for Elizabeth, the third-generation president of Green Pharmaceutical who loves Christmas, Drive, Hanheim, a doctor developing medicine for Green Pharmaceuticals, and Neku, Ken's twin brother who puts the blame for murder on Linda. A small screenshot shows Ken being easily defeated by Linda, emphasizing his need to become stronger. Additionally, the page outlines the overarching story. A meteor is set to collide with the planet Neo-Kenya in 8 years, prompting an emigration plan. A mysterious intelligent entity appears, requesting animals be gathered onto an Ark ship to escape. The narrative involves a dangerous journey to collect these creatures. The page includes various character portraits and screenshots that showcase the game's unique art style and cinematic moments. Linda Cubed Complete features Linda, a half-bestian, half-human character, and Ken's childhood friend. The game explores multiple scenarios for Linda. Scenario A sees her with memory loss and accused of murder, while Scenario B has her losing her parents and an arm. Ken's Ark project aims to save her in both. A third scenario, C, drastically changes Ken's destiny. A banana peel slip leads to a coma and the Banana Boy moniker, with a meteor impact looming. The narrative combines serious elements with comedic ones. Other characters include Sachiko, Drive, Amori, and Hume, all influencing Linda's fate in the branching storylines, probing the concepts of fate and destiny. This page focuses on Multi-Lancer Reinforce, highlighting its special edition. The game is described as a dramatic simulation for one player, with a planned release date of May 21st. The special edition, priced at 8,800 yen, standard is 7,800 yen, includes a music CD among its 3 discs. The article notes the game's release was slightly postponed but emphasizes the completion of the special edition CD, which features comments from the voice actors who portray the Lancers. The core of this coverage revolves around the voice cast, who gathered to breathe new life into the Lancer characters. The special edition CD specifically contains 12 centimeters worth of their discussions and drama tracks. Following the recording, voice actors participated in a questionnaire, sharing their experiences, playing their characters again after 3 years, reflecting on their growth, and discussing personal anecdotes. The page also includes a character profile for Melvina McGarren, detailing her age, origin, and role as a GPO executive and boss of the EMP division, known for being strict, but surprisingly bold in private. A photo of the voice actress, Yuko Minaguchi, is shown alongside a summary of her responses to the questionnaire, touching on her character's transformation and her thoughts on raising a junior-like Lancer. Visuals include dynamic character art of a character in a swimsuit and Melvina in her uniform, along with a small image of the special edition CD jacket. This page continues the focus on Multi-Lancer Reinforce, introducing more of the game's core cast. Profiles are provided for Sylvia Nimrod, Angela, June, Sakuya Lansaiwa, and Nanum. Each character entry features detailed artwork, a brief description covering their age, origin, and personality or role, and information on their voice actor, including a photo and summarized responses from a questionnaire. The voice actors share their thoughts on returning to their roles after 3 years, reflecting on character growth and memorable scenes. Their comments echo the sentiment from the previous page regarding the excitement of revisiting these characters for the special edition CD and the game. A section titled Melty's Charm, one highlights the game's expressive characters and voice acting as a key appeal. It notes the detailed animation and the significant amount of voice work included for character lines, emphasizing that, unlike some games of the era, Multi-Lancer Reinforce fully voices its dialogue, which contributes significantly to bringing the characters to life. The character Angela is specifically mentioned for her expressive features. Multi-Lancer Reinforce is a simulation game centered around protagonist Randy and his career at the EMP branch. The gameplay loop involves selecting partners from 6 seniors, which influences missions and character stats. Special missions, triggered by story events or dates, unlock unique content and visuals based on partner choice. Normal missions offer diverse tasks like patrol, training, and EMP department assaults. The first 3 months are a training period, followed by the freedom to choose partners and missions. Mini-games appear during certain missions, significantly impacting evaluation scores. The game features lively chibi character animations, enhancing the visual experience with expressive movements and detailed attack patterns, particularly from characters like Nana. This page dives deeper into the story and key events of Multilancer Reinforced. It reveals that the first year's main plot revolves around investigating a mysterious syndicate responsible for kidnappings, not for ransom, but seemingly to erase memories before releasing victims. The investigation leads to the discovery of their hideouts. A major event detailed is a coordinated raid on these 3 hideouts, where the team splits into 3 groups. The choice of partner greatly influences the events that unfold during this mission. The article introduces 3 specific partner combinations for protagonist Randy: Sylvie and June, Nana and Sakuya, and Melvina and Angela. Each pairing has unique combat styles and dynamics, with mentions of special transformation scenes for June and Melvina. The narrative also includes the rescue of a mysterious girl named Patty. Finally, the page highlights one of the game's strengths as its smoothly progressing scenario, featuring frequent, significant events and a wealth of character-specific interactions, including numerous dating events. Screenshots show combat sequences and various character portraits, illustrating the different partnerships and story moments. This page provides a special report on the Grandia Digital Museum, a supplemental disc for the acclaimed RPG Grandia. It highlights the game's win of the SESA Award of Excellence and describes the disc as a collection of setting materials that fans have been eagerly anticipating. The core objective of the Digital Museum is to explore newly created dungeons to collect items, which are then donated to complete the Allant Museum. Successfully completing the museum unlocks a comprehensive digital archive showcasing the charm and details of Grandia. Gameplay within the dungeons is noted to be similar to the main game. The article details several of these new dungeon areas. The Azure oil field is a vast area, with intricate iron bridges and an oily atmosphere. The Noza ruins are composed of many small rooms with themed floors, appearing as a huge ancient structure. Geos Tower features floating stone bridges and a dangerous sky corridor where bridges can collapse. Finally, the military base has a familiar atmosphere but a different layout, featuring long corridors and special rooms themed after the 3 main female characters. Screenshots show the party, featuring Justin, Fina, and Sue, exploring these unique environments. The Grandia Digital Museum provides a treasure trove of content for fans. The projection room displays character faces. The library offers in-depth lore and monster data, with Riate's peculiar descriptions. And the reference room features concept art and design materials. The theater showcases radio dramas based on character conversations, while the amusement hall offers minigames hosted by Rap and Nikki. A standout feature, that famous scene again, provides save data points just before key moments, allowing players to easily revisit memorable scenes and battles from the game, including the ending and character-specific moments. The page is also adorned with a full-body illustration of Fina. This page is a strategy guide and announcement for Gungraphon 2, a game art/especially title released April 23rd, supporting 14-player link cable play and twin-stick control. It focuses on the expert mode of the exercise mission, providing a detailed strategy for 100% completion. The guide emphasizes the increased difficulty and enemy count in expert mode, stressing the importance of optimal routing. It breaks down the mission into 6 steps, each illustrated with screenshots and instructions for enemy engagement, including using MG and gun effectively, managing movement, and employing ATM attacks. Finally, it announces a Gungraphon 2-time attack contest for exercise mode, in both beginner and advanced categories. Players can submit VHS recordings of their best times, with the top 15 winners in each category receiving a special Gungraphon jacket. The contest runs from April 23rd to June 5th, 1998. This page continues the Gungraphon 2 strategy guide, focusing on the survival mode and specific missions. Survival mode is highlighted as a score attack challenge, without a strict time limit, but success requires protecting key targets while quickly destroying enemies. It's a balance between offense and defense. The guide covers 2 maps for survival, Vladivostok and Lillehammer. The Vladivostok section details a tough 10-minute battle with no resupply, recommending efficient use of machine gun and standard gun rounds. A key threat here is fast-moving enemies that appear randomly, and the strategy suggests using anti-tank missiles, ATM, against them. The page includes screenshots, a map layout showing initial positions for allies like the 17 transport plane, and enemies like Challengers and Autruche mechs, and a breakdown of the initial deployment data. Lillehammer presents a challenging night mission in a forest. Visibility is poor, Radar is ineffective in the dense woods, and the roller dash movement is unusable. The guide advises using helicopter-type mechs that aren't hampered by the terrain. The mission involves protecting missile transport vehicles. Like Vladivostok, this section includes screenshots, a map showing positions for missile transport vehicles, and various enemy helicopters like the A-1W Super Cobra and Ka-50 Hokum, and initial deployment data. The guide notes that the missile launchers are fragile and difficult to defend. The page also shows examples of the radar being useless against enemies in the forest. This page focuses on Mission 3, Valentine Pocket. In Gungrafon 2, a significantly tougher challenge compared to earlier stages, the objective is primarily defense, protecting your vulnerable allied forces whose durability is low. The guide emphasizes that your own HIMAX 2 is the only reliable unit. Key threats include an early ambush by 3 Storm Panther mechs from the rear rocks. The guide advises taking them out quickly with your gun, but warns to use ATMS if you're not confident to avoid hitting allies. Enemy reinforcements also appear throughout the mission. It's crucial to constantly check your map when reinforcement messages pop up and intercept enemies before they reach your allies, especially tank units and helicopters. Finally, 2 fast and tough, high-mobility Storm Panther units appear, with about 3 minutes remaining. These require multiple ATM hits to destroy. Failing to eliminate them quickly will result in your allied forces being wiped out. The page also gives a brief look at the next mission, Mission 5, Angel Present. This mission involves capturing an enemy rocket base and is described as very difficult due to the large number of enemy HIMAX units. Success hinges on the player's combat skill. The map is narrow, leading to constant engagements, so watch your ammo. Mission 4, Ice Crystal. In Gungrafon 2 tasks you with rescuing survivors, protecting a helicopter, and a nuclear submarine on an icy battlefield. The challenge lies in defending both targets simultaneously against ground and air attacks, including BMX walkers, tanks, and helicopters. The slippery environment hinders movement. Prioritize eliminating early enemies to create space for the helicopter. Position yourself strategically between the submarine and helicopter during the rescue, anticipating intense attacks, especially Storm Panthers, targeting the submarine. Mission 5, Angel Present, is a tough, skill-based mission involving an enemy base assault. Expect constant engagements in a narrow map, facing numerous high-mobility enemy units and unpredictable transport planes. This page introduces Langrisser V, The End of Legend, scheduled for release on June 18th for 6,300 yen, confirming its genre as a simulation RPG. The feature focuses on the opening scenario, peeling back the veil on the mysteries of the game's beginning. The story kicks off at Gigaloff's laboratory, where the protagonist, Sigma, awakens. He meets Lambda, a girl who claims to be an elemental body created by Gigaloff. Neither has memories or knowledge, leading to confusion. They are suddenly attacked and forced to escape, aiming to find their master, Gigaloff. Key characters highlighted include Sigma and Lambda, central to the awakening scenario. A mysterious attacker named Reinforcers is also introduced, apparently seeking the elemental body. Screenshots show the isometric battlefield view typical of the series, character portraits during dialogue, and a scene depicting Lambda using a strange power to block their pursuers during the escape, hinting at her unique abilities. The page promises to continue introducing the story in the coming weeks. This page continues the dive into Langrisser V, The End of Legend, focusing on the early scenarios and introducing more key characters. As Sigma and Lambda escape Gigaloff's laboratory into the mountains, they are pursued by Reinforce's forces. A mysterious duo, Villaju and Brenda, are introduced. Observing the events and their potential role as allies or enemies is questioned during the pursuit. Sigma and Lambda encounter Weiler and Selena from the Kakanshi's Kingdom Army. These new characters surprisingly assist them against their pursuers, hinting at complex political maneuverings, though their true allegiance remains unclear to Sigma and Lambda. Character portraits for Weiler and Selena are shown alongside gameplay screenshots of the mountain battle. A section reminds players that Langrisser V is a direct continuation of IV, recommending a look back at the previous game to fully appreciate the story, including the history of the antagonist Gigaloff and the shifting political landscape. The feature also delves into the mystery of the element body, explaining that Sigma, Lambda, and Omega are artificially created beings with enhanced abilities, though Omega's purpose is still unknown and he operates separately. Finally, the page provides a snapshot of the current power structure, detailing the Regensburg Federation's split into factions led by Gigaloff and an anti-Gigaloff force allied with the Kakanshis Kingdom, showing how the element body is seen as crucial to overcoming the Gigaloff faction's disadvantage. This page introduces Game Basic for Sega Saturn, presented as a tool for aspiring creators to bring their ideas to life, not just limited to games. It highlights that the software is designed for those without prior programming knowledge, offering basic explanations of the basic language. The report box notes it's 99% complete, releasing on June 25th for 12,800 yen, and recommended for all ages. Game Basic offers a flexible development environment supporting various applications like game creation, music production, graphics, presentations, and video control. The page encourages users to start by playing the included sample games to grasp the programming concepts and analyze the code. Screenshots showcase several examples: a top-down maze action game, a 3D racing title, a simple raise the flag game with a 2-player mode, a real-time SLG minigame utilizing the system clock, and a full polygon jump action game. The software boasts extensive features, including polygon graphics, sound capabilities with 32 channels and DSP effects, support for numerous SEGA Saturn peripherals, and a comprehensive set of general commands for programming logic and math operations. It truly aims to be a versatile tool for creative expression on the Saturn. This page dives deeper into Game Basic for the Sega Saturn, explaining the fundamentals of programming for newcomers. It clarifies that while the software doesn't provide pre-made assets like characters, it empowers users to create their own from scratch, encouraging learning through diligent effort. It defines BASIC as an accessible language for beginners, highlighting its interpreted nature, which makes it easy to grasp visually and execute step by step. Unlike compiled languages, the page breaks down how programs are essentially sequences of commands, demonstrating core functions like locate and print for displaying text at specific screen coordinates, and line for drawing lines, explaining how color is represented numerically. It then showcases a simple sample game, Dog Race, illustrating how these basic commands, combined with input handling, random numbers, loops, and conditional statements, can build a complete interactive experience from title screen to betting, racing, and displaying results. The content emphasizes that even complex ideas can be realized by starting with these fundamental building blocks, making the creative process approachable for beginners. This page features a preview of Aim for the Rich Girl, an adventure game originally released on PC and being ported to the Sega Saturn by Crystal Vision. The game is described as a pick-up adventure, where players aim to get into relationships with 5 different girls. Success requires the player character to improve themselves, facing high hurdles, especially when trying to win over the school's popular Madonna. A major highlight emphasized is the voice acting, provided by popular actresses from the video industry, adding a realistic touch to the characters. The article includes screenshots showing character interactions and event scenes, highlighting the visual quality and dramatic moments. The game is scheduled for a July 1998 release at a price of 6,800 yen and is recommended for players aged 18 and over. It's a single-player experience focusing on story progression and romantic routes. This page continues the preview of Aim for the Rich Girl, highlighting the game's distinct voice acting approach. The producers deliberately cast actresses from the adult video industry to voice the characters, aiming to capture their natural individuality rather than relying on traditional voice acting techniques. The page features interviews with 2 of these actresses. Yuki Hitomi discusses her lack of formal voice acting experience and how she approached voicing the character Mitsuki by just being herself. Moka Suzusaki talks about taking on the role of stepmother Yukina and studying other works for inspiration. She also offers playful advice to players, suggesting they gain real-world experience with women to better understand the game. The page includes images of both actresses and illustrations of the characters they portray. It emphasizes that the game's charm comes from these unique vocal performances. This page delves further into the unique casting choice for Aim for the Rich Girl, focusing on the actresses behind the characters. It features Aya Natsuki, who voices the character Konomi Nozaki, the soccer club manager. Natsuki mentions enjoying simulation games and practicing her lines using manga, aiming for a natural performance. The page notes her portrayal of Konomi, particularly a specific line, generated significant buzz among fans. Also featured is Maiko Yu Monkey, who voices Marina Hamano, the energetic childhood friend character. Yuki talks about her nervousness during the recording sessions and encourages players to listen closely to hear it in her performance. The page includes profiles of both actresses, illustrations of their characters, and a screenshot related to Marina's shower scene, highlighting the adult video actress's charm showcased in these moments. The overall emphasis remains on the raw, unpolished vocal performances, bringing the characters to life. The page also includes a brief mention of a giveaway for signed items by the actresses. This page continues the exploration of the unique voice casting for the simulation game Aim for the Rich Girl. We hear from 3 more actresses lending their voices to the game's characters. First, Rina Kitahara discusses voicing the role of the senpai. She expresses her longtime desire to try voice acting, and how much she enjoyed the recording process this time. Kitahara, known for her acting work, mentions challenging herself and hopes players enjoy the result. An illustration of the cool, glasses-wearing senpai character is shown alongside her photo. Next, Yuko Yazawa talks about her role as the school nurse. She comments on her character being a refreshing older sister type, which she contrasts with her real-life personality where she is the younger sister to Kanako Fujimori, who is also featured here. Yazawa notes that hearing her recorded voice didn't match her image, and emphasizes the challenge of voice acting. An illustration of the nurse is present. Finally, Kanako Fujimori discusses voicing the maid character. Fujimori, known for various roles including those with her sister Yuko Yazawa, mentions having played nurses and students before, but this is her first time voicing a maid, which she found enjoyable. She notes the game has a kind of raise him up feel, encouraging the male protagonist. An illustration of the quiet, reserved maid accompanies her section. The page highlights the actresses' backgrounds and their experiences stepping into voice acting for this title. This page features a special report on Bakuchu Nihon Retu, a fishing simulation game developed by Victor Software. Highlighted is the game's focus on fishing with famous anglers. According to the report, the game was released on June 18th for 5,800 yen. It's described as a definitive title from Victor, a company known for quality fishing games, offering players the chance to battle various fish alongside renowned figures. The main section details the game's concept, touring 11 locations across Japan to fish for unique species. The game promises action-packed fights, deep gameplay, and immersions. Notably, professional angler Masahiro Murakoshi supervises the game and provides advice throughout, making it enjoyable for both experienced players and beginners. Screenshots showcase both underwater and overhead fishing views, along with interface elements displaying fight time, line depth, and fish data. Another section details the 11 fishing locations and the target fish species found there, illustrated on a map of Japan. The game progresses by clearing objectives at each location to unlock new ones. Finally, the page highlights Masahiro Murakoshi's role as supervisor. As a leading expert in saltwater lure fishing, he not only oversaw the game's development, but also appears frequently to offer guidance from a player's perspective, solidifying his position as a top angler. Bakuchu Nihon Retu offers a realistic fishing simulation experience. The game boasts stunning visuals with detailed fish models, CG backgrounds, and live-action cutscenes. Gameplay balances accessibility with challenge, requiring knowledge and technique for larger catches. Authentic fishing gear from Daiwa, coupled with an RPG-like progression system for unlocking lures, enhances the experience. Additional features include a fish tank, cooking, and advice from a fishing expert. The game features 25 fish species, many new to the series, all realistically rendered. Bakuchu Nihon Retu aims to be a comprehensive and engaging fishing game, appealing to diverse players through its high-quality visuals, balanced gameplay, and extra features. The next page previews an exciting new game coming to the SEGA Saturn based on the popular Digimon franchise. Titled tentatively, Digital Monster, or Aim for It, Digimon Tamer. This upcoming release from Bandai is a raising simulation game set for a September launch. A key feature highlighted is the ability to raise up to 4 Digimons at once, a significant evolution from the single monster limitation of the original handheld virtual pet. The article also includes a basic guide to the Digimon concept, detailing the evolution stages from baby to ultimate, and the importance of nurturing and battling your monsters. Screenshots display the game's interface, showing battle sequences and character management, alongside charts illustrating the various evolution paths Digimon can take. The page features artwork of several early Digimons, including Batamon, Koromon, Betamon, and Agumon, to demonstrate the initial growth stages. This page provides the first look at the upcoming digital monster game for the Sega Saturn, following its introduction on the previous page. Positioned as a home console version of the popular portable virtual pet, much like Tamagotchi, this title allows players to raise Digimon on their television screens. A key feature highlighted is the Digimon Network, a simulated in-game internet environment called the Digiken, Digital Monster Research Institute. Players can browse this network to gain information about their Digimon, and even receive in-game mail that provides insights into their monster's growth. Screenshots show the interface for this network, including menus for news and mail. The article notes that the game currently confirmed Digimon from the original Ver.1 handheld release, but speculates that the final game could include monsters up through Ver.3, offering a substantial roster comparable to the popular portable game Pokémon. Artwork is featured for several Digimons expected to appear, primarily focusing on the adult and perfect Mega stages. Monsters shown include Numemon, Meramon, Seadramon, Airdramon, Devimon, Greymon, Tyrannomon, Metal Greymon, Mamamon, and Monzaemon. The stage is described as the peak of growth with the most variety, while the stage represents Digimon who have evolved after intense battles. The next page is an advertisement for the perfect guide for Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Ambition. This strategy simulation game lets players lead a faction, like the Principality of Zeon or the Earth Federation, through the one-year war. The page features striking artwork of Giran Zabi, along with various mobile suits, including the iconic Zaku 2 and Gelgoog, and character portraits from the series like Char Aznable. Screenshots provide a glimpse of the game's strategic map interface and tactical combat sequences. The perfect guide is described as an essential resource for mastering the game, offering detailed strategy using maps, information on the numerous in-game events, a complete list of mobile suits and development requirements, and character introductions. It also teases 3 hidden modes that allow players to control different factions, and includes a special section detailing event trigger conditions. This comprehensive 168-page guide, priced at 1,200 yen, was scheduled for release in late April, promising to be indispensable for any player diving deep into the strategic complexities of Giran's Ambition. This page features a large illustration of Ryoko Inoue, a character from the Roommate series, setting the stage for a look at new and upcoming Sega Saturn releases. The magazine highlights recent software launches, offering quick information on titles like Another Memories, Find Love 2, The Prologue, and Project X2, directing readers to specific pages for details. It then pivots to titles coming soon, spotlighting anticipated games before their release to help players plan their purchases. This section includes mentions of Roommate 3, Ryoko, Mujintu Monogatari R, Game de Seishun, and Tour Party, promising features on these upcoming titles. The page acts as a handy guide to the latest editions and near-future releases for the Sega Saturn. This page is dedicated to the new release, Another Memories, a fantasy love adventure title developed by staff who previously worked on Eternal Fantasia. Published by Starlight Mary, this is their debut self-published game for the Saturn. The game follows the protagonist, Genus Luke Raid, as he attends a magic academy for 2 years to gain power to defeat demons. A key part of the experience is meeting 7 different girls during his time at the academy, and deepening relationships with them. The feature breaks down various aspects of gameplay. There's a focus on character interactions and building rapport with the girls. It also highlights a self-discipline and self-system, suggesting character development through actions and choices. Players can also venture out into the town for a change of pace, which can trigger special events. Combat is present, particularly when protecting the girls, and is described as a card battle system, requiring players to earn points and strategically use cards. The page showcases illustrations of key characters, including Tika Nedrin, voiced by Aya Hisakawa, Olivia Evans, voiced by Narumi Tsunoda, and Charlotte McQueen, voiced by Yukari Tamura, alongside in-game screenshots representing the different gameplay modes, like character interaction scenes, the town map, and the card battle interface. This seems to be a promising mix of classic adventure game elements with relationship simulation and strategic combat. The next page features 2 exciting new releases, both earning a high 95% completion rating. First up is Find Love 2, The Prologue, a fan disc and prelude to the main Find Love 2 game, allowing players to get acquainted with 3 of the popular girls from the previous title, Find Love 1. This release is packed with content not found in the main game, including modes like Talking on the Telephone, where you can practice conversation skills, and Video Letters, introducing the girls' backgrounds and episodes from their past. There's also an official fanbook mode, offering detailed personal data, voice comments, and even some revealing private graphics. Plus, you get to enjoy their singing in included video clips. It's a great way to dive into the world and characters before the full experience. So that is Project X2, an intense, hardcore shooting game that bullet-dodging fans will love. Developed by Team 17 and Ocean Software, known for the challenging Project X series, this port or sequel delivers. The game boasts a variety of subweapons, flashy presentations, and beautiful graphics. Expect diverse stages with alternating horizontal and vertical scrolling, thick bullet patterns from enemies, and challenging boss battles that will test your reflexes. You can choose from 3 different ships, each with unique characteristics. One balanced for speed and power, one focused on speed, and one emphasizing pure power, ideal for scoring. It also supports 2-player simultaneous play, making the bullet hell action even hotter. This page focuses on the upcoming release of Roommate 3, subtitled Ryuko Wind of the Shining Morning. The game is announced as 100% complete, scheduled for release on April 29th for 5,800 yen. Classified as a real-time communication software title for all ages and one player, it's developed by Data Polystar. The developer expresses thanks to fans as the series reaches its conclusion. The page highlights new, exciting events within the game, designed to deepen the player's relationship with the main character, Ryuko Inoue. It clarifies that events are triggered by specific times and locations, emphasizing that consistent interaction with Ryuko is key to experiencing all content. Furthermore, the page reports on the successful Ryuko Inoue first concert, held on April 11th, where Tomoko Fujito, Ryuko's voice actress, performed. Over 400 fans attended the event, which featured songs from the game and other related activities. The concert also included appearances by other cast members and staff involved in the game's music. Images on the page include a large, cheerful illustration of Ryuko and 2 live photos capturing Tomoko Fujito's performance at the concert. This page dives deeper into the world of Roommate 3, focusing on the heroine, Ryuko Inoue, and showcasing various scenes and her thoughts. The main theme is, "Seeing the slightly proactive me is nice," suggesting we get to see a different side of Ryuko. Several sections highlight her personality and relationships. One section explores her anxiety, particularly before exams, and her need for comforting support. Another introduces her beloved pet cat, Ganta, describing him as her sole companion at home and someone she can talk to. Her close friendship with Ri is also featured, detailing how Ri provides support during tough times and helps with career counseling after the exams. The page also presents Ryuko's post-exam desires, expressing her wish to enjoy her freedom, eat her favorite foods, sleep in, but most importantly, spend time with the player character on a date. The longing for connection is palpable. Finally, a section titled Feeling Your Warmth features Ryuko in a seemingly intimate moment, where dialogue suggests physical closeness and warmth, possibly involving another character named Ayane as well, adding another layer to the game's relationship dynamics. Overall, the page paints a picture of Ryuko's emotional journey, her support system, and her hopes for a deepening relationship with the player post-exams. This page features Mugen 2 Monogatari R, a romance survival simulation game coming soon to SEGA Saturn. It's described as an enhanced port of the Windows version, promising improvements in game balance and operability. The premise is set when 6 men and women are shipwrecked on a deserted island off the coast of Hawaii after a yacht cruise goes awry. The game challenges you to navigate both the harsh realities of survival and the complexities of relationships among the stranded group. A sociograph before island life chart outlines the potential characters who might end up on the island with the protagonist. These include an ex-lover, Hitomi, male university friends, Shao, Yuki, a female university senior, Rika, and several female students from a family tutoring job. The group of 6 survivors on the island consists of the protagonist, one of the university friends, 3 students chosen from the list, and either Hitomi or Rika. Screenshots display various characters and dialogue scenes, hinting at the visual novel elements alongside the survival mechanics. An intriguing detail mentioned is a newspaper clipping found on the island, revealing a nuclear test is scheduled for the area in November, adding a critical deadline to the survival objective. It looks like a compelling blend of resource management, exploration, and relationship building under pressure. This page delves deeper into the gameplay mechanics of Mugentu Monogatari ER, the survival romance simulation coming to SEGA Saturn. As the title suggests, it's not just about staying alive, but also about fostering relationships with the other shipwrecked characters, particularly the cute students. The 6 survivors are organized into 3 parties of 2 for daily actions. The core of the game revolves around 4 main commands: exploration, date, cooking, and investigation. Exploration allows you to search the island's 16 areas for hidden spots, which is crucial for mapping the island and building stamina, though it's physically taxing. Investigation involves revisiting discovered spots to gather essential items like food and ingredients. Cooking lets you process collected ingredients into edible meals, necessary for survival and surprisingly detailed with various recipes shown. Finally, the date command is key to the romance side. Spending time with a partner, especially visiting their preferred locations, deepens your bond and triggers special events. It's a fascinating blend of resource management, exploration, and visual novel elements, offering a unique challenge on the deserted island. This page previews Seishun Jidai, a board game simulation coming soon from Kid. Forget rolling dice. The unique hook here is that you choose how far you move on the board. And the goal isn't just finishing first, but singing about your youth. The key to victory lies in accumulating youth points by navigating through various life events. The board is filled with squares that trigger different scenarios. Some squares involve free choice personal life actions, while others initiate mandatory events that directly impact your youth points. These range from lucky events, where positive things happen like meeting a potential lover or getting a raise, boosting your points, to unlucky events, where misfortune strikes, potentially decreasing your hard-earned points and negatively affecting your character's status like physical condition or sense. The game faithfully recreates aspects of daily life, from studying, relationships, shopping for essentials and luxury items, buying property, and even facing unexpected health issues like hospitalization. Everything from career decisions to everyday purchases feels realistically simulated within the board game framework. This isn't just a race. It's a journey through adolescence filled with ups and downs, and it supports up to 6 players with the multi-terminal. Releasing on April 23rd for 5,800 yen, Seishun Jidai promises a nostalgic yet challenging experience of reliving or creating an ideal youth. This page provides a detailed look at the different ways to play Seishun Jidai, emphasizing the solo and multiplayer modes. The game is presented as a board game simulation where players live out their youth. Playing alone allows for a focused experience building your own version of youth. There's a deep character creation system where you input personal details like name, birthday, and blood type to shape your character. A specific mode lets you replay 50 years of life, from kindergarten to adulthood, where choices about love, study, and other life events are driven by the player. This mode even includes a fascinating personality diagnosis feature that analyzes your in-game actions and interactions to give insights into your own personality. The multiplayer mode supports up to 4 players, offering flexibility in setting game duration and maps. If you don't have enough human players, the game can fill spots with AI. Character creation here also lets you reflect your personality in your character's starting stats. A highlight of multiplayer is the rival battle system. Landing on the same space as an opponent triggers a minigame competition. The winner can steal stats from the loser, adding a competitive edge to the game board journey. Screenshots show the character creation interface, the stat screen with personality traits, and a minigame featuring a whack-a-mole style challenge. This page dives into the special dates featured in the game tour party. Let's go on a graduation trip. While regular dates might not always be exciting, this simulation and table game lets players trigger unique, memorable scenes by using specific cards in the right locations. It supports 1 to 4 players, fitting perfectly for a graduation trip theme. The page showcases several characters and examples of these special moments. You see screenshots depicting characters like Ise Shinpei snowboarding, Suzukaze Yuki ice skating, Unagi Shizuno in a yukata, and the rather unique sight of Haruna Yoichi enthusiastically devouring a large lobster at a famous restaurant, highlighting the variety and sometimes quirky nature of these events. Other characters featured include Abyoba Ryo, Muramun Takao, Alicia Amaji, and Cindy Amaji, each with their own distinct date scenarios ranging from adventurous activities like driving or snowboarding to more relaxed outings like visiting cafes or shopping. The game includes a comprehensive list detailing the types of special dates available for each of the many characters you can interact with, ensuring plenty of unique experiences as you play through the game. It's clear these special dates are a core element, designed to add depth and memorable moments to the board game journey. This page serves as an introductory splash for a comprehensive strategy guide section dedicated to recent SEGA Saturn software releases. The striking illustration features Morrigan Aceland, the iconic succubus from Capcom's Vampire Savior, strongly suggesting that the guide will delve into this popular fighting game. Titled A SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide, the section promises detailed strategies and important data for several key titles. The content listing provides a clear roadmap, including guides for Mobile Suit Gundam, Giron's Greed, Vampire Savior, Dragon Force 2, To the Holy Land, Riven, the sequel to Myst, and Dungeon Master Nexus. These titles represent a diverse range of genres popular on the platform, from strategic simulations and fighting games to RPGs and adventure titles. It's evident this guide aims to provide thorough assistance to players tackling these post-release games, offering insights and tips to master their challenges. The inclusion of a major fighting game like Vampire Savior, a tactical RPG like Dragon Force 2, and a complex adventure game like Riven highlights the breadth of coverage. The presence of Capcom's copyright suggests their involvement, likely related to the Vampire Savior content featuring Morrigan. Mobile Suit Gundam, Giron's Greed, is a strategic simulation game allowing players to rewrite the one-year war history, controlling factions like the Earth Federation or Zeon. The game explores what-if scenarios, such as Ramba Ral piloting a Dom or early Federation new-type mobile suit development. This guide focuses on triggering these alternate historical events. Early events in the Earth Federation route include the opening movie, initial war reports, and the V operation, key to mobile suit development, featuring characters like Bright Noah and Temray. Later, the White Base's journey is covered, including the Side 7 encounter. The game offers scenarios like the recovery of RX data, leading to the Gundam's creation, and what-if battles involving Char Aznable and other Zeon pilots, showcasing the game's divergence from the original story. One example includes Char facing a character from the Murasame Labs' Enhanced Human program. This page of the strategy guide for Mobile Suit Gundam, Giron's Greed, continues detailing key events in the Earth Federation campaign, focusing heavily on the journey and impact of the White Base crew. It outlines a series of sequential events from 012 to 031, triggered by specific conditions and player decisions. The guide covers critical moments like encounters with Zeon forces led by Garma Zabi and Ramba Ral, showcasing how choices regarding reinforcements can alter the fate of characters like Ramba Ral, Ryu Jose, and Matilda Emotion. Different outcomes are presented, from the White Base being destroyed to successfully defeating Zeon commanders and even character deaths. Major operational events are also detailed, including proposals for the Odessa operation, the White Base's potential participation, and the consequences of sending or withholding support. Later events cover the White Base's arrival at Jaburo, its official designation as the 13th Independent Corps, and key battles against Zeon units like the Camel Fleet and Consul's forces at Side 6. The guide culminates with the proposal for developing the powerful solar system weapon and initiating Operation Star 1 to capture the Zeon stronghold at Solomon. The page features character portraits of figures involved in these events, such as Bright Noah, Ramba Ral, Matilda Akajin, and various Federation and Zeon commanders, alongside screenshots depicting event scenes and tactical situations from the game. This strategy guide page for Mobile Suit Gundam, Giron's Greed, focuses on the Earth Federation's late-game campaign, UC003-20049, particularly the White Base crew's role in Operation Star 1 and other major battles. It details encounters with powerful Zeon units like the Big Zam, and new Funka types, such as Lala Soon and Char Aznable. Player choices directly impact character survival and war progression, affecting experience gain for characters like Amuro Ray. The guide covers key strategic decisions, including the Gundam's magnet coating and the assault on a Bao-Aquo. Furthermore, it details post-Solomon political events, from Solar Ray intelligence to Degwin Zabi's peace attempts and Giron Zabi's rise, potentially leading to different endings, including the formation of Neo-Zeon. Screenshots of combat and character interactions, along with portraits of key figures, further illustrate the unfolding drama. The next page delves deeper into the Earth Federation's strategic options in Giron's Greed, detailing a series of key events that unfold throughout the campaign, following the path laid out on the previous page. These numbered events, from 050 to 066, represent critical junctures where player choices significantly shape the war's direction, mirroring the complex political and military landscape of the Universal Century. The guide highlights events surrounding Jamatov-Hyman, focusing on decisions regarding Side 6's neutrality, potential military action, and the controversial proposal for reinforced human development, a precursor to the Titan's formation. Players face choices that could lead to economic sanctions, or the acceleration of new polytype research. Later events cover the development of crucial Federation technologies and units. This includes research into magnet coating for mobile suits, and the groundbreaking exam system, which eventually leads to the development of the Blue Destiny units, famous from side stories. Choices here impact the availability of advanced mobile suits and test pilots like Yu Kojima. The guide also touches upon tense moments, such as McQuave's threat of nuclear retaliation during Operation Odessa, and the attempt by Xeon forces to steal the RX-78NT-1 Gundam Alex. Successfully navigating these events is crucial for the Federation's technological edge and securing key personnel. Character portraits accompanying each event box help players visualize the individuals involved in these pivotal moments. This guide outlines the Earth Federation campaign strategy in Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Greed. Following initial events, the guide focuses on the Blue Destiny units, stolen by Xeon, and the development of advanced mobile suits like the GPO-1FB. Crucial events include recruiting key pilots like Amuro Ray and Bright Noah through the V operation, essential for technological advancement. The guide then details offensive operations to capture Xeon strongholds globally, including the Beijing base and invasion plans for Hawaii, California, New York, Kilimanjaro, and Grenada, culminating in the push towards Side 3. Success determines the fate of the Titans. Late-game options include using the Solar System superweapon and disbanding the 13th Independent Unit. Victory hinges on technological advancement, key personnel, and strategic territorial control. This page presents a strategic guide for the Principality of Xeon campaign in the SEGA Saturn game Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Greed. It outlines key events and strategic objectives for the Xeon player. The guide begins with the Antarctic Treaty, Event 001, and details the initial Earth-drop operations, Events 002004, aimed at securing vital resources and strategic locations like Odessa and Kilimanjaro, Event 005. Subsequent events cover the capture of major bases such as Beijing and Madras, Event 006, and offensive plans for Hawaii, Event 008, and Australia, Event 009. A significant portion focuses on Char Aznavour's crucial role, including his investigation into the Federation's V operation, Event 011013, and the potential outcomes determining his status, Event 014. The guide also highlights events surrounding Garma Zabi and his pursuit of the White Base, Events 015-018, detailing how player choices can lead to different historical paths for Garma, including his survival or demise, and the impact this has on characters like Char and the overall campaign outcome. Following Garma's death in Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Greed, this guide details the Principality of Xeon's strategic options. It covers the immediate fallout, including Dazzle's reaction to Char and propaganda efforts to boost morale. The walkthrough then focuses on Ramba Ral's story, including his mission against the White Base, potentially with new DOM units. Player choices influence Ramba Ral's survival. The guide also covers intel reports on the White Base, Kycilia Zabi's strategic suggestions, such as deploying the Black Tri-Stars and establishing Char's Mad Angler Corps. It traces the Corps pursuit, leading to battles in Belfast and Jaburo. The Jaburo invasion operation is highlighted as a crucial Xeon objective, with player decisions affecting character availability and the overall war strategy. This page of the Mobile Suit Gundam, Giran's Greed Guide, continues detailing the Xeon campaign with pivotal strategic events. It covers the critical Odessa operation, including the controversial decision by McQuave to use nuclear weapons, and the subsequent political repercussions within Xeon, affecting characters like Kycilia. The guide then moves into the dramatic events surrounding the firing of the solar ray cannon, confirming the deaths of both Principality leader Degwin Zabi and Federation General Revel. Player choices here influence the power struggle between Gifrin and Kycilia, potentially leading to Kycilia's assassination of Gifrin and a different war outcome. Strategic objectives are highlighted, such as taking control of Luna 2, which enables the crucial Second British Operation, and ultimately, the Jaburo Drop Operation, allowing access to powerful units like the FI Gundam. The guide also touches upon Gifren's internal propaganda efforts and the resulting resistance from the old Zeon faction, showing how domestic politics impact the war effort. The page features screenshots illustrating these key moments and character interactions. This page continues the guide for the Zeon campaign in Mobile Suit Gundam, Gifren's Greed, diving into crucial research, development, and character-specific events that significantly impact the war effort. It details Operation Rubicon, the Zeon plan involving Cyclops team members like Bernie Wiseman, Mikhail Kaminsky, and Steiner Hardwick, to infiltrate the Federation base and steal or destroy the prototype Gundam Alex. Player success here prevents the Alex from reaching the battlefield. The guide then focuses heavily on new Flanatype research through the Flanagan Agency, discussing the development of the psycho-communicator system and identifying potential new Flanatype pilots. Key events cover discovering and deploying new Conotypes like Sharia Bull, Lala Sune, Cusco Al, and even Marion Welch, whose deployment options and effectiveness are discussed. Another major arc detailed is the research and development of the exam system, leading to the creation of the powerful Ifrit custom mobile suit. This path involves Drive, Cursed Moses, whose potential defection to the Federation triggers events related to the Blue Destiny units and their pilots, including Nimbus Sterzen and the Federation's Yukijima, Philip Hughes, and Simona Fulis. Player choices here determine the fate of these characters and the availability of the Blue Destiny units. Finally, the page touches on the late-game possibility of developing the devastating solar ray cannon, a strategic superweapon. These events highlight the complex choices players face, balancing technological advancement, new Flanatype potential, and key character interactions to achieve victory. The guide outlines the conditions for the emergence of the Titans, legitimate Zeon, Kycilia Zabi, and Neo-Zeon, Char Aznable. In Mobile Suit Gundam, Gifren's Greed, the Titans arise from Federation actions, linked to events like solar ray development and refusing peace with Zeon. Key is the development of new Cultypes and reinforced humans. Legitimate Zeon requires Zeon players to boost Kycilia's influence, assassinate key figures, and trigger specific events. Neo-Zeon forms when Zeon players boost Char's influence, or through Federation actions like killing Garma, conquering Solomon, and refusing peace. Both Neo-Zeon and legitimate Zeon can operate from Granada. Key events like Gistern boosting morale and Char's return also impact the game. Conquering legitimate or Neo-Zeon bases unlocks those factions for future playthroughs. The game's complex system shows how choices and character relationships directly shape the conflict's evolution. This page delves into the secrets of Vampire Savior, known internationally as Darkstalkers 3. The big news here is the confirmation that Dark Gallon and Oboro Bishamon, previously unplayable characters in the arcade version, are fully available as player characters in the SEGA Saturn port, which is a fantastic addition for fans. The guide promises to reveal their special move commands and other hidden elements that make the gameplay even more exciting. Screenshots showcase various aspects, including details about Phobos, Huitzil, and some unique actions he can perform. Crucially, the page reveals and illustrates the Shadow system. After winning a match, your character is replaced by the opponent you just defeated, emphasizing the need for players to master the entire roster. This page continues the in-depth look at Vampire Savior, focusing on the previously unplayable characters, Dark Gallon and Oboro Bishamon, and how the SEGA Saturn port makes them fully playable. It explains that Dark Gallon is immediately usable just by entering a command at the title screen, and he appears as a CPU opponent after reaching the final boss with Gallon. His moves are largely the same as Gallon's, but his Dragon Cannon has different graphics and performance compared to the regular Hunter version, which is an interesting distinction. For Oboro Bishamon, the unlocking condition is more specific. You must finish matches with a regular move at least 2 times before the final boss, complete the game without continuing with all characters, and prevent 2P interruptions. He was unusable in the arcade version, but the Saturn allows players to control this powerful armored samurai. His special moves are listed, noted as being more powerful than regular Bishamon's, though he lacks soul-related moves because he doesn't wield the soul himself. The page provides command lists for their special moves, X moves, guard cancel, and dark force abilities, showcasing the depth added by these characters. Screenshots highlight their appearance and some of their signature attacks, like Dark Galen's dragon cannon and Oboro Bishamon's fiery sword techniques. The inclusion of these two fan-favorite characters is a major draw for the Saturn version. This page presents the essential command lists for a significant portion of the roster in Vampire Savior, known internationally as Darkstalkers 3. Following on from the previous page's focus on the unlockable Dark Galen and Oboro Bishamon, this spread details the moves for their standard counterparts, Galen, John Talbane, and Bishamon, alongside other fan-favorite fighters. You'll find comprehensive inputs for Dimitri, Galen, Zabel, Lord Raptor, Victor, Morrigan, Anakaris, Felicia, Rikuo, Albath, and Bishamon. For each character, the page meticulously lists their inputs for special moves, powerful X special moves, guard cancel options for defensive play, unique special techniques, and their character-specific Dark Force abilities. This is the kind of detail crucial for mastering the game's complex systems and truly unleashing each character's potential in battle, making it an invaluable resource for players diving deep into the SEGA Saturn port. This page continues the detailed command lists for the diverse cast of Vampire Savior, known internationally as Darkstalkers 3. Building on the previous page's coverage, this spread dives into the essential techniques for 9 more fighters: Sasquatch, Hisienko, Lele, Jada, Lilith, QB, Baby Bonnyhood, Bulleta, Donovan, Huitzil, Phobos, and Pyron. For each character, you'll find a complete breakdown of their moves, including their signature special moves, powerful X special moves, options for guard canceling against pressure, unique special techniques, and their character-specific Dark Force abilities. This is crucial data for mastering the game's intricate combat system and unleashing the full potential of these fan-favorite characters in the SEGA Saturn version. Having these inputs readily available is a must for any serious player looking to dominate the Dark Tournament. This page is a guide to the mid-game events and strategy for Dragon Force 2 on SEGA Saturn. It focuses on the point where the various nations of the continent of Legendora have progressed their campaigns and are preparing for key moments. The guide covers strategies for the Ebel scenario, detailing his campaign after defeating Fandaria and Topaz and setting his sights on Bozak Azanbo. It highlights the importance of key story events, such as rescuing Queen Tirith and confronting a truth related to 500 years prior. A specific event in Ebel's story, the rescue of Queen Lenii, is pointed out as crucial and not to be missed. A notable section is dedicated to recruiting Kinsera, the Dragon General, into your ranks. It outlines the general process: gathering information from villagers after certain battles, locating Kinsera, and then defeating him in battle to potentially gain him as an ally. Screenshots depict world map exploration, character dialogue during events, and tactical battles. The page emphasizes understanding these events and character recruitments is key to progressing effectively in the game. This page continues the strategy guide for Dragon Force 2, focusing on the mid-game scenarios for different rulers and revealing key story elements. It covers the campaign for Pards, highlighting his unique character rooted in his half-dragon heritage. His scenario is described as mature and engaging, featuring poignant events like confronting a childhood friend turned enemy and encountering demon tribes. While less flashy than some others, Pards' route is noted for its memorable story beats. The guide also details Gungus's path, outlining his alliances and campaign after resolving the situation with Queen Tirith. His route is intrinsically linked to the Spirit Stones and interactions with spirits, offering unique and touching events, particularly one concerning the Spirit Stone itself, exclusive to his playthrough. Screenshots illustrate Gungus's dialogue and the mystical forest settings. A significant portion unveils the truth behind Queen Tirith's awakening and the events of 500 years ago, which saw the 8-star Dragon Knights sacrifice themselves to seal the Dragon Force after it was corrupted by human desire. This section clarifies historical details crucial to the game's plot. Finally, it addresses the fate of Lemani, confirming she is indeed part of Tirith's soul, but remains an independent and capable ally after the Queen's revival. The page includes screenshots of key characters and event scenes to support the explanations. This page delves into the intricate item research and synthesis system within Dragon Force 2, which is a cornerstone of the game's domestic management. It provides a comprehensive list of every item players can develop and the raw materials required, aiming to prevent wasteful Trilander and optimize production. The guide emphasizes the importance of procuring mineral resources, particularly from caves, as they are the fundamental components for crafting and are relatively abundant once located. Securing a good supply of these minerals is advised to conserve rarer materials. The page features an extensive table detailing various material combinations, ranging from different ores and crystals to dragon scales, and the specific resulting items, such as various weapons, armor, and character scrolls, along with the necessary time investment for each synthesis. A small screenshot likely depicts an in-game scene related to resource gathering or research. Overall, this page serves as a crucial reference for players looking to master the crafting system and equip their armies effectively in Dragon Force 2. This page continues the in-depth guide for Dragon Force 2, specifically focusing on the comprehensive item research and synthesis system. It presents a vast table that serves as an essential reference for players, detailing the exact materials required to create a wide array of items within the game's domestic management phase. The table meticulously lists combinations of various ores like iron, silver, and gold, along with different types of crystals: dark, light, magic, power, wind, thunder, and other rare components such as dragon scales. By combining these research materials, players can synthesize powerful weapons including different types of swords, rods, bows, and whips, as well as crucial defensive gear like shields, chainmail, and plate mail. The guide also covers the crafting of various scrolls and robes. Crucially, the table indicates the required period for each synthesis, allowing players to efficiently plan their production and manage their resources. This detailed breakdown is invaluable for optimizing army equipment and preparing for the challenges ahead. This guide focuses on navigating level in Riven. Players must solve the wooden eye puzzle to enter level, home to the black moiety. The journey then takes players back to the work grid and a prison, accessible by a rope. Inside the prison is the Room of Stone Pillars. Players must press the pillars in the correct order: fish, beetle, frog, sunner, wark, based on the creature symbols to reveal a hidden book, granting access to the actual world of levels. Once in the world of level, capture is expected. The immediate goal is to await Catherine and Neela, who will deliver a letter and prison book. Reading these is crucial for understanding the situation and obtaining a book from Neela, ultimately allowing the player to return to Riven. This page continues the Riven guide, focusing on key objectives after obtaining the Book of Gen. It explains the function of Gen's book, noting it serves as a one-way link leading to his world, from which only Gen himself can seemingly return. The guide then walks you through the next steps, traveling from Crater Island to Temple Island via the suspension bridge, connecting the bridge, and accessing the Fire Marble Dome. A key puzzle highlighted is the Marble Puzzle, located on the second floor of the Great Golden Dome. This complex puzzle represents the 5 islands of Riven as 5x5 grids. Solving it is essential, as it activates a linking book inside the Fire Marble Dome. The page also delves into the mystery of Gen's domes, explaining that the Great Golden Dome is part of a system Gen devised to channel energy to the Fire Marble Domes on each island via pipes, lacking sufficient energy for his linking books otherwise. The marble puzzle serves as the key to enabling this energy flow and activating the linking book within the Fire Marble Dome, which transports the player to Garen's Age. The guide provides a diagram and legend for the marble puzzle solution, associating each island, Catherine, Temple, Plateau, Crater, Jungle, with a color and marble placement. This page continues the journey through Riven, focusing on the encounter with Gen and the intricacies of the Fire Marble Dome. After reaching the dome, you'll need to input a password using the unique Riven number system, which is based on base 25, rather than the familiar base 10. The guide details how these numbers are visually represented and formed through rotations and combinations of basic shapes, displaying symbols for numbers 1 through 25. Successfully entering the password, obtained from the laboratory, allows access to Gen's Age. It's explained that Gen's system of ages is built upon this base 25 structure, with ages often named after their base 25 representation. The page also includes a crucial warning about the telescope on Crater Island. You are explicitly instructed not to fully operate it and reveal the star fissure before rescuing Catherine, as doing so leads to failure. The correct, safe sequence for interacting with the telescope is outlined, focusing on avoiding the critical final step. Finally, the guide touches upon meeting Gen in his private study after his capture. This encounter offers a glimpse into his personal life, including a photo of his wife, potentially softening the player's view of the antagonist and leading to a more complex understanding of his character. contrasting with the initially perceived coldness. Screenshots show the Riven number input device and Gen's study. This page continues the guide for Riven, detailing the encounter with Gen and the path to rescuing Catherine. It explains how to capture Gen using the prison book by letting him link first, but warns that this requires quick judgment and courage. The guide then describes age 233, Gen's office, mentioning the code needed to free Catherine is hidden there, and that you'll see Gen's private side before leaving the future to Atrice and heading to Catherine's island. Crucially, there's a strong warning against making Gen angry by repeatedly refusing to link with the prison book, as this will cause his trust to break down and ultimately lead to death from his poisoned cane. The section on Catherine covers her rescue. You need to obtain the sound code from age 233 to access her prison. After freeing her, she'll instruct you, but you cannot follow. The focus then shifts to the urgency of Riven's collapse and the need to proceed to Temple Island, though without the specific time pressure experienced with the prison book. The guide outlines the steps after rescuing Catherine. Stop the Fire Marble Dome, revisit Gen's office, go to Temple Island, use the telescope to break the glass, signaling Achiris, and Achiris will then arrive. Catherine herself is described as Achiris' smart and beautiful wife, holding on to hope. This page provides a guide for the SEGA Saturn real-time RPG, Dungeon Master Nexus. It emphasizes the critical importance of managing your character's hunger and thirst levels in the labyrinth, stating that even powerful heroes will struggle if their gauges are low. A full food gauge equates to 3,072 calories. The guide offers tips on staying hydrated, detailing the two main methods: drinking directly from a water source or using a filled water skin. Drinking from a source fully replenishes thirst instantly, while a water skin holds enough for 3 drinks, each restoring 800 hydration. A list of dungeon food items is presented, detailing their weight, calorie value, and notes on how they are obtained or their effects. This includes common items like screamer meat and bread, as well as special items like dragon steak and various mushrooms with different effects. Finally, the page features a spotlight on the character Sonya, describing her as a capable female warrior known for her strong defense, making her a reliable frontline fighter alongside characters like Hulk and Shadow. Her abilities are noted as well-balanced, making her a versatile party member. This page dives into Level 6, titled The Illusionist, presenting it as a dramatic turning point with significant battles against a berserk and later a green dragon. The narrative section describes the party's exploration, pondering the dungeon's origins, and encountering the character Daru, noting his unique senses and communication methods that differ from standard speech. The guide outlines 2 possible routes players can take from Level 5 into this area: the Knowledge Path and the Strength Path. The Knowledge route features relatively simple switch puzzles, humorously noted as counterintuitive to its name, perhaps intended as psychological misdirection. The Strength route involves a more involved puzzle with rotating image switches, hinted at by markings on a wall. Screenshots display both puzzle types and the party's status gauges, featuring Hulk, Daru, Titika, and GZMG. The crucial gameplay section explains the mechanics of stamina recovery and its link to hunger. It details that stamina is consumed not just by actions like movement, using heavy items, sprinting, and powerful attacks, but also passively as mana and health recover naturally. This natural recovery across all gauges, including stamina, simultaneously increases hunger, reinforcing the need for diligent resource management as discussed in the previous guide. Keeping these relationships in mind is vital for efficient survival and avoiding unnecessary depletion of resources. The page also includes a floor map of Level 6. This page moves on to guiding players through Level 7 of Mystic Arc. It highlights the level's complex layout compared to the simpler Level 6, and warns players about a powerful golem boss. The narrative section describes the party, including Hulk, Daru, Tepletica, and GZMG, exploring the underground environment, battling the colossal golem, Sephiron, and noting the surprising elegance of some areas within the dungeon. The Appearing Characters section provides details on Sephiron and reiterates information about Daru, the Beastman with acute senses. The hero's wisdom tips cover crucial gameplay mechanics and puzzles, identifying the correct items for a pedestal puzzle in a puzzle room, deciphering a logic puzzle involving 3 brothers where only one speaks the truth, and a tip about certain monsters not being affected by closing doors due to their movement range, suggesting direct combat is often necessary. Screenshots showcase the dungeon environment, puzzle elements, and the formidable golem, while a floor map is also included for navigation. This page delves into Level 8 of Mystic Arc, titled Isolation, where the party finally confronts the enigmatic Bulks. After traversing the time-distorted depths of the dungeon, they encounter Bulks, who demands the power gem. A tense exchange ensues, leading to Hulk attempting an attack. But Bulks escapes with mysterious, floating movement, frustrating the party. The guide provides crucial strategies for navigating this level. It details how to handle spirit-type monsters like ghosts, which are impervious to conventional weapons and magic. Effective methods include using the Vorpal Blade at attack level 3, or the specific Humnon Monspell. Another section outlines a tactical approach to dealing with the Shapenella monster by trapping it in cages, highlighting that direct defeat is ineffective as it revives. The page also includes a vital gameplay tip. Characters can become injured from taking damage, visibly indicated by a red frame around their portrait in the inventory, which impairs their abilities. Players are advised to check for these injuries after battles. The page features screenshots showing scenes from the Bulks encounter, a rock-like monster, and the Shapenella, alongside the level 8 floor map. Character profiles for Titika and Gosmog are also briefly presented. This page focuses on Langrisser 2I, with a segment titled Passion Langrisser Volume 3. The main highlight is UKKY Takada's Top Secrets, which delves into some hidden or powerful items in the game. It discusses unique, non-standard items that grant advantages, such as weapons that increase the number of attacks per turn, weapons that allow the user to cast specific magic spells like lightning, meteor, or earthquake, items that restore MP every turn, and others that reduce the action cost of commands, offering powerful tactical advantages. Additionally, there's a staff CG corner showcasing some computer graphics, including potential character art beyond the main cast, hinting at lore elements like maids existing outside the shop. The page also features a community segment related to a radio show, Mesa Can Network, discussing changes in the show's format and featuring staff members like Kawashima Tomoko and John, asking listeners for postcards to influence the show. Other small sections include a humorous segment featuring a staff member posing dramatically and an apology for the delay in announcing a game idea contest. There's also a short piece discussing the upcoming Langrisser V and the popularity of a new character, Claret, hinting at connections between Langrisser IV and Versus. Finally, a section displays fan mail and illustrations from readers. This page concludes the concentrated strategy guide for Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series Volume 2. Irodori no Love Song. The focus is on the game's album mode, offering points on how to collect all the photos, emphasizing the need to repeat the after-school mode and perform well in minigames. The page details some specific character events, noting there are 9 different types of after-school events that can occur when meeting Irodori Katagiri, starting from October 2nd, which are random. It also mentions a specific event to meet Mie Kuribayashi during studio practice on September 28th, highlighting the importance of actions taken the day prior. A review column reflects on the game's themes, particularly the protagonist's search for self-identity and meaning, and how the feeling for Irodori becomes their true song. Finally, the page features an introduction to the game's theme song, Tree Ds. It highlights the single featuring Irodori Katagiri, with the ending theme Tomorrow and other game versions, plus the song the protagonist creates. It also covers a song sung by Sakura Tange, Minori's voice actress, used in the game and described as a love song, alongside an upbeat track. This page presents a striking, abstract illustration, alongside a narrative piece, seemingly related to the game Baroque. The artwork features a grayscale human profile merging with swirling lines and color, positioned next to a bizarre, elephant-like creature. The text contains a short story or vignette, possibly an interludium, or a piece titled Empathy, as indicated. The narrative involves surreal events, mentioning characters like Ruby, Mayu, and Grandpa, interacting with strange elements like the Chibi Zoo, small elephant, depicted in the art, cakes, and videos, set within the enigmatic world of Baroque. Text at the bottom clarifies that interludium are short stories linking the main Baroque game and its prequel, exploring the difficulty of survival and finding hope in this unique setting. This isn't a gameplay guide, but rather a deep dive into the game's lore and atmosphere. This page features the second volume of the Baroque interludium, titled Empathy, written by Mariko Shimizu, with original plan and supervision by Kazunari Yonemitsu. As an expert on the SEGA Saturn library, I know these interludiums were published as supplementary stories, to expand upon the deep and often unsettling lore of the game Baroque. This particular entry continues the narrative, focusing on the protagonist's unique connection and shared pain with the strange inhabitants of the world. The text delves into the surreal atmosphere, featuring interactions between characters like Mayu and Ruby, exploring themes of memory, reality, and delusion, much like the game itself. It builds upon the concepts introduced in the previous volume, further immersing the reader in the enigmatic world of Baroque without providing any gameplay details or screenshots, purely focusing on the narrative lore and emotional depth. This page features the Arcade Express section, highlighting new and currently operating titles in amusement spots. The main focus is on the highly anticipated shooting game, Radiant Silvergun, developed by Treasure. Known primarily for their action titles on consoles, Treasure has brought their expertise to the arcade scene with this STV board release, scheduled for May 1998. The article describes Radiant Silvergun as a distillation of core shooting game thrills, expertly weaving through dense bullet patterns and unleashing rapid-fire attacks. It emphasizes the game's innovative system incorporating various power-ups for your ship, incredibly flashy enemy designs, and elaborate presentation, including bosses rendered in 3D polygons. The gameplay also promises strategy utilizing terrain effects and diverse attack methods, creating tension as you navigate bullet barrages. The magazine hails it as a masterpiece, standing out with its fresh game system and unexpected stage layouts, clearly the result of Treasure pouring endless ideas into the project. A brief message from the developer, Treasure Yoshi, expresses their satisfaction with the game's devilish outcome and describes the intense workload leading up to its release, humorously noting the fatigue among the staff just 2 days prior to its intended launch. The page is accompanied by several dynamic screenshots showcasing the game's hectic action, impressive visual effects, and the detailed 3D boss models. This page continues the feature on Radiant Silvergun, diving into the game's intricate weapon system. It details the 7 distinct shot types available to the player, controlled by combining the A, B, and C buttons. The 3 basic shots are Vulcan, A, a powerful forward rapid fire, Homing, B, which locks onto enemies, and Spread, C, wide-angled shots that explode on impact for area damage. By combining buttons, players unlock more strategic options. A plus B yields homing plasma, which simultaneously attacks multiple targets. B plus C creates the wide shot, firing both forward and backward, proving useful when needing to retreat. A plus C produces marker homing, a unique shot that homes in on enemies even through obstacles. Finally, holding all 3 buttons, A plus B plus C, unleashes the Radiant Sword, a powerful melee attack that can destroy enemy bullets and, under certain conditions, grant temporary invincibility and clear the screen with a massive strike. The page emphasizes the importance of mastering these diverse shots and adapting them strategically based on terrain changes and enemy characteristics, illustrating this with screenshots showing how different environments and enemy formations require specific shot types for optimal efficiency. Defeating enemies also powers up the shots, adding another layer to the strategic gameplay. This page celebrates the release of Darkstalkers 3 on the SEGA Saturn, with a special feature showcasing fan illustrations. A week after the game's release, the popularity of Darkstalkers 3 is evident through the sheer volume of submitted artwork. The page presents a collection of these passionate illustrations. Featured characters in the fan art include Lilith, Morrigan, Jeddah, QB, Felicia, and Baby Bonnyhood, among others, depicted in various styles. There's a large group illustration featuring many characters from the series, highlighting the diverse cast. One striking piece is a full-page illustration of Morrigan, hovering in front of a large moon. The page also includes a section titled Harokapu-Style Illustration Strategy Guide, offering tips for aspiring artists looking to get their work featured. It advises selecting unique and impactful subjects, considering different art materials, not just Copic markers, and thinking carefully about composition, suggesting drawing full-body shots rather than just typical bust-ups or profiles to stand out. This section provides practical advice for contributing to the magazine's fan art features. This page is dedicated to the exciting announcement of the All Capcom World 98 Card Das Masters Trading Card Series. Following the success of the previous trading card release, this new set is confirmed, with a strong focus on a Capcom Girls collection as the main theme, featuring characters like Chun-Li and Hinata, alongside classic heroes like Ryu and Ken. The major highlight is that all the cards feature brand new illustrations drawn by Capcom's talented designers, ensuring high rarity and appeal. The cards will cover a wide range of Capcom's history, including categories like Street Fighter and Vampire, Darkstalkers, series cards, arcade history, console history, old game history, Resident Evil 2, Mega Man Dash, Rival Schools, and Quiz Nanero Dreams, among others, totaling 186 different types. An interactive element for fans is the Best 9 Characters popularity poll. Readers are encouraged to vote for their favorite male and female characters, with the top 9 chosen through the poll potentially being featured on future cards. Those who participate in the poll also have a chance to win a set of 15 card packs. Additionally, the page announces the return of the Capcom Gallery event, which was popular last year. This event is scheduled to take place during Golden Week at the Palpal Amusement Park in Shizuoka, promising various fun activities related to Capcom games and characters. This page features an interview with Tatsuya Mitsui, a producer from Capcom's third production department, under the title, Saturn Transplant Expert, Mitsui Producer Interview. The headline highlights that Capcom wants Saturn users to experience the real thing. The interview covers the status of various Capcom arcade ports on the SEGA Saturn. Mitsui discusses Super Gem Fighter Minimix, confirming it supports the 4 MB expansion RAM, and is a solid fighting game. When asked about differences between the PlayStation and Saturn versions, he explains that the Saturn versions prioritize arcade accuracy, while the PlayStation versions might include more extras, catering to different user preferences. He touches upon Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter and X-Men vs. Street Fighter, stating they are looking good. Discussing Darkstalkers 3, Vampire Savior, he notes its positive reception at the Tokyo Game Show. Mitsui also mentions the Capcom Generation Collections and the Dungeons & Dragons Collection, acknowledging difficulties encountered during the porting process for the latter. Looking ahead, Mitsui expresses a strong desire to port Street Fighter Alpha 3, Street Fighter 03, emphasizing that it would require the 4 MB RAM cartridge to maintain arcade fidelity. He reiterates his goal for Saturn users to get the truest possible arcade experience. Screenshots on the page showcase classic Capcom titles from the Capcom Generation series, including what appears to be 1942 and Ghost Goblins, Makaimura, alongside a gameplay shot of Darkstalkers 3. This page features a look into the hidden secrets of Capcom's arcade fighting game, Star Gladiator 2, Nightmare of Bilstein. The article reveals various tucked-away techniques and elements for several characters, giving players an edge, or just something fun to discover. It covers things like special taunts, and even a shrink ability for Gore and Luca, an alternate old-type version of Gamoff, Vector's powerful plasma big spin, a devastating gigantic explosion move for Bilstein and Gribblestein, and a collaborative Noble Wings technique for Zelkine and Eagle. It's clear this feature aims to excite players by showing off the deeper, less obvious mechanics in Capcom's latest 3D fighter. This page provides a strategic guide for the final course in Sega Rally 2, the challenging Riviera track. This issue marks the last installment of the strategy guide, hinting at new content in future publications. The Riviera course is a special track set up in the beautiful Monaco streets, featuring entirely tarmac surfaces, a departure from previous stages. The guide focuses on key strategic points throughout the course. Point A emphasizes taking the inside line on the initial right-hand corner, which tightens as you proceed, requiring a precise line to avoid hitting the wall. Point B covers the hairpin, advising an outside approach combined with early braking and rapid downshifting to maintain speed and hit the clip point accurately. Finally, Point C deals with a sequence of scurves, recommending a smooth, full-throttle approach, focusing on straightening out the sections and avoiding excessive widening on the exit to maintain momentum and optimize lap times. Overall, the article serves as a valuable review for tackling this final, unique course in the game. This page continues the strategy guide for Sega Rally 2, focusing on the challenging desert track, a stark contrast to the tarmac of the Riviera from the previous issue. This guide breaks down the key sections of the course with specific tips. For the opening corners, it advises taking the inside line with full throttle where possible, and emphasizes a clean out-and-out approach in second or third gear. The long middle section is tackled by aiming for a straight line as much as possible, staying in fourth gear with the accelerator pressed down. Critical points like the hairpin turn-in and the final corner's exit are highlighted, stressing the importance of precise timing and being wary of hitting the wall. The page also includes valuable one-point lectures from Mr. Mori, the fastest man in the AM division, offering concise strategies for the desert, snowy, mountain, and Riviera tracks, covering things like handling slippery surfaces, adapting to different road types, and managing braking points. Finally, there's a small note about a special Subaru version of Sega Rally 2 appearing in showrooms, which is a neat bit of promotional info for fans. This section of the Cybertroopers Virtual-On Oratorio Tangram Strategy Guide focuses on advanced combat techniques, air dash, and melee attacks. Air dashing is performed mid-jump with a directional input and the turbo button, with varying effects depending on the Virtuoid. The guide highlights unit-specific air dash attacks. Melee attacks become available at close range, indicated by a yellow weapon gauge and a target reticule. Triggering the attack executes close-range moves, which differ between Virtuoids and weapons. The guide explains the lock-on system, transitioning from normal to double lock-on to enable melee attacks. The yellow gauge is essential, even with double lock-on. Finally, it introduces the quick-step maneuver, crucial for successful melee engagements. Screenshots showcase these techniques with various Virtuoids. This page delves into the advanced combat techniques in Cybertroopers Virtual-On Oratorio Tangram, specifically focusing on the crouching attack and sliding shot maneuvers for several Virtuoids. The guide explains that crouching attacks are performed from a stationary position by pulling the control lever inward while pressing a trigger, while sliding shots are executed during a dash input. Featured on this page are detailed breakdowns for Temjin, Raiden, Feyen KN, and Cypher. For each Virtuoid, the page illustrates and describes the specific attack unleashed using the left, center, both, and right triggers for both the crouching attack and the sliding shot variations. Screenshots accompany each description, showing the unique projectiles, beams, or melee-like effects of these specialized moves. This section serves as a vital reference for players looking to master the nuances of each Virtuoid's unique arsenal beyond the standard attacks. This guide covers advanced maneuvers for 4 Virtuoids in Cybertroopers Virtual-On Oratorio Tangram: Dordre, APHARMDS, APHARMDB, and Angelin. Dordre's crouching attack features drill strikes, ring beams, and fireballs, while the sliding shot offers drill variations and projectile volleys. Up-armed Ursa's crouching attack uses napalms or grenades, and the sliding shot features exploding bombs and grenade/missile barrages. Its mobility and homing weapon are noted strengths. Up-armed B's crouching attack includes bombs, sonic rings, and machine guns, and the sliding shot has napalm, sonic tornadoes, and machine gun fire. Angelin's crouching attack utilizes ice pillars, an ice dragon, and ice bullets, whereas the sliding shot offers similar ice-based attacks like pillars, dragon summons, and varied ice bullets based on dash direction, all illustrated with screenshots. This page continues the expert guide to Cybertroopers Virtual-On Oratorio Tangram, delving into the advanced techniques for 3 specific Virtuoids. It details the crouching attack and sliding shot maneuvers for Greasefolk, Spesinef, and Balbados. Greasefolk is shown to utilize napalm missiles and various other missile types, with different flight paths and effects, depending on the trigger and dash direction, including fast-flying missiles and large exploding ones. Spesinef's unique abilities are highlighted, such as a high-homing projectile, a powerful shockwave attack, and a distinctive high arctic attack when dashing forward. Its beam weapon is fast, but short range. Balbados is presented with ground-based lightning traps and ring attacks for its crouching state. Its sliding shot is particularly varied, featuring different projectile types like lightning traps, ring lasers, and unique bit formations that chase the opponent, with specific explanations and screenshots provided for the different center trigger variations. Screenshots throughout the page visually demonstrate these varied attacks and states. The guide teases that the next issue will cover each Virtuoid's right turbo shot and other new gameplay elements. This page switches gears slightly, but stays firmly in the world of Cybertroopers Virtual-On, following up on the expert guide from the previous issue. This time, it's all about the fans, announcing a massive reader giveaway campaign described as special. The author acknowledges the recent Virtual-On national tournament and the continued enthusiasm for Oratorio Tangram. They want to do something big for the readers, moving beyond the usual arcade prizes. The headline items for the giveaway are highly sought-after wave-produced resin-cast garage kits of the original Virtual-On Virtuoids. A complete set of all 8 types is being offered to one lucky person, and specific later-release kits like Belgador, Dulcas, Balbaspo, and Feyen are being given to 2 people each. This is a huge deal for any Virtual-On enthusiast or model builder. Additionally, they've unearthed some original Virtual-On posters from storage, which are also part of the prize pool, along with exclusive tapestries from the Oratorio Tangram National Tournament that were only available as UFO catcher prizes. To enter, readers need to answer 2 quizzes: a true-false question about the producer Juro Watari, and a question identifying the Virtuaroid MBV04G, Temjin. It's a straightforward way to get some incredible Virtual On merchandise. The author also takes a moment to highly recommend playing Oratorio Tangram, praising its fun and engaging gameplay for both newcomers and veterans. The page includes images of the garage kits and the original Virtual On poster being offered. This page focuses on Cyber Troopers Virtual On fan engagement, featuring multiple giveaways. A quiz challenges readers on Raiden Monogatari lore. Prizes include Virtual On collection figures, Temjin, Raiden, Viper 2, Feian, and promotional posters for Oratorio Tangram designed by Kotoki Hajime. Additionally, readers can win exclusive telephone cards from a national tournament by answering a quiz about the card designer. An image showcases the unique designs. The article notes that some Virtual On merchandise might still be available at Sega Gamer stores. Finally, a message from Dr. Watari hints at the completion of Project Xover and teases a new project, a Virtual On lecture. Readers are encouraged to enter the giveaways via postcard, with a May 15th deadline. Sashisu is a minigame collection from Sega's AM1 Research Lab, designed to teach players the game's third installment. The Hockey Showdown is air hockey, with speed and defensive positioning as key strategies. The Bucket Catch Showdown involves catching falling items while avoiding hazards and opponent interference, prioritizing high-scoring items. Paint Showdown challenges players to recreate sample colors by mixing and fine-tuning paints under the watchful eye of a teacher. The page also introduces two characters. Cheap-kun is a robot assistant, and Bingo is a possibly canine character with a spirited personality. This page is all about the upcoming Beat 'em Up Dynamite Cop 2. It looks like the game is almost ready for release, keeping the core system from the first game with 3 buttons for punch, kick, and jump, plus the lever for movement. A cool new addition is a power-up system, where picking up items allows for powerful combos, which sounds pretty slick for racking up damage. The playable characters are back: Bruno, Jean, and Eddie. Each one has their own specialty, with Bruno focusing on weapon attacks, Jean mastering grappling moves, and Eddie utilizing Muay Thai. The page also highlights the bizarre and varied enemies you'll face. Beyond the standard thugs, there are unique bosses like the guy in a turtle shell, the Pants Man, who seems to hang out in toilets, a massive giant chef, and even a gigantic octopus boss. It promises a constant stream of weird and tough opponents. We also get glimpses of the story, teasing a fleeing girl, a pursuing enemy, and a journey to a mysterious island. There's even confirmation that the famous running QuickTime event scenes from the first game are back. Finally, there's a fun snap photo section from the game's announcement event, showing developers and staff, including some familiar faces like Misha-chan from AM2. Dynamite Cop 2 is shaping up to be another wild arcade brawler. This page is the AM2 Express Weekly Volume 97 special, focusing on a major overhaul of the popular Virtua Striker series. Titled Before the World Cup Frenzy, a hugely popular title gets a massive full-scale renewal. The page announces Virtua Striker 2 version 98. Producer Mr. Mifune emphasizes that this isn't just a simple version upgrade, but a significant evolution. Key updates include replacing all teams with those participating in the 98 World Cup and implementing extensive improvements to the game system itself, making it feel like a completely different, more powerful experience. The screenshots highlight the updated visuals and teams, showing matches featuring nations like Romania, Denmark, Japan, and South Africa. The commentary below the images notes the addition of new teams and speculates on the impact they will have, and mentions the appearance of unique player performances like those seen from South African players. The game runs on the powerful Model 3 board and was scheduled for an arcade release in May, supporting 12 players. This page continues the in-depth look at the updated arcade title, Virtua Striker 2, version 98. As a major evolution, the game aligns with the 1998 France World Cup, changing all 24 teams to reflect those participating. This means teams like Sweden, Greece, Portugal, Uruguay, and Russia are removed, replaced by 5 new teams including Scotland, Romania, Denmark, Paraguay, and South Africa. The update brings significant gameplay enhancements. Checkpoint 2 highlights the ability to select formations before each match, allowing players to counter their opponent's tactics. Checkpoint 3 notes improvements beyond gameplay, such as the updated graphics, the inclusion of Japan's new uniform, and the official 98 World Cup ball, The tricolor. The replay system also gets a renewal, detailed in Checkpoint 4. There are new camera angles and variations to capture goals from exciting perspectives. A particularly flashy addition is the rainbow shot effect that appears on the ball during replays of spectacular goals. Checkpoint 5 covers changes to goalkeeper behavior and tactical switching, making defensive and offensive strategies more distinct and impactful. Other minor tweaks include allowing players to control the pass after the keeper catches the ball and enabling loop shots. The page concludes by hinting at the start of another World Cup in May '98 with the game's release. This page delves into the arcade title Fighting Vipers 2, focusing on the mysterious new secret character, Del Sol, who is introduced as an assassin from the sun. The page features a large illustration of Del Sol and gameplay screenshots showcasing his moves. It provides details on how to unlock Del Sol, explaining a specific method involving the character selection screen timer and lever input, which differs slightly depending on the arcade board's operational hours. The page also mentions an interview with the development staff held right after the game's release. The Del Sol's fighting style is highlighted, noting that his core moves are based on Mahler, with some techniques borrowed from other characters like Laxel. He also possesses unique original moves, including a sun fist and a cartwheel kick. A distinctive feature of Del Sol is his gameplay narration, where he shouts the names of his moves or gags during combat, adding a humorous element. The page questions if his masked face resembles Piyissiman, a playful reference. This page goes straight to the development staff, featuring an interview with the creators of Fighting Vipers 2 from Sega AMR&D, specifically highlighting director Hiroshi Kataoka and programmer Daiichi Katagiri. The developers share insights into the game's creation process, emphasizing the importance of players exploring their own styles and enjoying the game with love. They discuss the challenges of development, especially the transition to the new arcade hardware, and express their feelings upon completion. A queue and a section addresses various player queries. The staff explains that the CPU battle difficulty branching is primarily determined by the health difference between fighters at the end of a round. They touch upon the ranking system, noting it automatically evaluates player skill. A fun detail revealed is that character selection voices can change depending on the character's color palette. Players also learn that characters have multiple winning poses, generally 3 or more, which are triggered based on the win condition, such as a perfect victory or winning with low health. The developers confirmed the inclusion of various hidden elements and fan service, including special winning poses for characters like Honey and Emmy, referencing elements from the previous game. They also mentioned details like the damage man opponent changing poses based on win streaks and the ability to perform taunts. The page includes screenshots showcasing gameplay, the character select screen, Honey's winning pose, and demonstrations of the taunt mechanic. The page concludes by announcing that the next page will feature the System Guide, Volume 2. This page delves into the fundamental defensive systems of Fighting Vipers 2, continuing the System Guide series. Volume 2 focuses on recovery techniques, essential skills for surviving, and counterattacking after being hit. The core mechanics covered are mid-air recovery and ground recovery. After taking a blow that sends you flying or crashing down, inputting P plus K plus G allows you to regain your footing or posture. A crucial point highlighted is how adding directional input with the lever alongside P plus K plus G changes the timing and type of recovery, allowing skilled players to delay their descent or perform immediate actions like rolls or backsteps, effectively disrupting opponent follow-ups. The guide emphasizes using these recoveries to escape pressure and set up your own counterattacks, noting that timing your recovery can throw off pursuers. It also points out specific situations, like hitting a wall after being struck, which can affect your recovery options. Finally, it lists certain powerful attacks, such as Raxel's Death Cannon or Emi's Astro Flash, that prevent any form of recovery, forcing you to endure the full impact. Mastering these recovery mechanics is key to turning the tide of a fight in Fighting Vipers 2. This page continues the Fighting Vipers 2 System Guide, focusing on defensive mechanics beyond basic recovery. It first breaks down the armor system, explaining that characters have distinct upper and lower armor, with durability that decreases when hit. Destroying an opponent's armor isn't just about damage. It offers significant tactical advantages, increasing the damage they take, making them lighter for more potent juggling combos, and enabling combinations previously impossible. Next, it introduces the unique SKO, Super KO, mechanic. If a character's armor is intact, inputting P plus K plus G performs an armor break, a stylish move that strips their armor and can lead to winning multiple rounds. If armor is already broken, the same input performs a powerful super. The guide then covers throw escapes, a critical defensive skill. The primary command is P plus G, timed just as the opponent attempts a throw. While many basic throws are escapable, specific types like wall throws, side throws, back throws, and down throws are explicitly listed as inescapable. It also notes that while basic wall slams can have their damage mitigated through controller input after being grabbed, throws from characters like Sandman and Jane cannot. Finally, it reveals a secondary escape command, P plus K plus G, which offers a slightly more lenient input window, though mistiming it results in a tech guard instead of a full escape. Mastering these systems is vital for high-level play. This page features an essay titled, "The Subtle Relationship Between Games and Art, An Invitation to the Cave," focusing on the game Tomb Raider. The author discusses their fascination with caves and enclosed spaces, finding them peaceful. They connect this feeling to the game Tomb Raider, which is described as an adventure through ancient ruins, featuring many dark tunnels and cave-like areas, including those resembling Egyptian pyramids. The screenshots show scenes from the game, including protagonist Lara Croft in a snowy cave and an atmospheric underwater area. The author reflects on how playing the game's environments evokes introspection and relaxation, despite sometimes experiencing motion sickness from the 3D graphics, referred to as polygon sickness. The essay concludes with a brief profile of the author, Fuse Hirotoshi, a scholar and writer, and information about his website. This page features the weekly horoscope section titled, "This Week's Hakozaka-Style Fortune-Telling," covering the period from April 24th to May 7th. It's presented by the character Mother Hakozaki, depicted alongside an illustration of herself. There's a small feature on this week's lucky person, who is Maishia from the game Eternal Melody, showing her character portrait and stats like HP, MP, and various abilities. This section also provides general advice for Maishia, suggesting caution and addressing problems early. The page includes a breakdown of luck for the week across different categories: money, health, work/study, and love. The main body of the page offers specific horoscopes for each of the 12 zodiac signs, with separate advice tailored for boys and girls, accompanied by charming, simple illustrations representing each sign. A key at the bottom indicates the overall luck level for each sign using simple colored squares, ranging from perfect condition to not quite there. This is a fun, light-hearted section offering weekly guidance based on astrological signs. This SEGA Saturn Secret Techniques column shares reader-submitted tips and tricks, offering prizes. First, for Battle Garega, insert the game's CD into a Windows 95% and explore the OMake folder for strategy guides. Next, in Sega Ages, Phantasy Star Collection, holding the X button while starting Phantasy Star in, after the illustration improves dungeon scrolling. Finally, in Savaki, unlock 2 PA character models by clearing the game on normal difficulty or higher with the desired character. Also, enlarge character faces by leaving the cursor on them at the character select screen until the timer reaches 0. The column encourages readers to submit their own secrets for publication. This page is a pre-release software review section for upcoming Sega Saturn games, giving players a sneak peek. It features Shining Force 2I Scenario 2 and Roommate 3. First up is Shining Force 2I Scenario 2, the next chapter in the epic Shining Force 2I saga. The reviewers highlight that carrying over save data from Scenario 1 really changes the experience, influencing the story and character relationships, which is a cool touch. While some noted slightly longer load times compared to the first part, the gameplay is solid, the character graphics are praised, and the evolution of the battle system keeps things fresh. Overall, the consensus is positive, especially for fans eager to continue the compelling narrative. It scored an average of 8.0, though that is Roommate 3, continuing the communication simulation series. The core gameplay system is similar to the previous titles, focusing on daily life and interactions with Ryuko. Reviewers enjoyed the increased ease of movement within the house and the realistic feel provided by the game using the Saturn's internal clock for in-game time. There are plenty of events to experience with Ryuko, though some load times were mentioned. It's seen as a faithful continuation of the series. It received an average score of 6.33. The page also includes brief profiles on the contributing writers and their gaming preferences. This page is a mail-order feature from SEGA Saturn Magazine, offering a range of cool SEGA merchandise. The main focus is on Sonic the Hedgehog, with a massive selection of interior goods like curtains, multi-covers for furniture, and various types of cushions featuring different Sonic patterns such as jungle, space, gingham, and check designs. Beyond the home decor, there's a fantastic lineup of character items perfect for any SEGA fan. You can grab a Sonic plush in different sizes, a Sonic savings bank, a stylish Sonic Zippo lighter, Sonic patches, and even Sonic curtain tassels to keep your themed room looking sharp. The page mentions a special present for purchases over a certain amount, adding a little extra incentive. It's a solid collection of goods for showing off your love for Sonic and SEGA. This page is a mail-order feature from SEGA Saturn Magazine, showcasing merchandise from several popular franchises. It highlights items from Sentimental Graffiti, Sakura Wars, and Neon Genesis Evangelion, among others. Fans could order various goods like figures and plush dolls, featuring characters from Sentimental Graffiti and Sakura Wars, such as Sakura Shinguji, and others from the Imperial Combat Review. Plus, detailed action dolls. Stylish Zippo lighters are available with designs from both Sakura Wars and Neon Genesis Evangelion. The selection also includes phone cards featuring Sonic the Hedgehog and other characters, as well as figures based on fighters from Virtual On like Temption, Viper 2, Raiden, Feian, and Affirmed. Additionally, there's a Jackie Chan leather jacket, a Virtua Fighter 3 themed cycling shirt, and Sega Freaks collector cards and files. The page lists the prices for all these items and provides a mail-in order form with details on payment methods like bank or postal transfers. It's a fantastic selection for anyone looking to get their hands on some cool merchandise from their favorite SEGA Saturn games. This page features a reader present campaign from SEGA Saturn Magazine, offering readers a chance to win various prizes. To enter, participants need to fill out a survey on a postcard included with the magazine, providing their personal details and indicating their desired prize. The deadline for entry is May 8th, and winners will be announced in volume 17 of the magazine. The prizes available include 1. SEGA Saturn compatible software, 20 winners. Winners can select one SEGA Saturn game released by May 8th. Note that some restrictions may apply. 2. Sakura Wars. 2 prepaid cards, 3 winners. Choose between the Lutrin card or T card, featuring characters from the popular sequel. 3. Eternal Fantasia. 2 poster, 20 winners. A stylish non-commercial poster showcasing characters from this fantasy RPG. 4. Choro Q Park Set. 3 winners. A package containing the racing game software, a mini banner, and a commemorative coin. 5. Savaki Software. 3 winners. Win the software for this fighting game, where players can master various martial arts styles. Additionally, the page provides a phone number for inquiries about the magazine's content during specific weekday hours, explicitly stating they cannot provide game hints or cheat codes. It also lists the winners from the previous issue's present campaign for those who participated. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn romance adventure game, Friends Kagayaki of Youth, published by NEC Interchannel. The game explores themes of unexpressed feelings and seeking out someone you wish to meet. The page features several character illustrations presented as photos, showcasing the game's diverse cast of anime-style characters, including multiple girls and one boy, in various settings like school, a market, and outdoor locations. Announced as a romance adventure, the game was slated for a summer release, with the price still to be determined. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn 3D simulation shooter, Gungrafon 2. Set in the early 21st century, where the world is divided and conflict is rampant, the game puts you in control of mechs from units like the 501st Mobile Assault Tank Company, thrusting you into intense battles. The title promises a rich array of game modes, including a replay mode and a versus battle mode, accessible via a versus cable, allowing players to engage in head-to-head combat. Screenshots showcase various in-game scenes featuring detailed mechs, tanks, helicopters, and diverse battle environments. Published by Game Arts and distributed by Especially, Gungrafon 2 was scheduled for release on April 23, 1998, at a price of 6,800 yen. Additionally, there was a time attack contest offering high max pilot jackets to the top 30 players.